I need information from the organizers that we can commence our meeting, and let's get it started. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome cordially on behalf of New Direction Foundation. This is the third unveiling of Civilization Class Conference, Culture Clash Conference. For 2 days, we are going to speak about Europe's, Poland's, world's most important things: religion, culture, safety and security, geopolitics, and European Union. Future in Poland will be in the limelight of our conference. And there is the leitmotif of the conference: Poland. What is Poland? What are Poland's advantages in the 21st century? If so, what are these? Why Polishness is discussed this year? Because we are experiencing a very special time. There is a clear attempt to create a European state. A European state cannot be created without European culture. So there's an attempt to unify Europe culture-wise. So not Polishness, Frenchness, Germanness, but Europeanness is indicated as the future of Europe. What that is going to look like, we can see Brussels-based Europe's History Museum that demonstrates it, and you're going to see some sense of what that is. We'll be pursuing the answers to the questions related to Polishness, or Europeanness being better than Polishness, and is Polishness different from this Europeanness? This is what we are going to discuss throughout the day. But of course, we are going to discuss other themes, ongoing public debate. If speaking about clash, let's start with Professor Felix Koneczny's work, Polish scientist, civilization theory creator. He might be better known in the world rather than in Poland. It's a pity, because Felix Koneczny believed that Latin civilization is the supreme form of civilization, and there are Felix Koneczny specialists who ask them questions. And Poland is the demonstration of this Latin civilization. Why? What are the elements of this? You are going to learn in the course of the conference. We'll be talking about the First Republic of Poland too. Sometimes people speak about First Republic of Poland despairingly. But let's think whether this image is the right one. This unique part of Polish history. And we are going to finish with Romanticism. 2022 is the year of Polish Romanticism. 200th anniversary of Adam Mickiewicz's Ballady and Romances. So we are going to discuss it with our panelists, whether the wisdom or feeling, the spirit, the consciousness are the elements that define Polishness. And Polishness is guided by whether they have advantages. If they have advantages, why? So the third culture class edition of the conference is formally open. Thank you very much for joining us. And we can commence the first panel. Panelists, Kajetan Rajski, Professor Polak, Dr. Jabłoński, and will be speaking about Felix Koneczny, who's been mentioned before. The floor is yours.
Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and gentlemen,
Let
let me ask the organizers whether we can commence this panel. Let me introduce the speakers, if I may. Professor Ryszard Polak, professor, doctor, philosopher, historian, graduate of John Paul II Catholic University of Lublin, where he studied philosophy. He was pronounced doctor and senior doctor. Civilization versus Morality, Thoughts of Felix Koneczny, Catholic Religion in Schools of Second Republic of Poland, and Jacek Woroniecki's Ideas, Philosophical Basis for Catholic Educational Ethics and Its Principles. The other panelist, Dr. Mariusz Jabłoński, Civic Education, Krakow-based unit employee, Krakow targeted schools, programs for civic education, philosophy and ethics, and Kajetan Rajski, Felix Koneczny, curator, Wyklęci Quarterly Editor-in-Chief, a theologian. Before we proceed, what I have mentioned, if you could briefly introduce who Felix Koneczny was, for those who haven't heard of Mr. Koneczny. Kajetan Rajski. Felix Koneczny is an exquisite person in Polish historiography. 1862, 1949. So he was born not long before the dual Austro-Hungarian monarchy creation. All his childhood and part of his adulthood he spent in this monarchy. He experienced 2 world wars and he died before the structures of communist country was created in Poland. His heritage is best remembered owing to the original civilization theory created in the 20s and 30s of the previous century. 2019, 2029, when he was a Vilnius-based Patryk University professor. It was a multicultural, religious city that was the scene for creating his theory. And he was also the graduate of Jagiellonian University, Jagiellonian Library employee. Krakow scientists visited Vatican archives in 1890. When Vatican archives were made available, he joined the scientific expedition, which resulted in a number of publications. Seventh mission. 1905-1914, he was the Slavic World Monthly Magazine editor-in-chief. He postulated that Central and Eastern Europe and Slavic nations to establish social, political and cultural union as a kind of opposition to pan-Germanism, as he described it. So the impact of Germans upon Central and Eastern Europe. And this Slavic idea was supposed to be a detoxification element to what was the idea among Czechs, pan-Slavic, supported by Russian Empire. As Koneczny said, this persecution policy, especially Poles, as he described it, the between war period is the time when Felix Koneczny worked at Vilnius. Then he returned to Krakow and created civilization-focused works 1921, Polish Logos and Ethos, and 35 about multitude of civilizations, most interesting civilizations. The Second World War, it was a personal tragedy. Both his sons died, and Czesław Koneczny dies during the uprising. The other one, the attorney of law, was beheaded in 1945 by Germans. The last few years, well, he is 80 plus years old, so he cannot return to university. He keeps creating in Warsaw Weekly, the legal opposition magazine that was liquidated in 1948, and the Sunday Weekly Catholic magazine. Some of his works are published in London 1960, 1970, post 1990. His publications were imprinted without any limitations. He was also the literary criticist, 75 parts of Krakow theatre. He popularized history of Poland for young people, the saints in the fate of Poland. But he is most remembered owing to this his concept of civilization. So this original concept, the greatest opus of his. Can we make our listeners familiar with it? Speaking about civilization clash, well, it's good. This research in philosophy was research of great magnitude. 20 original works and 300 popular science and scientific articles. He was into theory of civilization, which was the main area of interest. He developed his interest in the last 10 or 15 years of his life. There are 7 different global civilizations indicated by Koneczny of specific genesis, history, and which have continued to exist until now. Ancient, like Chinese, Byzantine, Jewish, and Turin. In the Middle Ages, or at the end of the ancient world, other civilizations came into being: Latin, Byzantine, and Arabic. So these are the methods to organize common life that were created in specific conditions, and these are conditioned by history, mentality, behavioral aspects of people, attitudes towards man, world, law, and morality, in addition to many questions that are important for human life. First and foremost, Latin civilization is what I'm going to focus upon. This is the civilization, the organization of common, joint life that is based on 3 main pillars. And these pillars define its value and validity. Classical Greek and Roman philosophy, whose heritage is still used, sometimes without us realizing it. Roman law that started to regulate human-to-human relations based on justice, and Christian religion that introduced many postulates that never existed in the pagan way, like continuity of the marriage postulates, seeking justice through independent institution, no revenge on individual settlement, but difficult issues are decided by independent institutions. Independence of institutional and ideological independence of the church and abolishment of slavery, which was something that was a life impediment for many people. These are the three pillars. The Latin civilization was built upon. Nations were created on these canvas. And the nation creation was constituted by common ancestors, the origin of blood, language is a very important question, the land they live in, joint history we follow, and religion and culture first and foremost. These are constitutive elements of nature creation in Latin civilization.
In other civilizations, nations did not emerge, as according to Konieczny, because in order for a nation to emerge, there needs to be a spiritual community amongst the people, and also the love of the community to its members, and that cannot be done by coercion. It is basically something that takes goodwill to emerge. And the previous civilizations was a state or a leader, a group of people created a community, and these communities were coercive communities. However, the national community of the Latin civilization is a free community based on free decision. So the Polish nation emerged quite early. The history as the science tells us where it was. Konieczny said that at the time of, I think in the 14th century, where Poles had to fight against the German barbarians for their freedom and for their well-being. A community has emerged amongst the nobility, which was the springboard for emerging of a nation. Then the nation started growing. It became more cemented. Across the history, as according to Konieczny, there were ups and downs of the Polish nation. Poles were fighting for their independence, which cemented, created the bond of the community. Then sometimes the spiritual force of the nation declined, especially in the 18th century, where this feeling of community weakened, and the weakening of this commonality led eventually to the disappearance of the Polish state. So this community of people is a spiritual community, a community of people who join the forces for the common good, not only to achieve material and transient goals, but it is a more long-lasting project going forward. I focus on the Latin civilization because in other types of civilizations, gathering civilizations, we do not see nations, but we see only peoples. For a nation to be created, you need to have the self-conscience of a nation, you need to have a common language, common history, and be also a religious person. Konieczny propose that you need to be a Catholic for that. I'm not going to dwell on those details about why the Poles are a nation and other nations are not, or other peoples are not. I just wanted to broach certain issues. Thank you, Professor. Thank you for that introduction. Now let's move on to the leitmotif of our conference, Polishness. Treating the work of Felix Konieczny as a point of departure, let's build a bridge between the historical times and today. In the Polish public debate, there is a predominant thought that Poland is lodged between Germany and Russia, historically as well as today, and Konieczny proposed or tried to bring evidence to the effect that Poland and Germans and Russians are different civilizations. A latent civilization opposing the Turanian civilization. Why do we and how do we differ from Russians and from Germans? There is a prevalent thought, and I can hear it in the EP, that what is happening is not the fault of the Russians, but the fault of Putin's. But Konieczny described this very basic phenomenon. Why are the Russians different? A very important part of the Russian history was domination of Golden Order and subjugation to the Mongols. And today we see the result of the state dominating the moral sphere, and in the Latin civilization was just the opposite. Could you gentlemen please offer us a new perspective on Polishness from Felix Konieczny's perspective? What were the advantages of Polishness according to him, with Poland being a very important part of the Latin civilization? Yes, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I apologize for my voice. I caught cold, so apologies for my rough voice. When it comes to nation, the concept of nation, according to Felix Konieczny, we need to draw attention to the content and also the editorial aspect of it. When it comes to literature, information about the nations were included in Konieczny's two publications. Logos versus Ethos was a publication from right after the First World War, the Grand War, where he dwelt on the meaning of Poland for the European civilization. Can Polishness be of advantage? Can it contribute with anything into the European life? His second book on the multitude of civilizations from 1930s, he drew the reader's attention to the fact that Poland belongs to Latin civilization, and he was viewing it from the civilization perspective. And the third book, which he wrote during the World War II, he proposed that the nation, a Polish nation, forms a part of the Latin civilization, and he also included the arguments for that. I'd like to focus on the first book by Konieczny, Logos versus Ethos. Let me quickly read from that book Konieczny's definition of nationality. He wrote that this is an a posteriori force acquired by men and produced only at a certain level, after a certain level of civilization has been achieved. So it's an evidence of perfection that is a result of an effort of many generations. And it should lead to a higher spiritual development of ethnographic material collected into a nation by cultural effort and work. So this definition seems complicated at first glance, but the parts constituting the nation that Professor Polak referred to are present at definition. We should take a look at the life of a nation from a certain perspective. We might believe that nation is a static phenomenon, but Konieczny emphasized that nation is a result or an outcome of a work of labor. So when we speak about Polishness, we should conclude that Polishness is a hard work of many generations of struggle, of fight, of sacrifices, that every person living in Poland should feel gratitude to the previous generations. So a person is composed of flesh and spirit. So the cultural product of the previous generations constitute now the legacy of the nation. Now the second thing is of technical nature, if I may say so. Konieczny used two notions: civilization age, that some civilizations are younger than the others. We sometimes have a feeling that we are sort of inferior to the Western civilization. I lived in the US and I have no complexes that I am a Polish person. But why I'm saying this? Because just what Konieczny said. The fact that we are a younger civilization, that we have adopted later civilization at a later stage from the French, from Germans or from others, does not imply that we are inferior, because there is no reason to believe that if something comes later, it is inferior to what came earlier. As a result of processes that take place in nations, some nations might stagnate, and younger nations may keep on growing and developing themselves. So we should never think along the lines of inferiority. Another thing that's very important to me is that Felix Konieczny spoke about objective-based thinking. What is it? As a historian, Konieczny referred strongly to the past. He needed to examine the history of Poland and of the world, and he was per se oriented towards the past. But he complained that what our way of thinking is lacking is this objective-based thinking. It is sometimes forcibly eliminated from thinking. What is this objective-based thinking about? This is about putting forward certain objectives that you want to pursue, and those are our objectives. They have not been imposed on us. So the objective-based thinking brings strength, because goals, objectives breed strength, and if we focused only on reacting to others tell us or to others present us, we would be always the runner-ups. So this is what I wanted to emphasize: the younger nature of civilizations, that does not imply inferiority, and also the objective-based thinking. Well, thank you very much. Maybe we should ponder on the question whether Poland is not perhaps the last specimen of the Latin civilization. Well, we should also think about what separates us or what make us stand out from the Latin civilization. Konieczny said that in opposition to the Byzantine civilization, to which he included Germany, where the state says, in your private life you can be whatever you want, but in the public life the state dictates what you should do and how you should behave. However, Polishness implies that ethical values should also permeate public life. So it's not like privately we need to follow certain ethical principles, but in the overarching politics all is allowed. This is the denial of the principles of the Latin civilizations, and since the 15th century Poland was permeated with the gene of ethical principles embedded in the public life. We want totalism, said the Konieczny said. What kind of totalism? The Western one from Germany or the Eastern one from Russia? No, he says the totalism of ethical principles based on love for God. So you need to cast a look at the achievements of Konieczny from the 100 years perspective that passed since he did it, he worked, made it. Poland should never try to make a synthesis of the Western and Eastern civilization, but it should commit itself to the Western civilization. But now, in 2022, we should ask ourselves the question whether the Western civilization is still a Latin civilization. What are the constitutive principles of any Latin civilization? Monogamy of marriage. And, well, we know what is happening in the West. It is undermined in various ways, and also the institution of marriage and family is undermined, is being destroyed. The separation of private and public life, this becomes blurred. The European Union in its present shape, oh, by the way, Konieczny has never rejected any form of United States of Europe, as he described it, or a form of cooperation between nations based on the Latin civilization. He believes that the EU is the emanation of Byzantine civilization with its drive to regulate even the smallest aspect of life, without the principle of subsidiarity, according to which the state intervenes only when it is absolutely needed. Instead, we have the drive to regulate pretty much everything using the legal norms. So is this civilization that we see in the West? There is a civilization, definitely. Even the most primitive peoples have civilization, and according to Konieczny, this is not a positive negative affirmation, it is a technical phenomenon, civilization. But is it a Latin civilization still? I believe not. I think that Poland is almost the last, or but the last bulwark of this Latin civilization. Not in all aspects, and not 100%, of course, because the values on which this Latin civilization is founded are undermined by the proposition of ethical values underpinning politics is a very important fact. Konieczny also wrote in his programming guidelines, number 1, he said that Poland should be either Catholic or it will not exist. These words were repeated by the Prime Minister of Poland and by the Pope John Paul II, but it does not mean that the state should interfere in the, well, let's say, life of each and every citizen. But the state and its laws and the whole political system should be based on a foundation composed of Christian values. If we remove this foundation, Polishness will upturn and cease to exist. There is no Polish state, there is no Polishness without Catholic religion. Thank you very much. This is a very nice point of departure. We should understand how Polishness differs from alternatives. On one hand side, we have the ethical preference of ethics over other alternatives. We have this German emanation that becomes the emanation of the EU as a whole, and religion stops being significant. Relativism. This is not the definition of the Byzantine civilization according to Konieczny, because there is a religion, but the state is above that, and it prescribes the laws, religion becoming unimportant.
If religion is supposed to be a part of life, so this is a differentiating factor that sets apart Polishness, and where Poland is the last defender of Latin civilization. But this is not religion-based or church-based civilization. We need to remember there are other ones that are denomination-based, where a religion profoundly interferes into human freedom. It's a different situation. This is why Konieczny believed this is the profound one, because it observed human freedoms. A handful of reflections for you, in the light of what Konieczny spoke and wrote, and in the light of what we are witnessing now, our history. We may conclude that Poland is the only or one of very few nations that follow Latin civilization. Let's have a look. Catholic foundations departure. People of Czechia were infected with Hussites, and they were indifferent religion-wise, and there is the greatest number of atheists in that country. This was the result of Middle Ages departure from Catholic doctrine. Germans' Reformation introduced mentality change in the nation. Konieczny said it was re-Judaization, so taking a few hundred years steps back. England and Anglican Church, departure from Catholicism, and Christ-faithful Christian doctrine, the original one, the basic one. Eastern countries, they've always been indifferent when it comes to religion. They attached no attention to religion, but if any, it was pretty superficial and simplified. It was fear-based rather than genuine. He was speaking about Russia and Ukraine mainly, eastern areas that detached from the church. Speaking about Russia, if we were to explain to our listeners and viewers What's the difference between Polishness and Russianness, according to Koneczny's theory, when he juxtaposes the Turian and Latin civilization? If you could take up the challenge, let me try address this question. Ladies and gentlemen, the differences between Latin Turian civilization, what is most basic is the concept of man, of human. In Latin, it's personalistic one. What does that mean? It means that man is raised for common sense-based behavior, cognition of reality, then steps that are the resultant and rooted in morality. It's about Christian ethics, Catholic ethics, first and foremost. Responsibility and cognition and creative element, there's one more on top of that. Man is supposed to be free, therefore what they see, what they have are the food for creation. Russian civilization, what is that like? In this case, man is part of a machine. I don't know if you remember Mayakovsky saying that man is not worthy alone. They are worthy when in community. There is nothing of this kind in Latin civilization because man is what counts most here. If we labor the point, what is the authorities' attitude toward man and man towards authorities? Authorities believe such people being a part of a machine. Therefore man, well, you can treat them as you wish. If they fit, that's okay. If not, you are rid of. Therefore gulags were created, the martyrdom places were created for the people who did not fit this society. Look at the situation in Poland, and it has been until now. Even if we exchange our opinions, if we argue, if the political debate is a life and death combat, still we have the mentality believing that other person have the right to express their ideas. We respect it. Well, Turian civilization is devoid of. And one more thing. Russian mentality is concentrated on something happening out there. That was the fickle finger of fate, they say. We often use this kind of saying. But it was not the fate, but, well, a negligence. We didn't do a thing. There is a power, a creative power in our civilization. In Turin, there is indifference, because if the authorities do not tell you or do not allow you to do things, then you refrain from doing. Kajetan, Turin civilization, one of the most important elements is the absolute ruler. The state is owned by. There is no difference between public and private law, because ruler owns everything and everybody is a subject to it. There'll be always the Tsar, the first secretary, or the president in the Turian civilization that treats the state as their own, without elites springing from moral, political, or economic development. Conversely, the elites are dependent on the authorities. One stroke of a pen does away with these elites, and militarism is an inherent part of the civilization. If they do not fight, they get rotten, Koneczny says, because this is the essence of civilization. They are expansive. They conquer other lands, not to incorporate into their own structures, but to loot them of any wealth, to subjectivize them, to humiliate them. And we have important present-day context. And Turian civilization exercising their imperial power through Russia. And at the same time, we see Ukraine, where national identity is being created. Ukraine aspires to be a part of the Western world. Latin civilization, too far to say at the moment, but they are heading this direction. The question is, what will be the Western countries' response? Will they try to have Russian nation developed, what can be aided by Poland? Or will the worst features, the anti-civilization, be implanted there? This is the challenge we tried to embrace, defining Polishness through eyes of Konechny. It was the reference to the past. The last notion was the reference to the future. Latin civilization, will it find its bearing in Central and Eastern Europe? Because it's not certain that Latin civilization will survive. They are not everlasting. In addition to the 7 Konechny civilizations, there was a number of other civilizations that ceased to exist. And Latin civilization may share this fate. We say that Poland is the last representative of Latin civilization in Europe, because all other European and national cultures went with the flow. They lost the battle. Poland keeps fighting, looks at the values of our young people. Secularized in a fast pace, which does not mean that we'll see this trend developing in the future. If we try hard, we can change this. Returning to Ukraine, what civilization patterns will it accept? I'll fly off at a tangent a bit, but in the stream of discussion, Ukraine, when trying to respond to Putin's narrative that Ukraine has always been a part of Russia, they have a propaganda movie saying, no, we've not been a part, and there are 2 propaganda elements. I don't know whether you've seen the official film, Christianing. It's not like Putin says, and the Vienna Battle participation is the second one, defending Christian Europe. Ukrainians have highlighted these 2 elements, showing that they are not owned by Putin's civilization. They do not belong to this Turanian civilization. It's a digression, a time to wrap it up. 2 minutes for each of you. The most important message, the nutshell presentation of what Felix Konechny indicated, trying to follow this Polishness theme. Kajetan? One of Felix Konechny's traits was that there was no fake determinism, as he believed, that something is bound to happen and there's no other option. The Latin civilization is crumbling in front of our eyes. It's being devastated in Europe. The question is, how much has the Church retained Latin civilization? How much is it dominated? How much is the Church the carrier of Latin civilization? Despite its universal character, it's not encapsulated in one civilization. But it's not a battle lost. It's worth reaching out to Polish logos versus ethos. Discussion about the meaning and the objective of Poland, 101 years after this work was written, deserves us to ask a question. What's significance of Poland? What's the meaning of Poland? There are many variables laws, and this conference serves the purpose of defining Poland and Polishness, but the basic objective, ethics, and its position in public life remains. Professor.
O to roztrząsanie o celu i znaczeniu Polski.
Speaking about the essence and meaning of Poland that you mentioned, Koneczny said
tego, żeby Polska istniała,
that the existence of Poland is first and foremost based on three pillars: religion, Christian religion, Roman canons of laws, and
filozofia grecka.
Greek philosophy. Greek philosophy is of great significance.
Grecka i rzymska.
Greek and Roman philosophy
Można powiedzieć filozofia personalizmu.
gave rise to Christian personalistic philosophy in early Middle Ages. Boëthius defined a person. Who is a person? It's an individual substance of reason. Therefore, every man is equipped with undeniable laws, laws for freedom, cognition, love, decision of ownership, yet limited by common good.
Tutaj Polska jako kraj, jako naród
Poland,
na gruncie tych fundamentalnych zasad zawsze stała i w związku
has always been the guardian
jeżeli
of
będziemy
these
odchodzić od tych zasad, to z
natural
pewnością nie będzie
principles, and if we turn our back on them,
polskość się
hardly do we stand any chance to sustain Polishness, to enhance Polishness. We'll be facing the opposite tendency.
narody mogą upaść. Narody mogą
Nations may collapse.
wiele narodów.
We have seen many instances of nations or peoples, if we use Koneczny's
potężne, ale już
vocabulary, that used to be magnificent but no longer marked our place on Europe's global map.
wskazówki. Filozofia grecka,
Greek philosophy, Christian religion, and Roman canon of laws are clear indications. Speaking about national unities
jakieś tam państwa ponadnarodowe.
or supranational states, Koneczny,
Którą pan tu przedstawił,
in the book that you were speaking about, presented possibilities like this. In the mid-war period, there were discussions on whether the United States of Europe would be the best option for Europe. What was Koneczny's attitude towards that? He used to say that even if national states are brought together, well, he saw the possibility, but the possibility was conditioned by Latin civilization. So if we retain the values that the Latin civilization principles, only then can we have these unities and supranational states. But if we depart from Christian values, philosophy, hardly any sense is attached to these ones. These mechanisms, top to bottom creation of mechanisms is senseless in a long run. They have to crumble. This is what Koneczny would write about. It's worth recalling. These supranational pushed Commonwealth without society's participation stand no chance. They might have some kind of interim political sense. Somebody may realize their particular interest through these activities, but in the long run it makes no sense. And Doctor? Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to be more precise in one of the opinions that I uttered. We are speaking about Christian religion. Koneczny noticed one thing. Christian religion has become one of the religions, one of the basic religions for Turanian civilizations. Therefore, Christian religion is not the one attached, the prerequisite of Latin civilization. What is important in no, but these two, there is no personalism. When speaking about Polishness, this aspect is very important. Islamists believe in God, one might say. Can they create a civilization that is modeled upon a Latin civilization? Finalism is yet another thing to draw attention to. What is this? As I told you, we need to be objective guided. If we, as Poles, work out objectives, the objectives will not be imposed by somebody else. We might have our individual goals and goals for other nations. It's important to remember, connection speaking about historicism, the idea of the Republic of Poland. What was that? It was the idea juxtaposed with imperial. One. Read Gal Anonymous Chronicles. What is the dialogue with Bolesław? What kind of language they use? Where what tries to impose their power, and there is Bolesław's response: I won't be your servant, I won't be your subject. And when speaking about Polishness, heritage, and the Republic of Poland, that was against imperialism, be it Turkish, Russian, or German, or Swiss imperialism. Because Koneczny indicated that when we are speaking about the forefront of Christianity, we often forget that we are fighting against Sweden, fighting for our civilization, not only against Islam. What is interesting, the democratic Great Manifesto in France, the leftist part, they said that Poland's objective is to disseminate civilization amongst Slavic countries, and Poland was destroyed by Russian absolutism. We need to pay attention to this. And one more aspect related to Polishness, as described by Koneczny, for your and our freedom. In the name of God, Joachim Lelevel added that. In the name of God, for your and our freedom. When respecting freedom, we want to give freedom to others. And to finish off, something that sprung to my mind. Poles going to Haiti with French army. They were fighting against the people of Haiti, but yet they arrived at the conclusion that the locals were fighting for freedom. They switched sides, and there are sentiments for Poland. There are Polish names. Thank you very much to our panelists.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you so much.
Szanowni Państwo,
Now, ladies and gentlemen,
przejdziemy teraz do kolejnej rozmowy.
let's move swiftly to the next conversation. Do we need a break in between?
Możemy od razu?
Can we start immediately?
O, jest z nami
Yes,
pan
please.
profesor
We
Andrzej
have
Nowak.
Professor
Panie
Andrzej Nowak
profesorze,
with
czy pan nas
us.
słyszy?
Can you hear us, Professor? Excellent. Thank you so much.
Witamy pana profesora Andrzeja Nowaka. Szanowni
good
Państwo,
morning to
ja
you.
zawsze jestem
Welcome
niezwykle
to
szczęśliwy,
Professor
jak mogę
Nowak.
rozmawiać z panem
Always
profesorem, mogę
pleased
wysłuchać
and
pana
happy
profesora.
when I have the
Dla tych z
opportunity
państwa,
to speak with the
którzy nie
professor.
wiedzą, chociaż
For those of you
tutaj
who
nie sądzę, że takich nie ma. Pan profesor Andrzej
don't
Nowak,
know it,
tychowski
well, I
historyk,
don't think
autor
there's
dziejów
such
Polski.
uninformed people in this room. Professor Novak is a researcher of the Polish history. He represents
Instytut Historii BAN w
Jagiellonian
Warszawie,
University.
sowietolog,
He
kawaler
is also a
Orderu
member of the Polish
Orła
Academy
Białego,
of Science.
autor mojej
and
ulubionej
he
audycji,
is
zawsze to podkreślam,
the
Historia Żywa, którą serdecznie przy okazji
person
polecam, i wielu
awarded
wspaniałych
the White
książek.
Eagle Order.
Panie profesorze,
And he also
polskość.
is also
Dzisiaj
an
motywem
author
przewodnim
of
naszej konferencji jest
absolutely
polskość.
magnificent
I
books.
chcielibyśmy pana profesora
Professor,
zapytać,
the topic of our
czym
conference
pana
is
opinię jest
Polishness. So we wanted to ask you this question. What is Polishness in your opinion? Thank you for inviting me to your meeting. Of course, the answer to the question of the conference within 30 minutes that I was allotted would be very superficial. But I'll nevertheless try to give you that answer in several sentences. Due to the challenges of the contemporary times as well as our history that goes back many ages. So the first thing is the phenomenon apostasy. The apostasies of various celebrities that were made so vocal in the media are associated with something that has no formal shell, but it also has something to do with apostasy from Polishness. This wave of emancipation from Polishness, let me put it this way, this is what the people who escape from Polishness call it, started from the end of 1980s. This has been another growing phenomenon weighing over our ideological horizon. 1980s saw a tiredness of the martial law and hope that people from outside would come and actually liberate us, because we have already consumed all our resources, and maybe the Gorbachev and the European Union in the making would save us. This is what Donald Tusk in 1987 wrote in the Znak magazine. I think you should revisit this article from time to time, because it basically a good diagnosis of those who want to depart from Polishness. The declaration that Donald Tusk made at that time, that Polishness is abnormality, an anomaly, is an attempt of a dialogue with emptiness, with full of hussars and victories and defeats. The victories, no, there were no victories. Polishness is about defeats only. This is a very important statement by Donald Tusk. So the escape from Polishness, escape from defeats. I will not dwell anymore on this text by Donald Tusk. I will come back to that text in my summary. But I should draw your attention to the fact that it was not a single such voice. 4 years later, while the intellectual champions of that community, Professor Marcin Król, wrote that Poland was not a normal country throughout its history. In order to become normal, Poland needs to forget about itself. And the most vocal call for apostasy was made by Janusz Palikot, the vice president of PO at that time, in 2012, quoted verbatim, "It is now time to tell the Poles that they should renounce Polishness." End of quote. So I believe that the state of their spirits merits reflection. Why was it that such a hostility towards Polishness was born? Why does it lead to such nihilism that is impossible in any other European country? I think we should also quote one more statement from those times that is very convergent with the previous ones. When Marcin Kron, when Donald Tusk formulated the opinions early in 1990s, there was an interview to the Fronda Monthly by Alexander Dugin, today well-known ideologist of Russian imperialism. And in the interview with Mr. Gurny in mid-1990s, Dugin said that those who live here along the Vistula River, they are allowed to live on, but they should relinquish Christianity first. They should revert to their pagan roots from before Christianity, and secondly, they should also renounce affiliation with independence. So these are the two things that aggressive imperial Russia and the person of Mr. Dugin expects. Relinquish Christianity, try to find your identity in the pre-Christian times, perhaps. So this is a very crucial element that defines Polishness. There is no Polishness in the pre-Christian times, and there is no Polishness without Christianity. It does not mean that there is impossible for a non-Christian person who was not baptized to be a Pole. But if you do not choose Christianity, if you do not choose to respect Christianity and what it did to Poland, you cannot be a Pole anymore. Because as opposed to France or Germany or Hungary, Sweden or any other Scandinavian Nordic countries, and from Russia in particular, Poland has no pre-Christian history. There is no Polish state before the baptism of Poland was convened or was carried out. We had some knowledge about the tribes that dwelt or lived in the lands of contemporary Poland, but they didn't call themselves Poles. In the year 1000, in the Book of Life of Saint Adalbert, made upon the testimony of Adalbert's brother, this strange coincidence of the word Poland, Polonia, being born with the adoption of baptism, appears in the same point in time where the Christian mission was formulated. It opens us for the Latin influence that Professor Konechny spoke about. And this deed is actually combined with a mission, because Adalbert says, I come from Poland, from the Prince Boleslav, to baptize you, to convert you into Christianity. This is what Adalbert told the Prussians. So our ancestors assumed or adopted, embraced Christianity with a mission to give it down the line, to give it to the others. So this is the specific phenomenon of combination of Christianity with Polishness. It's not that other nations don't have this tradition, and sometimes it is even richer than ours. But no nation, I think, starts only with Christianity. So there is no alternative for Polishness outside of Christianity. There cannot be Poland that is not Christian. Another thing that we can see clearly here is that bond between the Polish identity with the mission of carrying onwards what came with Christianity. So carrying forward the tradition and the way of life of Christian Europe. It is definitely connected with the geographical location on the border between two cultures, between the Byzantine culture, if we may depart for a bit away from the Konechny's, Professor Konechny's divisions, there is definitely Russian civilization, and regardless how we define that borderline that separates us from the East, there is definitely a civilizational border which has something to do with Russia adopting Christianity from Byzantine Empire. So that border location with the Christian identity is very important for Poland. Another definition thing about Polishness is independence. One can argue that every historically existing nation or state or country values their independence. They would emphasize the importance of independence for them. But the meaning of independence for Poland is particular in the sense that its location on the borderline between two civilizations is combined with a challenge of emergence of Poland as a community after the baptism between two biggest neighbors, Rus in the east, or Ruthenia in the east, and Germany, a German kingdom, which has been for several decades a center of the Latin European Empire. So these are the two largest and strongest cultural communities that had been in existence before Poland came to prominence. There were also Western Slav tribes that were destroyed by the Germans. There are also the Prussian, who also destroyed by the German drunk from the Baltic direction, and also from the east by the Russians or Ruthenians. But Poland has found itself following the stereotype between the Russian world and the German world. The Russian world constituting a separate entity, and the German world, which attempts to be made tantamount to the European culture, because the German kingdom is a center of power in the European Empire. So this breeds a particular tension that you should become aware of when you ponder on the Polish independence and its meaning, significance. Also, if you want to understand our location vis-a-vis that of Europe, the previous speakers were pondering on the Polish specificity vis-a-vis Russia and Russian in the Russian world. I believe that the biggest difference is that Russia can exist outside Europe, even though some argue that Russia has connections with Europe, bonds with Europe, very important ones from the 18th century. But Russia has certain aspects that mandate it to exist in confrontation with Europe, and Poland has no such possibility. There have been voices, there have been opinions that we can be outside of Europe. I don't mean by Europe the current European communities or European Union, but I mean by this a cultural commonwealth that has been in existence for at least 2,000 years. So Poland cannot exist outside Europe. And that is why there are two possible answers to that coercion that our history and our location breed. One is that we accept our status as a peripheral country. The center would be in the west of us, and we should obey the instructions that come from that center. And we remain a peripheral country, the recipient of orders. The alternative answer to that would be to continue our mission towards the east, as the life of Saint Adalbert is showing. We should conduct this mission together with all other nations that constitute Europe. We have the same rights and obligations as Germans, the French, Hungarians, Italians, and other nations which constitute Europe, which are younger or older than the Polish nation. Those duties boil down to us laboring for the continuation and expansion of the European civilization, resting on two fundamentals, the Greek and the Roman ones. And if we forget about this duty and the law, and the right that we have as part of that legacy, we can assume the status of the people that were liberated from slavery, or the slaves as well, subject to the instruction of the race of dominators. And now that moves me to the third issue, apart from Christianity and independence, which also harks back on the notion of our mission. This third phenomenon that is so characteristic of Polishness is freedom. Freedom, you might argue, is at the core of the European experience. It is not a Polish specificity. True, Koneczny, whose thought you were kind to recall, spoke about individual freedoms, but what makes this freedom very intense in the Polish experience is that specific, peculiar Polish historical way that the community passed. This way was drawn up prophetically by the first political Polish writer, the Master Vincent. He wrote a book which is now being discovered by specialists as phenomenal book, containing a plethora of political thoughts and giving the rise to admiration for his wit and cultivity.
Master Vincente put not the blood relations in the center of Polishness or Lechishness, as he would call it, not the origin, opposed to all Europe's writers. He does not seek unity rooted in descendants from the paradise, Noah's children, or the second genealogy that was present in Chronicles from Hector's disciples, Homeric Iliad heroes. Master Vincente finds the beginning of Lechia, that is Poland, in an agreement, free agreement with free people they elect. They are bound with the same laws and rights. The agreement that is symbolized by Krak's state creation, the beginning. There's this kind of agreement, a contract between the master and the people. Not only the subject are they become citizens because this binds both parties of the agreement. It is law-based. And when you read Chronicles, you are surprised how often we've got the citizen or Republic of Poland notion interchangeably with a Pole, the member of Lechit state or Poland. A Pole is a citizen. This is the abbreviation that appears well ahead of the times, coined by Master Vincente. Was it much ahead of the times? Not really. Let us remember when he was born, sometime mid-12th century, there was a document released in Wielkopolska and the civis Polonis, the citizen of Poland. No other nation, no other document bears the word a citizen of England, Italy, Germany. They are citizens of particular cities. This is a European phenomenon to see self-governance of cities that had been developing for centuries before Poland came into being. But the citizen of the whole nation, as it is used by those in England or France, nowhere else was this phenomenon found. It was developing in Poland. We are short of time to present context and circumstances related to that. But it endures and intensifies with the Piast dynasty dying out. Elections. Poles elect a ruler. Starting 1370, one might say, because Louis of Hungary was introduced based upon a contract that expanded Polish kingdom's privileges and by the same token the gentry, the free people, and they are expanded for tax stability reasons. 1374 kosher the benefits so that Jadwiga, sister of Louis the Hungry, is elected to the Polish throne, and Jogaila and consecutive ones are elected. That's no later than 1385 when Jogaila is selected to be the husband of Jadwiga and therefore the King of Poland. And this continued for 400 years. Well, it ceased to be free at the beginning of the 18th century, but this continues for 350 years of free Poland to see elected kings. And this it marks the beginning of the union. The elites were ready and subjected to exercise this duty. And on the other side, there is the Grand Duke of Lithuania. There is yet another union after Kraw. Not one ruler is attracted, but the whole and diversified Lithuanian elite. Union of 1413 of Rodwo, where 50 families of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania are accepted. This is the union in freedom, in privileges that were developed in the Kingdom of Poland. Freedom is believed to expand. That Poland is the community of freedom. This is the key for understanding of Polishness. Free will, voluntary is the key. It's a simple key. I don't want to use the word a skeleton key, but the simplest key that you can open the door of understanding Poland, Polishness. The good that is selected or chosen by us. We have not created our own. It had been created by those who came before of us. But we can continue this if we decide to be a part of this community. We agree, we enter it, we know that it's great, it's a good creating community. But if we do not want to do it, we can do what Donald Tusk, Marcin Król, Janusz Paryk proposed. You can give up on Polishness. This is the essence. There's no coercion of accepting Polishness. Anybody can join if you respect Christianity, independence, Polish freedom, if we accept the heritage and the obligations that is brought about with this heritage, the cultural obligations that stems from Christianity, freedoms and independence merged together. It seems to be very important as the fourth element. The element that is present in every community in history, namely culture, because a culture, any culture, is a factor that defines communities that last longer than one generation. It's a transmission factor. Polish culture has been developing for over 1,000 years, and it enriches the heritage. It makes us richer when we want to accept it, but it makes broadly defined European culture richer. Our culture taps into European culture, what preceded Christ, St. Paul, Socrates, Thucydides, Tacit. You can enumerate myriads of them. No sense to make this list, to pronounce this extensive list. This is our indebtedness towards the culture that we became a part of once we were Christianed by Rome. Poland has paid off the debts for 1,000 years, ever since we had Saint Abelard's witness. It was not a Pole, it was a German from Frankfurt who was very much for Poland. He wrote it to present Polishness. The Anonymous was not a Pole either, but he presented the basic principle of Polishness that is rooted in independence, as mentioned by outstanding four speakers in the discussion. It was the galas that marked it. It all started by those who came, who joined us to help our ancestors out to create highbrow culture, to elevate our imagination. The culture has been developing gradually. The first author or female author was Gertruda, who was the daughter of Mieszko, the daughter of Bolesław Chrobry, who wrote her wonderful prayers for support of son and husband. These are the traces, first traces of original creation written by a woman, which is of significance. This creation, not only do we have written scripts, though the language is the most important element of culture and individual culture. You cannot be a Pole if you do not value the language, if you do not know the language, because you've lost the language as the result of multi-generation persecutions, as it was the case of Russia, or you might have lost the language because you emigrated for money or for political reasons many generations ago. Yet, if you do not respect Polish language and words, you detach yourselves from spiritually. The respect for Polish language stems from what is popular in the tradition. Like, for example, Christmas carols that are 200, 400, 500 years old and are respected, and these carols respect spirit of freedom, of Christianity, of hope, of Polishness. And these are human, European thoughts, works, and literature. Kochanowski, Mickiewicz, Leśmian, Miłosz, and Herbert. These works are not inferior to human creation expressed in other languages. But if we forget about Polishness, we look disparagingly about it, these works will not be able to survive. Why? Because what is the most precious in literary work is truly universal, yet intranslatable in the artistic expression. Leśmian, the greatest poet of the 20th century, in my opinion, cannot be translated into any other language without losing the value based on phenomenal, flexible, and expressive Polish language. It pertains to other artists who are Poles. Luckily enough, there is this branch of creation that is devoid of language, like music and visual arts. And what has sprung out of Polishness has left a trace. Otherwise, Polish culture would have been less worthy, like Chopin's creation. We wouldn't have had it with his desire and his longing to Polish willows, to Mazovia, to what he experiences the cultural world. Henryk Mikołaj Górecki, the Third Symphony, the greatest hit of the last 50 years in classical music, that is strongly attached with the message. This is a universal lamentation of mother over a deceased son, like every Stabat Mater expression, yet based on specific, peculiar Polish experience. This is the lamentation that is inscribed on the walls of Zakopane-based torture plays, like the one in Świętokrzyskie region that refers to the suffering mother and her son. This is intertwined in the culture of individual nation, intranslatable yet universal in its message. We can speak about creators at length, artistic, visual arts, language, music. If we say Polishness is abnormality, if we say so, we become poorer, we become barbarians, giving up on the heritage. If we discard carols, Mickiewicz, Kochanowski, Słowacki, and we impoverish European and general human culture, if we discard our Polishness. This is what is at stake when discussing about Polishness. Polishness is not a fight for freedom, for observance of our borders, but you can defend emptiness, as Donald Tusk said, if we do not value what has been created here for 1,000 years in the spiritual domain and the domain that can describe culture. If we don't understand this, we can say, why should we defend independence? It makes no sense to fight for the void. And only then do we arrive at the conclusions drastically expressed by the end of the 17th century ideas that marks the beginning of the crisis. Why not giving up on this Polishness? It might be more comfortable somewhere else if we want to advance in a hierarchy, that is recognized as absolute value. And this earthly hierarchy, because this is what we are speaking about, if this hierarchy is located outside Poland, you need to be Poland emancipated. It is the 17th century phenomenon when Polish democracy suffered a crisis, when Poland was heroic, freeing itself from Swedish influx. But it was a moment of doubt whether this specific place will survive on the map of Europe when clashing against Islamic, Swedish, Russian imperialism related to respective religions. This moment of doubt was coupled with internal Polish freedom crisis. This is a specific conflict of Polishness. It characterizes Polish experience. This Polishness that is so deeply rooted in this Polish my freedom is believed to be most important, especially when in danger of being abused by the ruler, by the king. It was the fear that our own authorities can enslave us. So we focus on weakening it without speaking of consequences. This independence stayed afloat, it seemed. Jan III Sobieski. It was rickety because this culture of civic freedom above all continued. It turns a blind eye on freedom. There is the abuse of freedom and therefore the use by the neighbors. And this is the moment when Poles start to look through somebody else's perspective. It's a very important moment. At the verge of 17th and 18th century, we can see it, and Enlightenment era is when it dwells on. We can see Polishness as abnormality. This is the moment when the power of political and military development of France, which is an exemplary of absolutist power in Europe that dominates on the western part of the continent, and there is Moscow that is pushing from this Petersburg, Russia, enters Europe with Enlightenment notions as a part of this civilization. Only then we have specific manipulation with Polishness exposed from the outside to bring out anything that is wrong and bad in Polish experience, being as the base basic definition feature. And this is how we reach, without presenting the evolution for a number of centuries, to the situation where Polishness is comprehended as anti-Semitism, Russian fear, third, Polnische Wirtschaft, and fourth, Polish lunatic, suicidal attempts, Polish romanticism juxtaposed with other normal realism. All these elements of experience indicated by this critical remark are rooted in what Alexander Dugin expressed, and I was referring to him initially. He was the advisor of modern post-Poles. It is rooted in what was clearly expressed by Voltaire in the 18th century, who wrote for the benefit of those who were engaged in the partition of Poland, where Polishness is represented by Plika Polonika, that is a separate notion in French encyclopedia. Polish backwardness, something ugly. Fanatism, religious fanatism, this Plika Polonika, the gentry swears by knives, not the swords. It is stereotypical presentation by Voltaire in front of a nigger holy mother.
This is in a nutshell how Voltaire describes Polishness, and how his followers also view the Polishness. Not only those who are paid by the occupiers, but also by Poles who just follow them. I would think that I should be wrapping up slowly, not to trespass on your patience. And doing this, I'd like to remind you two characteristics of this state of affairs. One comes from a poem by Jaki, the Agamemnon's group. The 3 verses that every Pole should learn by heart. Poland, you are being eluded with little shiny, glistery things. And you should never go for the cheap, glistening stuff, especially that goes for the politicians. It is either then that you just unfold this peacock's tail, or you just do it as a parrot. You just repeat after what other people tell you to do. In both cases, you are serving other nations' interests, because the choice of Polishness is not about following the choice of peacock's tail, nor it is about following, passive following, and being subjugated to following of the someone else's master plan. Our tragic experience involving occupation by our mighty neighbors results from the belief that Donald Tusk expressed, that we have lost our history, that our history is full of defeat, and you should embrace the notion that other peoples have it better, and that you are just subject to other nations who are at a higher level of history or their generation, depending on how you look at it. So you should really ponder on the question whether the Polish history is indeed a history of defeat, as Donald Tusk expressed that. please note that in this big, great geopolitical struggle where the two communities, Germanic and Russian, oppose Poland from both sides, the central Germanic community has been destroyed by the French from the West, and for 200 years this community ceased to exist. The mighty France could not successfully resolve its problem of neighborship with Germany. However, Poland, neighboring on Germany, which of course affected our course of the history by, let's say, partaking the partitions of Poland in the last 200 years. Poland was successful over the past 700 years of its history to accomplish something magnificent, something extraordinary. Poland has destroyed the Russian Eastern Slavic community. We don't have anymore, as a neighbor, a huge Eastern Slavic Byzantine Empire. Rather that we have Ukraine, Belarus and Lithuania. Lithuanian, with all due respect to the small nation, couldn't have existed if not Poland just defending it against this mighty onslaught of the Russian community, which would dissolve this little people of Lithuania. Today, both countries are still the bulwark. Belarus is the bulwark of Russia, and the other country, Ukraine, is now the fortification of our civilization against Russia. So that this having happened is a very good testimony of the Polish successful impact on those lands from the 16th century until the mid of 19th century. Although Poland has ceased to exist as a state, the Polish influence still goes on, including freedom of local parliaments, and the freedom anchored in a contract between the people and the monarch, rather than absolute monarchy. So this history has a completely different result, if you like. But it's not about defeats anymore. Of course, the defeat was a prevalent sensation after the fall of the January uprising in 1871. This history is a history of victory that we should carry on, that we should deepen, and we need to deepen the presence of Christianity in Europe. Especially we should expand its effect over the Eastern Europe so that Polishness can win. And first and foremost, we'll need Polishness to win in our hearts and minds. And the last thought of mine, we are confronted with the following dilemma. People that I quoted cast a doubt on Polishness. Therefore, I'd like to quote a part of a poem by Zbigniew Herbert. There is only one land, and there are many seasons over this with fights and so on. This nihilistic perspective where we renounce Polishness as well as Europeanity as we follow biology and bodily instinct. We reduce ourselves to the culture of insects, for which culture has no significance. We are aware that culture may lead to various biases and conflicts, but the alternative to our heritage, which is called Polishness in our case, that was won and defended in this very location on the globe, the alternative to this biological carrying on survival is something that cannot be dismissed with a simple gesture. And Herbert, as a poet, in another poem, weighing out various arguments, writes that this bloody knot should be the last one, and so forth. So those who see Polishness as a void, I should refer to another poet's poem, one of the greatest of the 20th century, which has not been translated into very many languages, by the name of Bolesław Leśmian. The speaker quotes the poem. Well, if you don't want to be barbarians, you should revert to Poland, unless you are reduced to the level of insects fighting for survival. Along these lines, I mean. Thank you very much.
Panie profesorze, bardzo serdecznie,
Professor,
bardzo serdecznie panu
thank
profesorowi
you very much.
dziękujemy. To zasłużone brawa dla pana profesora.
Oh, thank you too. Big rounds of applause to Professor.
Do kolejnego punktu to
Can
zapraszam
we move on to the next
Tarmasa.
item of our agenda? Dr. Marcin Tarmas will be with us,
Prowadzi rozmowę.
and he will moderate the next conversation.
Bardzo mi cieszę, że pan jest. Ja już tutaj zabieram przed panu już oddaję tutaj. Tak. Za sekundkę, dobrze? Tylko tutaj już.
Dzień dobry. Nazywam się Marcin Darmas.
Good morning, I'm Marcin Darmas and I represent Polish Radio Channel 3 and I'm fortunate to moderate this meeting with Professor Chantal Del Sol. A few words on our participants. Chantal Del Sol, most of her publications have been translated into Polish.
Cała jej ta współczesna eseistyka jest
All her contemporary essays have been translated to Polish, so I assume that you are familiar with it. Madame Del Sol has been connected with the Marne Valley University, where she established Hannah Arendt's research desk, and she's also a member of the Moral and Political Science Academy. You can also read publications, analyses by Chantal Del Sol in Le Figaro and also in the Le Valeur Actuelle magazine. She is a political philosopher, and her last reflections deal with ideological and political transformations in the contemporary Western civilization. Good afternoon, it's a great honor to speak to you. We couldn't hear you for a moment. No, we can hear you very, very well. It's great to meet again here in Warsaw. Unfortunately, you're in Paris rather than with us here, but it is always a great honor to speak to you, Professor. As well as listening to your thoughts. The organizers have proposed to reflect on European identity. Or rather, what is the European spirit? I believe that this is a very topical question, and it is at the core of your political reflections, and has been for the past 20 years, I believe. I can recall a book that influenced me a lot. Which was a very important book to me, and I think that reflections on the status and on the condition of the European culture has been reflected in your most recent publications. I have an impression, I'm under impression that your view on the contemporary Western culture is rather pessimistic. I should give you the floor for about 30 minutes and then we'll follow up with a conversation. Professor, the floor is yours. Good afternoon, dear friends. It is great that I can speak French, which is much more convenient to me than speaking English. I'd like to talk about the Western culture, Western European culture, in a sense that was used as a part of the colloquium, namely universalism. You alluded to pessimism. Well, realism, I would call it. I am not in a state of desperation when I am trying to describe the current situation. Over 200 years, the Western culture aspired to a universal status for the whole globe, and it has a trait of mission of conquest, as we can remember Pericles brought democracy to the cities he conquered, and Christians also conducted the crusades in the name of the truth. So this is a new dimension of proselytism of the apostles of human rights. So this is a continuation of previous missions after Peter the Great, who attempted to bring Russia over to Western civilization. There were also other generations of politicians who did just that. More or less voluntary occidentalization happened, and even the most brutal regimes claim of themselves to be democratic. The Western world admonished everyone on human rights, stating that it defends democracy. Also, the Chinese claim to be Democrats, so there was a certain virtue connected to the Western values. That was called, the right approach. Some technical problems on the line. The Chinese claim that in the 18th century they used to be the initiator of enlightenment. So this was true indeed at the turn of centuries. Professor, excuse me. There are very strong problems with the sound.
That was the problem associated with the screen that I'm using. For less than 20 years, the Western message's perception has changed. It's, on continents, China, Muslim countries, neighboring countries, Russia. Yet there is a novelty. For the first time ever, we have faced those who oppose to our model. They use arguments that justify other societies than ours. We have external cultures that undermine universal principles that we wanted to show to the world, who believe these to be a result of ideology. These kind of accusations were present before, but it's the first time that we discard this universalistic attitude on our side. It changes geopolitical situation. It is not an ideological attitude. Individualism and the landscape we're in is undermined, because individualism is the landscape that we work in. This is an unprecedented situation. We have different poles that use different analogies, different arguments. They defend small and bigger communities. The holistic world appeared. We had single pole world, now it's multipolar world. As N. Tilton would say, we need to see the anti-Western movement, how big it is, where it is expressed, which opens the new era. We have two competing paradigms: Western, liberal, globalistic libertarianism that faces a number of cultures. So, where is set of arguments that reflect what was said in Renaissance. Chinese rulers stigmatized authoritarian authorities with the use of the same arguments as we could see in 19th century with Domestre and Bonald and other French thinkers. This could also be found with other thinkers in Europe. Alexander Dugin calls the movement Conservative Russian Revolution. It is associated with anti-modernistic German stream from the beginning of the 20th century. But today, in today's Western world, sees the internal antithesis in non-liberal opponents who are willing to combine their powers with external enemies. Some bring forces with Putin in CE countries. We have collaboration with China in some CE countries. And some stream in Russia want to make an alliance with Islamic world. The Enlightenment world has always found opponent inside our borders very often. There is yet another attempt of discarding. It is very strong and multifarious. Western countries shared the world. And colonized countries were supposed to look like us. Literature, extensive literature was written on positives and negatives of Occidentalization. Now it is this Occidentalization, the discard of it. It's a step back of universalistic legitimization. So Western standards are discarded. They are focused around these topics. There are new models. So we need to ask a question about our universal status. What is it worth? Many Muslim countries in 20th century started a serious modernization. You could see that when, for example, women were taking off face covers. It's a very important question. Then, starting 1980s, there was radicalization in many Muslim countries, especially past 2020. This is against Western hegemony and claims of the Western world and the customs of the Western world. There are certain difficulties among Muslims to accept modern values that are desired. On the other hand, they are discarded. There were many debates whether Islamic terrorism is radicalization of Islam or Islamization of radicalism. This is the beginning of our quest, this or that way. The radical, anti-Occidental expression wants to restore the old Islamic community in the name of Islamic holicism. This is organistic approach, as it was the case in all historic communities, not in Western world, transition toward the agreement-based society where solidarity is based on will. The Western world fully accepted this. It was a social contract, a switch from holistic to individual approach, a switch towards the one that is based on social contract is envied and discarded at the same time. Therefore, the Muslim world is turning towards Islamism to oppose to the threats to the region. We can see in our outskirts of the city, full face cover is often present to protect against today's society. These values were often perceived as pretexts from Asiatic autocracies to retain autocracy. But I think that this argument is weak and impoverished. Asiatic value discord is supposed to propose different understanding, different anthropology, where humans are social creatures before they are individual creatures, defined by relations, not autonomy. Document number 9. and the author of the document has been imprisoned because of that. Chinese authorities speak about ideological opponents. I've got a feeling that you put the sheets of paper on the microphone and therefore there is horrible noise. Sorry for jumping in. You're right in what you're saying. It's better. Oh, it's really okay now. Document number 9. Chinese authorities speak about ideological enemies, distribution of powers, multi-party system, general elections, independent judiciary system. They discard Western ideas regarding journalism, that is freedom of press, history-related nihilism, remembrance, which may lead to acceptance of Maoistic revolution, and Chinese dissidents are said to be infiltrated by external powers and therefore disseminate Western values. And these concepts distract people from the right way they should go. In order to sustain right policy, the ban on the internet, the media, and freedom of writing, and the party's obligation and expectance of support. This is expressed online. You can Google it out. Document number 9. Personal freedoms are rejected. There is the conviction that the government and the party know it better than people, what is the pivot of good of the people. Freedom of speech, personal freedoms, democracy, freedom to counteract are described as the door that is left ajar for anarchy, nihilism, and mess. Therefore, personal freedoms are not in line with harmonious development of the nation. This conviction of the Chinese has been present always and therefore comes as no surprise. So you should sacrifice your personal freedoms, which are of no significance when there is no idea of a person, and there is no idea of a person in China. Therefore, personal freedoms are not possible, in other words. 19th century anti-modernism charged the Enlightenment values. The arguments reverberated eternal Chinese arguments. Freedom is order, a threat to social order and joint objective. Document number 9 attacks all freedoms, freedoms of press, economic freedom. This is the node, that is the pivot for this kind of rejection. Over 200 years, we have seen a burning question whether we should occidentalize. How much of westernization can we have? Can we accept what is the best in the West and reject the rest? Can we modernize without occidentalizing? The debate continues. We've seen it in Russia. For 200 years, there's been an ongoing debate between those who were for occidentalization and those who were for the Western world. This can be clearly seen owing to the turbulent nature of the debate. The Western countries might be naive, believing that they conquered the world, offering their own notions. Holistic approach is still here. For many years, different places of the earth have witnessed changes triggered by Western countries' fascination, but this is now over, at least for some time. Are we disillusioned, unable to become like others? I don't know. These are the facts that are difficult to explain. Not the external cultures is what we are facing, the ones that want to imitate, want to inculturate. We have external cultures that are proud of their differences. ready to discredit or discard the values that we presented as gifts for them. We long believed in bringing universal values that might have replaced old customs that are repeated by the power of habit, and we bring the new world, the gospel, the good news, which is the gospel at the end of the day, the gospel that all the countries have expected, the nations that have been dominated, that have been pressed by hierarchies of all kinds. Now we present different value scales offered by humanity. There are different civilizational solutions that are brought together in debate whenever engaged with discussion with the Western world. Modernistic requirements. They discard emancipation, individualism. These cultures believe that Western postmodernism is the world you cannot live in. It's a loony world. Persons do not have the roots they need. And the West wanted to impose this different model, and the model is rejected now. We might have seen extreme development in the West. Some find us unbearable because we introduce huge turmoil in the Western world. Many cultures are ready to accept freedom of press to imitate the West. Not necessarily are they ready to take social reforms on board. Our culture can be accepted when it results in other streams, internal and external both. Now we are facing a conflict, not a conflict of civilization, but a conflict of anthropological paradigms, individualism and holism that clash. So we need to spare a thought what to do with that. This Western rejection is a response to the recent Western world's changes, not necessarily is this connected with the substance of the world, extreme forms of development of the world. So we might think, what is the vision of the Western world that is undermined? Why does it reject internal cultures, including some of our own culture? Modern thinking, contemporary thinking has changed for 100 years. Humanistic approach resulted in humanitarian postmodernist approach. The conflicts we have had in different areas of cultures are easier to understand when we look at the revolution. The postmodernist world vision is fully expressed in European documents and European discourse, which can be called a thought about human rights. Before 1989, the Western world presented itself as the human rights defender. It was the communist time, human rights protection. It was what defined us. When both totalitarian regimes disappeared past 1989, there was a short period of euphoria that continued until 2001. And there was a time when people from the Western countries could believe that it was easy to implement democratic systems inherited from our old democracies. As if totalitarianism was the only obstacle before the global kingdom of human rights appears. We need to say that the Western world was embezzled with the image they disseminate, that they are the object of our desire. So we can believe that this is the attitude towards the future depicted by communism. Václav Havel once said, overdose of democracy. As Fukuyama said, democracy is the end of history. After the Berlin Wall collapse, we could see the reformulation, and other opponents, not totalitarian ones, appeared. They are different opponents, enemies. This new configuration resulted in postmodernist thinking being more apparent, additional ideological clash. The fight against communism continued for 15 years. The enemy was pretty radical. The enemy was scary. It was a bag of lies. But it resulted in the fact that we became simpler. Our message was simplified. It was simplified. There was absolute evil on the other side and absolute good on our side. In this world, it does not appear. And we have to juxtapose human rights, not only with communism, but also Nazism and Islamism. But these are much of a simplification, because you say that you face the devil. What sets us apart from China or Putin's Russia is a more subtle of a thing. Human rights, we think about it differently compared to what we thought about 100 years ago. Paul Louis Lansbell, General Monnier. Ever since then, everything changed.
Now we need to face the external cultures, which made the thought become more radical. One. Now, transformation is about humanitarianism. Humanism means believing in putting the man in the center of things from the material and moral perspectives. When it comes to his dignity and responsibility, the classical Western thought stemming from the Christian and Jewish roots creates humanism. Even if enlightenment dethroned the man. But it did happen. We are no more in the humanistic part. We believe that after 3 revolutions by Galileo, Darwin, and Freud, the man was dethroned. So these are narcissistic frames that express it. And also they bring relief, because if we see an over-arrogant individual, that brings us relief. And we accept that humanism rejoicefully. It is a transformed humanism. Humanism has gained a different meaning, and it should be perhaps qualified by other words. Maybe it's about philanthropy, which is about love for others and compassion for others. We find philanthropy in all cultures, but humanism is purely Judeo-Christian. So I would say we can speak about humanitarian faith that is more modern notion than philanthropy. So postmodernism, definitely, I'm not rejoicing over that, but it cut itself free from the Judeo-Christian and humanistic cultures, which used to place the man above all other types of existence. So we can see that in a very undisciplined way, we are on the way towards pantheism. Pantheism helped Indians express their philanthropy as well. However, humanitarianism encapsulates all our thoughts and beliefs, but humanism becomes further and further away from us. We speak, for example, about animal rights, which becomes fashionable, and we departed from the sound concept of human rights. Now, to wrap things up, let me recall that strange statement by Vladimir Putin in the height of the conflict in Ukraine. He emphasized, what did Putin emphasize? He said that children in the Western world should be free to change their gender, which is stupid because you cannot change your gender. So we say this was what Putin. What Putin said was we don't want the Western supremacy, overreaction, exaggeration. So this is what I wanted to tell you. I'd like to learn your opinions. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor, for this intriguing presentation of the new opposition that you refer to in your latest statements, namely the individualism of the West and confrontation of it with the holistic paradigm that's knocking up on our door. You spoke about China in your presentation. At the end of your presentation, you also alluded to Russia. Now, my question is about Russia, especially in the context of today. I think this question is of great importance. Until the 24th February 2022, the general perception in Europe and in the US was the feeling of shame for yourselves. There was this wokeism culture. People decided that they want to understand the roots and become ashamed of that. Why? This is because people who advocate wokeism claim that the Western spirit, it was the Western spirit who led up to colonialism, patriarchate, colonialism, and from the 24th of February 2022, however, this shame gave way to fear. This is at least my impression. There is no shame anymore. What emerged instead is fear, existential, physical fear of what might happen to the Western world. In your perspective, Professor, the Europeans or the Western world, did they grasp, as of the 24th February, did they begin to understand that the Western European world, this transcendental European space, is in mortal danger? Did we understand it, or are we still ashamed of what we have become? I think that this shame is about the deconstruction movement. Those who started their journey in Europe went to the US, and then they came back to Europe again. This is what this approach is about. that being the main thread of our discussion, but I'm grateful for you to have quoted this. There is definitely fear, and the Western people feel that fear. I'm not sure about Poland, what your attitudes are, but I believe many people fear this war. This has not happened in the past. It's like the pest, the plague, bubonic plague. Fear set a firm foothold immediately because people in the West were pampered by their comfort, by all these amenities that they enjoyed. So they stopped knowing what existential threat could be, and if that comes tumbling upon them, they are disoriented. So I'm not sure if they were able to reflect on that. What we are seeing now is panic. As part of celebrating 100th anniversary of the Bolshevik Revolution, Vladimir Putin declared that communism is an inalienable part of Russian legacy. That may hold true for Russia, but the war in Ukraine opened the eyes of the Western intelligentsia about the threats that communism brings and the threat of Russia at large. Well, the French intelligentsia, I can speak of its behalf only, we were very Marxistic until, at least until the fall of the Berlin Wall. We had to wait for the Leninism to be undone in Russia before it could have happened in France. So we have now this replacement mechanism of replacing Marxism by republicanism. Today there are no Marxists anymore. What you can find in France though, which is quite interesting, is Putinism. You can find Putinism in the ranks of radical right. There is a whole rightist Putinistic movement which has emerged because of these people thinking of Putin being like say, a bulwark of conservative thought. But he's not conservative, he's just a bandit. And I know many people think along those lines, but it's a mirage, not reality. Right, you said, you stipulate in your essay, End of Christianity, that this was a result of the triumph of modernism. The ground zero, point zero, whereby an ideal society was to be born. And I think it's not the end of Christianity, it's the beginning of Protestantism that led up to this, what we can see now, but in terms of transformation of the society. We believe that there is the society that we see is a society of performance, and the French president is just a reflection of it. He is always a part of a performance. There is transparency. He is accompanied by cameras pretty much everywhere, elsewhere, at his conversations with his co-workers. There is no secrecy that surrounded a politician. That was a very Christian concept. as you said, Professor, we see not so much as the end of Christianity, but the triumph of Protestantism or neo-Christianity. I think it boils down to pretty much the same. We agree that it is quite possible that Catholicism is replaced gradually by Protestantism. And I'm not a prophet when I am talking about Christianity. I'm not talking about Catholicism, but about our civilizations that is permeated by Christianity. Evangelists used to be quite numerous, and they not always sought access to power. I think that we have a liberal civilization which can adjust to the actual distribution of power, if you like. You said before, Professor, that the West fell into its own pitfall of their own concepts. You said that Christianity, what contributed to the destruction of the previous civilization, was not about justifying certain actions or behaviors, but certain phenomena going a wall, like wokeism and certain concepts going out of control. I think we went overboard. We've overdone things. I think that the problem that we are accused of is not about our principles. It's that we overdo things. That quote of mine of Putin about exaggeration is something very important, because our exaggeration seems to be striking to others. As speedily as they wanted to get rid of Christianity and move on to paganism, was also swift on the road to the transformation of our society. Changing genders is negationism, and abortion is paganism. So there is definitely the will to get rid of the existing forms, and that leads us up to exaggeration, which is rejected or at least not accepted by other cultures. And now a more controversial question that I wanted to ask you before. In the book Brothers Karamazov, there is a dialogue at the end of the first book. Even tells Alosha he goes to Europe to see the old cemetery, and this is how he refers to Europe. To him, Europe has become an interesting but old cemetery with interesting facades and architecture. Do you agree with that idea? Of course, we speak about Russian overemphasis or exaggeration, which manifests itself in particular in Dostoevsky's books. Do you believe that Europe has become an old cemetery, quite interesting from the architecture point of view, but devoid of any living organisms? And do you agree with Dostoevsky? And if so, which tomb do you want to visit to stop at if Europe were such a cemetery. Well, if you go to and visit certain neighborhoods in Paris, you would conclude that Dostoevsky was right indeed. And with their exaggerations, Russians may be right as well. But to be honest, if I were to stop at someone's thumb, I would not stop at the tomb of triumphant Christianity, but at the tomb of important values that we are about to lose. And I precisely refer to the truth as a value. Also, a person as a value should be kept. The next thing is the notion of time that is now being replaced by environmentalists with a cyclic sense of time. These are the tips I would visit. Thank you very much. So how are you? Very well. I hope that we could continue talking, and let's meet again in Warsaw. I am awaiting your phone call. It will be great to welcome you in Warsaw again. The conversation with you, Professor, was a great honor to me, and see you next time. Thank you very much.
welcome cordially. This is the consecutive panel, Polishness in Today's World. Can it bring something in? We've got guests Rafał Siemkiewicz, writer and columnist of Do Rzeczy Weekly, and editor of Sieci and w Polityce.pl, Mr. Michał Karnowski. And Tomasz Sakiewicz, editor-in-chief of Gazeta Polska codziennie, and TV Republika. And Jan Rokita, a columnist and a political commentator. Gentlemen, I wanted to start our discussion about Polishness with your perception of Polishness, because different milieus, different people, different politicians, not to be too cheeky, they have different comprehensions. So semi-political, semi-personal question. What is Polishness for you? Redactor, Mr. Karnowski is the first to speak. Hello and welcome. It's a very difficult question even for philosophers, but I think that the culture code we've got inside is recognizable. Do we have to describe it? Yes, every context, every new epoch requires a definition, facing the challenge. But those brought together here can easily understand and define it. This is what we did experience, what we are experiencing now, what we imagine as Poland to be, the chain of generations that is being attacked today. This is an informed point-to-point attack on the chain. And St. John Paul II assault and breaking of this specific bond, of this cultural bond, of this political bond between Catholicism, Christianity and Polishness. I've got a feeling that we no longer exist without Polishness. We are nobody. We are the entities that are easy, flexible, shapeable. Polishness has been attractive, has been a magnet, has been an incorporator. Matejko and others, all those coming to Poland. Whatever Szattel said in his memoir after the January uprising, bring in settlers, but we need to set them in colonies separately, because if you place them amongst Poles, they will Polonize instantaneously. This is my perception. And I've got a feeling that today there is much we can offer to the world. That our history, our culture code, our perception of freedom, how we exercise freedom, how we refer to others, because we have Polish tolerance in practice. We can break away with grudges. We can collaborate, we can be the citizens of Europe and the world, at the same time being proud of what we are made of, what makes us. This is what we have experienced over the last weeks and months, in the face of Russia inflicting war in Ukraine. We demonstrated how frank we are. We call a spade before the war, and after the war breakout we took up activities. We choose the golden mean without being extremist and radicals, unacceptable, yet still faithful to our own values. This is today's trait of Polishness. Our economic development model, it's a bit far-fetched, is what we can be proud of. It's competitive, market-driven, and at the same time practically assuming the features of a state on the peripheries, without illusions that a free market and globalism and openness to everything is a development path for peripheries. It's a big chance, but without safety guards, this might be a huge trap that destroys, makes us infertile. There are countries that suffered from a demographic tsunami around us. In foreign policy, we demonstrate how independent we are in thinking. This is specific, supra-governmental, I'd say. This is my initial answer. And now, Mr. Ziemkiewicz, Mr. Karnowski said that Polishness is attractive. We have much to offer. Liberal and leftist milieus, not only did they want to create this pedagogy of shame, they wanted to dilute Polishness. They wanted to create the European nation. It was top-to-bottom movement. This European one does not exist. Great Poland. This is the book which informs that Poland is better. We have much to offer. What is Polishness for you? That is true. There is no equality between us and Western Europe. We are much better, even according to the criteria imposed by Western Europe, with the leftist and liberal deviation of the course. It's not easy to answer this question when you've written a book about Poland mentality. Ham Niezbuntowany is the book. I hope you've read this book. If not, well, it's a nice read, a best-selling book, number 10 in 2020. So they needed to cover up the success. What is Polishness? And Polishness being different is what the book is all about. In Western civilization, because we spring from Greek philosophy, Roman canon of law, the knight's ethos, and Christian revelation that is also the same. But history took a different toll here. And our version, our form of this European feature, of Western feature, is closer to a cluster of ideas and values that stem from 4 sources that I mentioned before. We might go into details later on. If I were to give you a brief answer, what is the basis of the Polish variant? Freedom is strongly accentuated here. Nowhere else in the world is this so. Freedom is one of the rudimentary values, but in no variation of European culture has it been indicated so basic. And this is related to different phenomena. Multi-nation country, there is the Republic of Nations, that the result of Polish-Lithuanian Union was created, that triggered this. We had to defend our spirit and how different we are during partition and occupation. All other things were streamlined lower at the ranking list. Freedom in the Western countries, it differs. In Poland, we have safeguarded our freedom. We cannot reject it, despite all the turmoil of civilizations. Briefly and to the point, there'll be a chance to labor the point. And now, Mr. Sakiewicz, Gazeta Polska Daily. Gazeta Polska clubs. For years they have protected the values, they have protected what is important for Poland. You, the editor-in-chief, you as a journalist, you as a Pole, what do you believe Polishness is? If I agree with Rafał Ziemkiewicz, in a radical way is what he said, is the question of freedom. Yesterday I had the promotion of my Ukrainian version of the Testament of the First Republic of Poland, something to the point. I explained the difference between three nations, Russia, Ukraine and Poles. From our point of view, not necessarily language is similar, there are different religions and denominations. Theirs is similar to the Russian one, but there is a thing that sets them radically apart. This is the attitude towards freedom. This is the similarity between Poles and Ukrainians, love for freedom. Even if the elites don't speak about it. Ukrainians are ready to sacrifice their lives for freedom, their own freedom, freedom of their countries, or even freedom of Europe, broadly defined. Freedom is an inherent feature of a citizen of Europe. Poles and Ukrainians have had the chances to agree and disagree about, especially when deprived of freedom. So, Polishness and the works, Pan Tadeusz by Mickiewicz, Lithuanian, my motherland, are the opening words. It's a surprise for non-Poles, but this is the most Polish. The most popular song depicts green Ukraine. Ukrainians sing this song in Polish and Ukrainian too. And Polish Christmas Eve, let's look at this. German Christmas tree tradition of 19th century, and then non-sour bread that is of Jewish origin, that was elevated to the highest meaning, that is transformation. Ukrainian borscht, Russian dumplings, Jewish carp and kotya. Turkish influence is visible here. Dozens of things that are associated with First Republic of Poland's nations, and our identity was developed as multicultural nation identity with some accentuations. We feel Poles with admixtures that we have received. Without this, we would have felt poorer. We have duplicated the two Rome's tradition, Roman, Mediterranean, because a Republican tradition has developed starting the 15th century, and Rus about Byzantium tradition. Two Romes, two traditions have created Polish tradition. We've been a part of this. This is the source of pride. The first European Union, the first states of Europe, related to the fact that you were a part of the Republic of Poland. Let's look at trilogy. Podbipięta, so very much Polish, the inhabitant of the Republic of Poland, though of Lithuania. Wołodyjowski from Rus. Zagłoba seemed to be a Pole, looking at his roots. Great friends, great allies, ready to sacrifice one life for the other. And together their tradition, the stronghold of Polishness. Sienkiewicz, the editor of Gazeta Polski, issued by Dmowski's people and Piłsudski's people, tradition. Polishness is multifarious and flamboyant. Only can states compare with it. Russia would have done so, but they oppose, they tarnish it and destroy it, like they try to do in the European Union. At the end of Commonwealth, United Kingdom started to unify the colonial countries. They tried to tap into these cultures. The states had a similar pattern of patriotism, not to get rid of what is yours. Cultivate what is yours. Cultivate your language, and at the same time accommodate what's the best in the neighboring countries. This is against European Union discourse. You cannot deny where you come from and take up German patterns only. And the same question goes to Mr. Rokita. I've got a feeling that you've been quite distanced in observing what is happening in Polish politics, European processes. You might see more, you might have a broader perspective. What is Polishness for you? What would you highlight in this compared to other nations or compared to what the fourth speaker said? Oh my God, good afternoon. As my employer said, Michał Karnowski, this is a very personal question. What is the sense of nationality for a person? Frankly speaking, rarely do I watch public television. Yesterday, I stopped doing what I was doing. I was sitting on the edge of my armchair watching television because public television screens Finalski's Wyzwolenie, Liberation of 1979. When I was young, in Krakow, Krakow Theatre of 1970s, the grand old theatre, not the crap that we are facing at the moment. These were the times and places that shaped my comprehension of Polishness, alongside with Wyspiański. In one of the dialogues in Konrad, there are the words, the question, Mask 18, I think, poses this question about Polishness, and Wyspiański answers, what is Polishness for me? This is what I live by, what I dwell on. This is hitting the bullseye's answer that speaks to you. This is what you dwell upon. I live in the world that has been delineated by two communities that overlap, and there is a crisis of Polishness that is resultant of diverging. Roman Catholicism and Polishness, these are two homelands of mine. The fact that I am who I am is attributed to these two motherlands. This is the most frank and sincere and basic answer of mine. Polishness is what I understand, what I have my home, what I have settled in. You need a home, and the home is the world you understand, where symbols and signs, everything that happens there is what you understand. It communicates something. When I go outside Europe to Arab countries, I see religious and secular buildings, and little do I know what they mean. I don't comprehend the sense. And here, it doesn't matter whether I am in Polish Rus, Bieszczady, Krakow, Warsaw, everything is clear and comprehensible. This is the world I live in. This is my house or home. I can comprehend. This is the world that create categories that I think by. This is the world without which I am not, I don't exist. I would be somebody else compared to what I am. This is the world that I'm in, the world that I comprehend, the reality that makes me live, that makes it possible for me to be in. Two key things, two key communities that I can be in, live, breathe, understand, settle in, the church and Poland.
This community and this environment here is where I have a different sense. That's what I feel, that this community is making through very difficult times. Polishness is in a crisis, perhaps more profound than this one that we made through at the end of the partition of Poland. We doubted in our ability to restore our own state, where one of the protagonists of Mickiewicz said that we are not able to bring this state back. Now I'm afraid that Polishness has a very poor offer. It is because of its internal divisions. This offer is poor predominantly for the following reason. I'm just oversimplifying things, but this seems to me nonetheless the most important reason. After the Second World War, we failed to create a different Polishness, which was okay. No other than that coming from the spirit of peasantry. Poland had no other examples to follow after this terrible Hitlerite night, as the intelligentsia and elites perished, were shot and liquidated, and after that the rest of them were destroyed after the socio-economic transformation. So what was left was the peasant type of Polishness. And if we see that Polishness in small towns, the migrants into big cities who are criticized for bringing food with them from the countryside, these are all the phenomena of this peasant-like Polishness. One of the researchers investigated into this phenomenon, and his conclusions are universal. He created this concept of Polishness that was created by religion. So there was religion first, and then Polishness emerged out of that religion. So the crisis in religiosity breeds the crisis of Polishness, and the crisis in Roman Catholicism results in destruction of the concept of the nation. Well, pessimistic vision as it is, quite a pertinent set of observations. So we have the second part of our panel. Can Poland contribute to anything? Is it possible for Poland to contribute to the modern world? We are going to also refer to that topic from the geopolitical context, from the context of the war in Ukraine. Has the window of opportunity for Poland opened? A question to Mr. Jemkiewicz. Can Poland contribute something more, and if anything? Well, I was brought up by science fiction, Poland, fantasy literature in the 1980s. So I associate things, my opinion, with one of the books by one of the most prominent author of sci-fi genre, namely Janusz Zajdel. He wrote that book before the Cairo history erupted. He didn't write about global warming, but all these actions that humankind undertakes lead to a catastrophe. Fortunately, the previous space journey that had been launched beforehand now comes back and repopulates our planet and so on. So I believe this is the mission of Poland right now as a country of the Western culture. If that association with sci-fi is not clear enough, I would say that the entire Greek philosophy, or the legacy of the Greeks' culture, philosophy, that the medieval ages could actually restore and prosper, was thanks to Ireland, that was located at the furthermost outskirts of Europe, where the monks copying Aristotle and other books in that foggy, wet weather. So it was thanks to those monks at the peripheries that the Greek philosophy could survive. And we are a peripheral country which helped us to retain certain features that are very deeply engraved in our identity. When I speak with the Western Europeans or those of the Poles who were colonized by the European culture, like we are the same but backward. Polish people are the same like everyone, but backwards. So in 20 years' times, we will see whatever happens in the West now, or 50 years maybe. So if something goes on in the Western Europe, we should follow. We are not backward, in my opinion. We're on a different growth path. According to the Western European criteria, I feel better than the Western Europeans. As I said before, for example, they tell me it is very important to have LGBT and homosexuals. I say, you know what? In which year homosexual ceased to be a crime? It was removed from the criminal codes in the 1970s in the UK and in Germany. When did it happen in Poland? Never, because it was never treated as a crime. When was the first female police brigade established? In 1921. Stanisław Paleolog was the founder of this brigade, and they were just operating police detectives rather than a female service like Wrens. How many black generals did you have in the 18th century? Well, there was only one, General Jabłonowski in the 18th and 19th century. He was a son of Count Jabłonowski. And he was not a bastard. He was a regular son. The Count didn't have a problem in adopting this black son, who was probably an offspring of his black servant. He didn't have a problem with that. So we had many examples like this. Colonies, for example. It's very profitable to start this discourse because it is very much paid for, very well paid for, like speaking about Ukraine being a Polish colony. But could you please show me one house of the nobility that stemmed from the colonized areas, which reached the position that the noble houses of Poland reached in the system. Well, one Hindi has become the lover of Queen Victoria, but there were no other houses that came to prominence in the domestic ruling system. However, it was very common for Poland, where houses like Wiśniowieckie have even become kings. Warsaw Confederation, Paweł Włodkowicz, rector of the Polish University, Jagiellonian University, I presume, created a theory of just and fair war. These were the Polish emanations of the values that Western Europe departed from. So the question now is about our contribution. If we have at the top of the society the elites from the colonial rule that is geared towards serving the interests of the Western metropolis in Poland, which was brought up on their values, on their examples. A book by one, Mr. Leder wrote a book about revolution that is, I would say, it's a Bible of stupidity. Like Poles who are backward, he couldn't come up with anything, so the oppressors came and then brought them up to a higher civilization level. There's no mention of Dmowski on the popular movement in the 18th century, about the state that was dysfunctional. In 1918, this state comes back, is reborn as the most modern state in the Union. When did the first woman appear in the parliaments of France, UK, and Germany? In Poland, it was 1920, and they were elected because they were social leaders. They could candidate, can put forward their candidacies in the suffrage system, which was not possible in the Western Europe. So I believe that when people from Poland can go to the Western Europe, they are the products of the pedagogy of shame, that we are wildlings, that should be open-minded towards the wisdom that comes from the West. So I am not in favor of being pessimistic or optimism. Indeed, we are in crisis, but crisis is a good thing indeed, because ask the economists, crisis is cleansing bad businesses. It is a moment, it is a springboard to prosperity. So I'm putting my hopes into this crisis, and I think we'll have to re-evaluate many things. I should digress quite a lot with my book, so let's put a comma here, and please switch off my mic before I do that. Right, so let's put a comma here. And I think that our audience is very, very happy and satisfied. They appreciate this long statement. Mr. Karnowski, you said that Polishness is under attack from all angles, from all directions. We see that the European Union has been transforming itself, that it has departed from its roots long ago, that certain schematics, certain patterns are imposed on us. Or can we contribute anything in spite of all that? What is unique in ourselves that we can propose, can offer to everyone else? We shouldn't feel inferior. Well, to Mr. Rokita, I'm very happy that we attracted such a great contributor, columnist to our weekly. Polishness is about Poland, but it's about ambitions stemming from its noble or nobility heritage. That's what I wanted to emphasize. So the point of departure has been difficult. The Primate Cardinal Wyszyński in his diaries, explained why he decided to go for the first agreement with the communism. He wrote that Poland emerged from the Second World War almost unable to live on. Today we are perfectly able to go on, but we can find here a common denominator. That assault that I spoke about is aimed at this conversion point of the Roman civilization and Christianity. But is the end of Christianity the end of Poland? Does it spell the end of Poland? I don't think so. I like running and I participate in the independence run. There are many people who participate from various, let's say, groups. These people have other political values. Are they not, or do they not rejoice over independence? I think they do. We are seeing a certain transformation which takes place not only in Poland but also worldwide. Maybe Polishness is weaker than it used to be before, but is it not a commonplace? Look at what is happening in the US. It is a terrible conflict there which destroys this country. Today, the discussion about opening the border to the mass of, or the influx of onslaught of immigrants is a purely theoretical discussion. Those who wanted to open this border, are marginalized. In the US, however, tens of thousands of people march into the US as we speak. And the American nation is looking at it, crying, because they can foresee the results. France? Well, let's see. So if we turn around the perspectives and see that great wave of change, let's put aside discussion of where it comes from. Was it inspired by Soros' money or from other, let's say, institutions? Well, we can see that we are much higher above the water than others. We have won many battles. We are delaying certain processes, perhaps, in expectation of a change, of a transformation until all the results of those stupid decisions become so painful that the societies revolt and eliminate them. I wouldn't look for optimism in embellishing the reality that we are so great and only successful, but I would rather overlay our situation and our fight, means those who are proud of Polishness, on the broader backdrop, which leads to a more or wider concepts and conclusions. Most of Poles vote for declaratively Christian party. There is no other country in Europe where victories of politicians who declare their affinity to Christianity would prevail. So this continuation of Polishness is taking place. Mainly we saw those let's say, KPIs of religiosity going down. But I hear wise men, clever people at least, how to bring up, how to rear generations. And I asked them a question: was it very easy to bring up your own children?
As a wise priest said, children are not only yours, but also of spirit of time. I'm humble myself in saying so, because you need to carry on fighting. You can rub down on the values. But it's difficult even for families that are children upbringing focused. We need to look for a debate in the world. It's a huge wave. So more often than not that I have a feeling that we should be looking for modes, forms, descriptions of Polishness during the partition, when Poles were deprived of their own state. They reacted to different phenomena, their own decisions, upbringing position, collaboration. They developed a toolbox that proved useful, as Rafał Ziemkiewicz mentioned. We may all agree here. Representative of the media, I believe that in the long run, not big media, not mass media, are sensible. This is not a market, this is a monopoly. Advertisements do not follow the reader. This is a terror. This is the handcuffs. But pro-Polish team can create media as it used to be in the in-between war. The mass endeavor is not possible. Self-organization is the key to act. All these forms and remembrance, memory, obstinate praising of the shadows of the past, hoping that the past will overshadow the young generation. Anna Witkowska, in her writing on 100th anniversary of Poles, she described immigration after November uprising. They believed themselves to be the guardians of focal points for national civilizations, the graves, the monuments, the obstinance, the conviction, deep belief that this makes profound sense. This is the mission of Polishness inside, without looking around, without being scared with the world, because the world has won. They want to frighten us. If we look too much, well, do your job, self-organization. 3 people brought together. The club organized by 3 people makes sense. It's a mission and a method. But it can be carried on. We can be a decoy beacon of example. We can defend our borders without engaging debate. They want to drag us in. Is this human right to cross any border? This is the UNO debate level. I would define it this way. Look for focal points, remembrance points, truth points for our European civilization and become guardians of the latter. People from corners of the world are related to come here, finding Poland as an eye-opener. You can do it differently. If you go places in the world, if you read Western media, you have developed the opinion with regards to the Polishness resources, how efficient is our culture formation. We are attacked with negative communication from the inside. Let's juxtapose it and ask who's done more, who's been more efficient in defending themselves. And only then will we gain some self-confidence. So let me continue. Mr. Sakiewicz, with regards these 2, crisis is a chance for better tomorrow, for changes, for development. But the battle goes on. The opponent wants to frighten us, as Mr. Kanowski said, do your job. So how should we do our job? What should we do? Where are the Polishness points? What can we offer to Europe and the world? Returning to the main question. I'd like to agree with 2 themes and then to disagree with all the rest. Rafał and Michał said something very important. Rafał referred to Paweł Włodkowicz. I have a whole chapter in my book because he introduced universal patriotic and Polishness model. And Europe was outraged at what Poland is proposing. You cannot convert by force, economic and political force they are using at the moment. Everybody's got the right to live where they want to live. Europe is facing a problem on. We are quite constant. Hard to imagine. But Poland has offered such a cutting-edge model of patriotism, which is non-exclusive. Europe is not ready for that. Germans have a problem with this because they believe that if something is not German, it's not European. And this is not tolerance, because tolerance is what they believe and dwell in. And Rafa was speaking about small clubs, like 500 clubs of Gazeta Polska in Poland. And in the world, they make Poland-related message most attractive. Canada, Sweden, Australia, France, Rome, we had the assembly in these and many other places. In more general terms, I've been dealing with media ever since I was 14. I have lived that through. I have seen different demonstrations like imprints, digital, press, social media. And outdoor is a kind of media that I also recognize. There are hundreds of thousands to mediate, to reach out for people. One thing is convincing. The media impact is limited. Media is targeted at those who want to be media audience. Rarely do media change somebody else's opinions. Opinions are shaped in small groups like families, clubs, groups of friends, church, small parishes with its clubs and related. This is how you shape opinion. If you don't shape it, it's shaped by somebody else, like school, that is composed of classes or subgroups. Social media groups. This is where you shape opinions, where there is a clash of ideas, that are the meeting platforms that people raise one another in. So this is what we should be, the media should be created as an intermediary, as a platform. And there's a thing that I want to disagree, because it is very important in our Polish pattern that we need to speak about. We have the most modern patriotism model. Only Americans have taken over this kind of model. This is so much Polishness in America. Americans realize it slowly. Hardly do they realize how much they've taken from us. Polish patriotism is the element of choice. It's our history. It's our environment. When the national states were being created, when the national idea was being created, especially in the 19th century, you couldn't select through the state, but through religions. So people decided to be Poles or not to be Poles. You might have been German, Russian, a Jew, with the least, because Jews suffered extreme intolerance in Russia. It can be one from Ruthenia. So it was the choice without support of the countries that petitioned us. So what was the most frequent choice? Poland. Poles decided to be Poles, despite there was no state, no schools. It was chosen. All these duplicators of Polishness, genetic, peasants, religious, knightly, they are needed, but it is the choice of your heart. It might have been a pure Jew to become a Pole, and Pole by ethnicity might have rejected. You select Poland with your heart. This is most modern patriotism model that cannot be replaced. Let's not worry about the scythe being used for harvest or name celebrations. If they choose Polishness, they be looking for the nicest patterns associated with Polishness. And it's good prompting these patterns. What we're speaking about was a nice pattern, something fantastic. Many fascinating things we have. This is what we choose. This is what we propose. It does not deprive you of anything. This is the Poland to fall in love with. Despite the difference of ideas, we are in love with this Poland. We have to choose Poland at some phase. Our children will have to choose it. Our grandchildren will have to use it. Our parents had to choose it at some point. It comes from your heart. Nice and romantic vision by Mr. Sakiewicz. A similar question to Mr. Rokita. In your previous intervention, you mentioned that Polishness is in crisis. The question is, what should Poland do? Can we offer anything? Can we think in these categories? Or is your perception different? My perception is not different. It's an interesting paradox. Referring to your question, having listened to Mr. Ziemkiewicz's contribution, his thinking is typical, quite popular in Poland, that includes an internal paradox or contradiction. There are two theses that are mutually exclusive, or at least they generate attention. On the one hand, Rafał said, we are different, this is not backwardness, this is not followers, this is just different characteristics. Otherness, we cannot be compared with Western Europe countries because we have followed a different development path, which has remained the truth since the end of the 14th century. It's been different compared to the West. Now, after 1989, the communist collapse, these paths started to converge. I agree with this. It's obvious. History was. We go a different development path. We are different. But if there is a problem, what are we great at? Not at what we are supposed to be different, but not what we are different at. We've got our own niggers, women's rights, or something else. The prides quoted by Mr. Ziemkiewicz. It indicates we are not different, we are not the same or better in the same respect. There is no other development path. These two things are important for comprehension of Polishness, or we might have a different development path. The other, or Ziemkiewicz's version, first one seems to be closer to reality. We are different, and this is a problem. It's interesting. How different are we? When I start thinking about it, it's a key problem. We don't want to show our women's right or our nigger because it is not a differentiating factor. We need to show our otherness. And this is the most interesting part of the discussion on the sense of Polishness. I know the thesis related to freedom. A few years ago, or even many years ago, Jaki has labored the point. They focus the press issue. This differentiator is named freedom. Freedom equals Polishness. It's a doubtful thesis. I won't be proving that. Why is it doubtful? Why does it create a problem if you define Polishness? The problem is we live in Western world's ideological reality where freedom has been redefined as the value that is supposed to confirm everything that you dislike, what you believe to be the denial of Polishness. These are today's feministic human rights, libertinism, and radical definition of minorities' rights, violation in this leftist liberal version, as you call it. This is what we are coping. Freedom is Polish specificity. It's a problem because we have to answer the question, how do we define freedom if this is defined this way? It's pretty risky. Historically, it can defend itself, but now freedom is something different, symbolized by a rainbow rather than an eagle that breaks the chains. These are two different versions of the same word, of the same value. It seems to me, and this is a very interesting moment in history, what is a history-related differentiating factor is the moment when we started to be set apart from Europe. When was it? Or books. Do you like it or not? It depends on the school of history research that have been clashed. But yet they all indicate the East. Spitko of Melsztyn, who might be the most important person in Polish history, he convinced Edwiga not to break away from Wawel, but to marry the one from Lithuania. He and his cousin from Tarnów made up a union, bringing a Lithuanian into the Polish throne. It's a completely different development of Poland that dates back. An interesting moment. This Eastern problem, it's a food for some other discussion, but it's been associated. It opened up in Europe, completely unexpected, a fundamental problem for Poland and Europe. Speaking about Poland being on peripheries is an absurdity. Anew, we find out that Eastern question becomes a key political and civilizational question in Europe, for Europe as such, for the world, and Poland is in the center of the problem. Poland has a key role. This is the last sentence because I talk too much. All my juvenile years, just like the juvenile years of my generation, we were convinced that Poland needs to be westernized, occidental, by definition a part of Western culture, and these ugly Bolsheviks try to tear it away from the West, and we have to get back on track. Getting older after the Bolshevism collapse, I've got a feeling that this is a false diagnosis. My diagnosis was a false one. Poland is the element of transposition, of some Western values towards the West, including Christianity, but Poland's magnitude, Poland's mission, Poland's enthusiasm, belonging to the collective, is owed to the East. It's been so since 14th century. This is the room for Poland's greatness. If we are looking for a collective mission of Poles on Polishness, Polish culture, Polish politics, I would be prospering for it here. It seems to be interesting, creative, and new, very much up to date, and associated with different Polish ways.
This Polish way that opened in the 15th century opened again this crack, and the doors is open, is wider. We had this problem where Spytkov mulched and intervened. Well, I think it helps us draw parallels with the contemporary history. I think our time is up, but the organizers allocated some more minutes for that discussion. Therefore, let's use it, and please wrap it up in a nutshell. It's a very difficult task. Now, nonetheless, I will try and do it. I thank Mr. Rokita for what he said, especially for alluding to me representing a very popular way of thinking, but I would have believed, on the contrary, that we're in a country that never has had a success, that nothing works, and we are backward and so on. Sorry for that. Well, I was quite happy to have heard that, but for the sake of time, without bogging down into polemics, I would put the beginning of the Polish road earlier in the medieval ages, where the Polish was divided into many kingdoms or similar features. I believe that contradiction that you pointed to is only apparent. We are a better part because we have avoided many mistakes that were committed when the Western civilization was founded or emerged. We didn't have colonialism, we didn't have racism. Anti-Semitism in Poland gives me, or was such a way that gives me pride of it. We were following a different path. This is why I use this comparison to the Irish monasteries, where the wisdom of the Greek philosophy was stored. Wokeism as degeneration is undermining the values that the civilization stemmed from. I call it the hostile takeover. This is the term from business. People don't know how to defend themselves against that because we have a different model of oppression, because we were usually threatened by tyrants, by dictators, people who generally came from the, let's say, special services or force institutions, for whom the solutions had always been application of violence. If you have an enemy, kill him. Today we have this, we are confronted with Schwabism, Harerism, namely the ideology created by the moguls who come from business. If you have an enemy, don't kill him, buy him. This is what my book about the trolled revolution is about. The whole revolutionary movement is working just into that direction. Genderism and climatism is about making big corporations bigger and wealthier again. This is what I call hostile takeover of freedom. People tell us there will be even more freedom of speech, but you cannot be offended, because whatever you say, there was always someone who feels offended. So it's so much freedom given to the people that there is none anymore. Sorry for digressing too much, but I think there is no contradiction here. There is no freedom for the enemies of freedom. This is the concluding remark. The same request to Mr. Karnowski. I believe that the West is not aware of having this problem. They are going under, they are dying, and they are dysfunctional. Well, it sounds very nicely, but it's not true, because there is a capital, cultural, and economic and technological advantage that we see, and you can see it on the battlegrounds of Ukraine. Iran plus Russia plus China cannot actually hold up the candle. So I think that we should look for ways of cooperating with the world. We should take certain examples from the Western books, but sometimes we should go our own way. So we are at the point of time where there is a transformation going on in the world, and upholding certain legacies is not possible anymore. Poland's culture was always strong in the clash with others, and we have big capabilities. I think that the Smolensk disaster and the tragic death of President Kaczynski and 95 persons of the Polish members of the Polish elite was a absolute bottom of the downfall of the Polish state, and what happened in the wake of it was even worse. But we were able to stand up to regain Poland for the Polish patriots and go ahead, go forward, and to avoid squandering all those years. And when this terrible test of war came, we found ourselves very effective in many areas, and many experts from the West, from the US, and from their think tanks say clearly that only for its location, Poland has a big historic role to play. How much further could we have walked if this project had been executed by more than 30% of the Polish elites? So I think that the leap that we made was made by a few Polish elites, because many of the elite members do not work towards Poland's greatness. There was a report by Mr. Mularczyk, which actually contains a string of names who refuse to collaborate on the list of the Polish reparations from Germany. So we can focus on how many refuse to work on this book and what it tells us about the state condition of the Polish academia, but we can also focus on those who did contribute. And I think that there is a huge role for Poland, but it necessitates a very sober mind, and also being able to imitate and adapt certain Western solutions. So unfortunately, we had to put a dot here, and our discussion. We have broached the many issues, we couldn't complete them. Rafał Zienkiewicz, writer and columnist of the Do Rzeczy Weekly, and Michał Karnowski, journalist, columnist of the Gazeta Polska.pl, w Polityce.pl, excuse me, and Mr. Sakiewicz of the Gazeta Polska, and Jan Maria Rokita, columnist of Sieci magazine. And my name is Karol Gaspar. I had the pleasure to moderate this discussion. Thank you very much. Excuse me for speaking so much, but those who are absent are wrong. And
nasza husaria, no ale tak. To myślę, że możemy zaczynać, tak? Tak, jest, mamy łączenie, świetnie.
Dzień dobry.
Good afternoon. I am Maciej Walaszczyk. I am journalist with the Wsieciu Weekly, and I'll have the pleasure to moderate this conversation, which happens in the anniversary of Polish Romanticism, to discuss the impact of Romanticism on the Polish public and private sphere. We have proposed the following question: did the Polish Romanticism, or was the Polish Romanticism right in the clash with Europe at that time, the world that was cosmopolitic and global? Has there been a contradiction, a clash at all? And was Romanticism right in this conflict? We will listen to the opinions by our guests. We have Professor Bogusław Edbarz online, who is the headmaster of the Romanticism department of the Jagiellonian University. And on site we have Professor Karol Samsel, who is also an expert in Polish Romanticism. Is very versed in Norwid and Mickiewicz, to name but a few. Now, has this conflict been actually there? Whom did the Polish Romantics contradicted 200, 150 years ago? Did they contradict the Holy See or Petersburg or other monarchs? Or did they contradict one another? Because Polish Romanticism is a jungle of intertwined impacts and influences, but it also marked a breakthrough in literature and also in politics and in the way the people in Poland were thinking about the world, in response to what happened during the French Revolution, during the Napoleonic Wars. Whom do the Romantics contradict? Well, your question suggests that Romanticism is a culture of conflict, a formation of a conflicted people. Whom did they object to, or whom they conflict with? I think that they are in conflict with themselves, with one another, and with the whole world. Sooner or later, they came to the conclusion that willy-nilly they had to object to modernization projects of Enlightenment. Actually, that was the project that they departed from, and I'm precisely referring to Jan Mickiewicz, whose students they used to be, and they incurred a debt with him. And many researchers wrote just as about the debt to Mickiewicz. But let's talk about the project. Has it been inhibited, stopped, or blocked and rejected, disparaged? What happened with the Enlightenment and the thinking and the minds of Romanticism? Has Enlightenment been stopped and rejected, or has it rather been transformed? In those turbulent times which transformed the values of Enlightenment for its own needs. And I think this question merits further development. The second question is the position of the Polish Romanticism on the European Romanticism, and how those two ways determined the course of the Polish national literature and those of European literatures and cultures. Where have we and other Europeans found themselves? Where did we land after that romantic fever? Where did they land? Where did they find themselves? And has the romantic experience differ from ours, and couldn't it have ended in the similar terrible way? And what's our experience of romanticism and how that translates into our politics as we fight against pretty much everyone else, with Europe, with ourselves, with religion, because romanticism is also the fight in Christianity, in the Christianity of the catacomb time, which used to be a heresy that objected the Roman Empire. Almost never were our romantic writers aligned with the Holy See, especially in regards to their position of Vatican to the Polish independence. So this is a complicated, complex issue, and we should, I think, explain this picture to bring you closer to this very refined, detailed picture, given that current anniversary. In Blavatsky's writings, the Pope is an ally to the Tsar and to all other despots who are so much hated by the Polish elites, especially the emigres. Now, let me address Professor Dopat with the following question. Is it right way how we put this problem? Do the romantics object to Europe, or are they in conflict with one another, especially after the Polish state collapsed in a spectacular way? Is it about giving Polishness, or breathing a new life into Polishness, in a very peculiar situation the Polish nation found itself in? Oh, thank you for inviting me, and thank you for that forward. There are many questions indeed, and I probably failed to jot down all of them, but I'll try to address them as a historian. I'd like to thank Professor Samsel for encouraging making this big panorama more detailed picture. Mickiewicz said that you are a resident of Poland and Europe at the same time. So this is conclusive. This is not in contradiction with itself. The romantics come from Europe when it comes to literature, but this is not a way how you define close neighborship. I need some time to expand on that. Romanticism has been a very diverse phenomenon. We used to build models to capture the diversity as unity. These models are very difficult to absorb in the academia, not to mention the public debate. So I'll try to shed some more light on the positions of romantics about Polishness and European culture.
Napoleonic experience cultivated a heart with individual character, what was incorporated into Russian kingdom, and the legend is forbidden. There is Philomat's trial in Vilnius. In Polish kingdom there are Napoleonian episodes, but it's a shame who passed. Napoleonic experience, the first thing. In Jady we have Sobolewski. Not only is this the hero of the drama, but the addressee of the dedication, somebody who is another young victim of Poland. The corporal talk, the brother who died, this beauty of sense of Napoleonic legend. The second experience, schools, universities, Vilnius, Warsaw, young, wonderful university, Krzemieniec, Lviv, Krakow, young people get educated at wonderful schools. Not only by professors' inspiration, but also with their own work. Openness to Western culture, openness to science and education. Romanticism is poorly understood when we juxtapose belief and feeling against scientific. This is the folklore that is forbidden to Romanticism by the Enlightenment. And Romanticism, you can see the world in powder. It's fascinating. You see universe in a cosmic dust. For Mickiewicz, modern science, chemistry by Jędrzej Śniadecki, mathematical problems published in Bibliothèque Universelle are fascinating things. Young Romanticism quotes enlightening, not only novelties, but also something that appears in post-Stanisław with the greatest ones, which is not present in Stanisławów 1, in post-Stanisław 1. These are romantic receptions, what we are experiencing. Pursuant to individuality, culture, avant-garde, romantic ideas, romanticists create otherness and cultural program, and their activity is marked with modernization, occidentalization. What does it trigger? Internal Poland argument. The cultural, social ideas incorporation and political ideas incorporation, because they are innovative in culture. Democrats, conspirators, people of uprising. I won't be laboring the point, but a few points. Uprising, disillusion. One quotation from poetry: "We spilled blood for you, and you sent us a song. It is the Lavinie Warszawianka." Right. So, kind of historiography dogma does not prove right. Some political hope. Fifth, migration. They leave from Poland, go through German countries, and go to France. But heroes of freedom evolve towards destroyers of political order. This is the Europe as Georg XVI's encyclica Cum Primum, which condemns Polish uprising. After these experiences, let's ask, what kind of Europe do we have Polish migrants entering? Let's focus on this, because the country is what we need to put to the second level. There are three historical processes in the West: the industrial national creation and city revolution. The first reaction, shock, trauma, owing to the ethos and the results of industrial revolution and city inhabitants' emancipation. Much can be said about it. Let me refer to literature. A grotesque image of French Parliament, Jady, Part 3. Much about this shock. Like to Polish Mother of 1830 poem, tragic death in its tragic sense. Freedom, the basic ones, are not debated in Parliament, and the budget brings emotions to the fore. And Filipika, in anti-European Filipika, Mickiewicz dots the I, reacting to catastrophe of Polish issues. After the November uprising collapsed, there was a feeling something irreversible happened. It's a profound feeling. And he unveils kind of background of European crisis that is still concealed. Let's remember that the Nation and Pilgrimage books have a deep, profound reception. France, Germany, European countries with the broadest reception amongst Mickiewicz's works. Immigrants want to have liberational activities. They are intensely involved. They want to be political and military immigration. By time perspective, you can see that they are big, culture-creating formation. This military involvement, this military and revolutionary involvement, 30s are doubtful, but there'll be a bitter reconciliation. In addition to uprisings that suffer a defeat, there is this bitter awareness that brotherhood of nations is a myth, is a fiction. Prague Slavic Assembly, full of disappointments. It speaks for itself. It's 1848, and one can say this is a tipping point. And one more question: who are we in Europe? How do Polish migrants answer it with Mickiewicz's or Krasiński's words? Very inopportune interpretation myth. Mickiewicz believed Poland to be Messiah of the nation. Mr. Rokita mentioned Wyspiański's liberation projections. Konrad talking to the masks. That was the reaction to the development of the prophetic myth and this false reading of Jady, Polish Messiah of the nations. Mickiewicz answered openly in the books of The Nation and Pilgrimage, who is the Lazarus of the nations today? Lazarus friend of Christ, resurrected by Christ, different than Messiah, created at the end of 19th century and disseminated in liberation by Wyspiański. And this act required ideology, and it found one. Who can Paul be? They have a mission, because nations have a sense of mission back then. Poles want to be perceived as apostles of freedom. This is partially religious. Europe is looking for great historical change, metaphysical, new entrance of God into history, and Christ's mission fulfills that changed ethical relations between people. But this mission will be completed when God's order and gospel indictment permeates joint life, communal and political life. Let's remember, this expectation for a great change was the answer to Saint Alliance that was coined under the hypocritical idea. The three countries alliance that had more countries joining in, France 1818. It was created to introduce religious ideas to state life, national life. It was folk cover for hypocrisy. And the last sentence, great poems created in 1830, Mickiewicz and Krasiński, Dziady, Pan Tadeusz, Nieboska Komedia, Iridium. Poles describe their ethos. Mickiewicz takes over ethos from Bar Confederates, freedom and belief. If we were to describe the ethos represented by Krasiński on the basis of temptations, Henryk is subjected to, we can say, love and bravery, freedom. These are the things that were to define our collective life, our change, internal, spiritual, the one that we need. And this is what we can serve Europe. That's all from me. Thank you, Professor. We've reached the essence of Polish Romanticism associated with mission, messianism, new definition, metapolitical vision of Polishness. And here is the problem, because 19th century Paul that is forged through the debate is a revolutionary, the conspirator. Not only do we speak about creators, but also the readers, participants, targets of the debates. All these ideas push Poles towards revolution, make Poles revolt. Is this so scary? It was Polish literary history by Miłosz. It was Metternich's notes addressing Tsar Nicholas I. It is Miłosz's interpretation, always police-like note to chase and disclose romantics as rebels, those who want to blow up the order, not only political one, but all kind of order we have had until now, which, in my opinion, I might be wrong in my thinking, that has got its finals in Bolshevik revolution. Let's not make them carbonaries. I'm speaking literature. It's got its consequences. Liberation was mentioned. Let me speak about Helin Grudziński, The Living and the Dead of 1946. Not only does he speak about what Professor Doppert mentioned, how awkward was Wyspiański in interpretation of Konrad's improvisation. Liberation also fell victim to many falsifications and misunderstandings. Let's be clear about it. This is the text with the thesis about national democracy. Wyspiański speaks like a young endek for socialism, fascism. We can find anything, but this messianism that fell victim falsified convictions, especially after the Great War times. Helling put it in nice words, saying it's like Wyspiański giving absolution without confession, and they take these blankets to confessionals, but absolution administered to those who are in the shadow of Konrad. This is how we read it after 1819. This is the tool. I want to expand Helling's metaphor. Konrads are cleansed, and the nation needs to peregrinate from confessional to confessional, and they make a confession of different Konrads, political agitators, mass engineers. So there is a problem with messianism, like Brzozowski depicted in his philosophy of Polish romanticism, this stage desire, being on the stage of ideas, how to disseminate right from wrong, how to speak about messianism as a pure and clean notion that stems from intellectual and philosophical desires to understand your condition, your identity. This is Maurycy Mochnacki's time, his philosophy of act, concept of self-creation of Polish nation in their being. This is Słowacki with his auto-irony. So Kordian should appear here, and the famous Finke Riese, how to reconcile it with iconography of Messiah. So we've got Mickiewicz, Krasicki, the Galilean, pure Messiah, in pure tonica, the saint Savior that offers the Savior's way. Słowacki in Kordian, Arnold von Rinkenrieder, anonymous Swiss, known from a battle of Sambre, somewhere in the depths of Switzerland. Why? What for? Why do we have this kind of irony, distortion? Why is Kordian on Mont Blanc? Poland is the Winkelried of all the nation. If Paul has to choose the Messiah in a tunica that beams and radiates with holiness, and the anonymous Swiss, sorry for being trivial, this is not vulgarity, they will choose the Galilean. Słowacki exercise auto-irony because this is not the age of Kordian, the devilish age. No acts of Kordian will lead to alienation of heroic acts. The moment this type of world that is the fog of acts, when acts is departed from the doer in order to mock them, to be a living deformation, a caricature of a hero. It is important to know that this is a revised epopeik, Homeric. It is impossible in Cordian's worlds. Therefore, declaration, Poland only the Winkel read, because this is the only common sense measure. The cursed time that we live in are unable to sustain this beaming mechanism proposed by Mickiewicz. This is an interpretation that I want to suggest to you.
It's not. It is about understanding that the times we're talking about is composed of many ways of thinking about messianism, which the professor alluded to several times. We have the 1840s with Zygmunt Krasicki's poem The Twilight and many others. The King Ghost is another poem. What is it? As a poem and an endless stream of similar works that showcase a crazy mind of its author, or can we read it as a specific type of messianism, of Genesis messianism? This is how many types of messianism we have in the Polish Romanticism. When we delve deeper into the Western European Romanticism, we have much more of messianism. Portuguese Sebastianism is one of the most prominent ones. Also the 17th century messianism, national messianism, nationalistic messianism was. Plenty is told about the English messianism. So there are many types of messianism across Europe. This notion is an intellectual journey, spiritual journey that ends in rebellions and uprisings, which ends in political police destroying conspiracies. So it is quite consequential, especially for the Polish culture. And how about the German history? I'm not sure, and I'm turning to Professor Dobert. Do we have German messianism? It's quite an important question. Has there been a way of thinking along these lines in the German culture? Because I spoke about Portugal mainly and Italy. So this is not a notion that is engraved into solely Polish mentality, although it defines our identity very strongly. Messianism has many facets, and our romanticism is definitely centered upon Mickiewicz and his works, and plenty of what Mickiewicz stated is what we accept today about what messianism was indeed. But there are other creators, Słowacki, Norwid, and many others, who had also contributed to messianism, and not as an objection to Mickiewicz's position in the Twilight poem. Could we ask Professor to refer to the vision of messianism of Mickiewicz, which was dominating, which was predominant, But I would like also to ask a question about political romanticism of creators such as Henryk Rzewuski or Ignacy Klesiński. I think we have our line back up. So this is for for Professor Samsa. There are two monographies on the propheticism or prophetism in the French and Anglo-Saxon literature. These are rather thick books with a lot of content. Now, regarding your question about Germany, during the Sturm und Drang period, pre-Romanticism, namely, because it is pre-Romanticism, then Weimar Classic, and then the Romantic transformation or coup, revolt. Missionism rather than messianism is what permeates literature, German literature, especially after the Second Reich was disbanded, dissolved. I'm not sure about the March uprising. After the Prussian hegemon starts uniting Germany and imposing their advantage. However, the Germans were among the first who have translated the books of the Polish nation, of Polish pilgrimage. Now, let me refer also to the question of the Polish revolutionary destroyer of the social order. Indeed, it was quite right that when Professor Samson said that this revolutionary fever after 1830 peters out slowly, then it comes back up during the spring of the nations. And that myth of the Pole, the destroyer of social order, that comes into prominence in Poland, it is because the Polish Polish ideas start to become dangerous. In the French literature, Mickiewicz was a creator of one of the literature movement, a Catholic movement in the literature, eco-Catholic. So, owing to Otto Lambert and Prince Czartoryski, the Polish cause was quite visible in Europe. And whatever happens in that movement was met with opposition on the part of the partitioning powers. Anti-Polish propaganda was vehement, and Otto Lambert tried to oppose that propaganda. Since the time of Voltaire, inspired by the Frederick the Great and Catherine the Great, the anti-Polish propaganda has been rampant in Western Europe. So this is how the myth of a Polish revolutionary went beyond the actual contribution by Poles at the national liberation movements at that time. Speaking about revolutionarism, 1848-49, there is the Spring of the Nations, and we see the Communist Manifesto being published for the first time. At the same time, Mickiewicz writes his works, and he is elected to the editor-in-chief of Tribune des Peuples. In Italy, he conducts his legion, and he is honored for this on the Capitol Hill, and the Italians still remember that. And the set of principles by Mickiewicz includes the Christian spirit. Number two, the Word of God as proposed by the Gospel. There's Adventism comes to prominence as waiting for the big transformation. Three, the Church, the guardian of the Word. Four is about life. And in one of the articles on socialism, Mickiewicz writes that the patriotic and religious feelings are the foundation of socialism. We agree with the socialism every time when it comes forward as the development, as the continuation of the social life, I think. So much about definitions of socialism and revolutionism of Polish romantics. There was also a question about conservatism. I think we are now under pressure of time and we should actually draw to an end. Could you please refer to this political conservatism of romantics? These were ideas that stemmed from the political conservatism of romantics. I think that was a very important part of the German debate. For Germans, romanticism is a great journey, an adventure. It was also a point of reference for the Marxist philosophers. There were indeed programs, political programs, conservative / romantic, but this is a very strong vein in the romantic movement. But that was meta politics, seen from the point of view of philosophy and historical sciences on the political philosophy. So the political romanticism has deserved its negative opinion, and meta politics and romanticism is, however, does deserve attention. It's still very much alive and kicking. Well, to wrap it up, what we discussed today, our today's conversation was aimed at delivering the answer to the question whether the Polish romantics were right in the conflict with ideological conflict with Europeans. Since they were fighting against one another and with everybody else, I think they were victorious to a certain extent. We had this text by Marek Bieńczyk about why or how romanticism contributed to the lack of psychoanalysis in Poland. Another writer says that romanticism helped psychoanalysis to come up in Poland. Without the romantic apology of romantics, Freud couldn't have written his works, I believe. Professor, were the romantics successful? Well, you can say that this to outweigh pros and cons. There was an earlier prophecy of a total collapse of the Western culture and the Nieboska Komedia of by Krasiński. However, at the foundations of Europe, at the lower levels of that foundation, there is a religious and nationalism that will reinstate Europe. So, in general terms, there is moralism and protest and politics that cannot be actually implemented in the Romantic works. From the November rebellion on insurgency, the Romantics were fighting in various fronts, be it in Poland against Russians, be it in Belgium, where the Belgians also rebelled against the occupiers. And its most rebuttals to Romanticism is guided by the big foundation of the Latin civilization, the primacy of a human being vis-a-vis things. It is guided by the idea of freedom and virtues. Without transcendency, there is no civilization. And transcendency means here the church and the spiritual aspect of public life. And you can say that many romantics, if resurrected, would say, well, was I really wrong? I told you that. So we have, the romantics insisted on ethos-based evaluation of civilization. It was romantics who said that, all right, we are in Europe, but we are a separate entity and we have something to say to Europe. We have partnership place in Europe, and it was them who were the first to emphasize this civilization or divergence or being separate, and warning against epigonism. You must never repeat or copy and paste blindly. It was not romantics who were the first to bring this up. Herder's philosophy also had this trait, but it goes throughout the literature of Poland and ending at Miłosz. And we are always warned against copying paste the various solutions. Thank you very much for those conclusions. So, neither we are from the west nor from the east. We are not prepared to get confined the cage of realism. We are Poles, we are different. Thank you very much.
We can see Professor. Professor is getting connected from the States. Normally people need introduction, but Professor is worth his own salt. Historian and political scientist who examines today's standing of the world, one of the most outstanding professors, one of the greatest thinkers of Polish origin, now staying in state. And let's start with your presentation, saying hello to you and all others gathered here in front of computers, internet connected. And Professor Chodkiewicz will be speaking about Poland's place in the world, where the Polishness can be the new idea of freedom. There's no other person who could present it so excellently as Professor with regards Poland's geopolitics and all the aspects discussed here, which will be recapitulated by Professor. Professor, can you hear us? Professor, the floor is yours.
United States. But the topic is of essence, the topic of nationality or national consciousness, as well as the formation of nations. Naturally, the sexy idea is that everything has been contrived, so nothing exists in reality. It was all dreamed up and invented. I disrespectfully disagree with such a notion. This is just postmodernism and the newest leftist narrative to besmirch our origins as people. So I'd like to talk today about Poland, Poland's nation and migration. In early 1939, right before the Second World War broke out, Professor Wincenty Lutosławski, a leading Christian nationalist, national democrat, and philosopher, in his opus The Mission of the Polish Nation, insisted that, I quote, "To the Polish nation there belong Polonized Germans, Tatars, Armenians, Roma, Jews, so long as they live for the common ideal of Poland. A black man or a redskin can become a real Pole, prawdziwy Polak, if he embraces the spiritual heritage of the Polish nation inherent in its literature, art, politics, customs, and so long as he possesses an unshakable will to contribute to the development of the national existence of the Poles." Ladies and gentlemen, this is absolutely astonishing. It's so politically incorrect that you have no idea. After all, in most places in the West, in Western Europe and the United States and Canada, scientific racism was the order of the day. And here, a conservative nationalist, Christian nationalist, philosopher, a friend of Roman Dmowski. Roman Dmowski died in his family manor in Drozdowo. This person says that anyone can be Polish. This is truly Christian and universalist as far as the definition of a nation is concerned. And this statement neatly sums up that culture is what makes Polish nationalism a mighty and mightily attractive phenomenon. Not race, not blood and soil, culture. Like other countries, Poland arose because of propitious historical conditions, which included the influx of various people into her geographic space and the growth of national consciousness, which translates into national solidarity and cultural cohesiveness. But first, let us look at the context. In history, empires are the rule, while nation-states an infrequent rarity. The former tend to overwhelm the latter. However, our European experience dictates that the nation-state is a better means to cultivate a variety of European expressions as opposed to the imperial uniformity. One of our eldest Western sources, the Hebrew Bible, Old Testament, dictates that God made nations and tribes. He destroyed the Tower of Babel, the first experiment in multiculturalism and globalism, because its architects defied the Lord's order to be fruitful and multiplied and populate the earth. Instead, they congregated in one place, Babel, where they wanted to build their utopia. Next, in our Western tradition, we have a viable example of Greek city-states, polis, with a variety of systems including democracy. Decentralization engendered sanguinary fratricidal wars among the Greeks and eventually led to the demise of the system, though it would be tried later with a similar outcome in late medieval and Renaissance Italy. On a greater scale, there was the Great Roman Republic, which, however, lost its republican system when it gained an empire. But to keep the empire, Rome reverted to or resorted to tyranny, so-called Oriental despotism. From a sublime respublica, it degenerated into Caesar worshipping, emperor worship, like Persia or China or India. Nation-state, city-state, and empire ultimately everywhere the key to successful survival of such systems was the assimilation of newcomers and the spread of national consciousness and with it national solidarity. Historically, Poland has been a welcoming haven for outsiders. While the Poles have always welcomed guests, they invariably fight invaders. They continue to cultivate this tradition in contemporary times. For example, in the summer and fall of 2021, Poland barred the way to a powerful wave of tens of thousands of third world interlopers dispatched by Russia and Belarus to destabilize the West. For the arrivals were hostile and threatening to the natives. Aggression was not the best way to find favor with one's prospective hosts, so they were kept out like other invaders before. However, since late February 2022, after Russia invaded Ukraine again, over 7.3 million Ukrainians have crossed the borders of the Polish Commonwealth. Considering that there are fewer than 40 million Poles, the influx is simply incredible. Yet the Poles have shown the arrivals their cordial hospitality, accommodating the bulk of the refugees, most of them women and children. As always, the byword is, when guest enters a home, God himself enters. Gość w dom, Bóg w dom. Let me stress it again. A guest, not an invader. Not pushing through with force, uninvited. So let us briefly recount the waves of migration into Poland, or what eventually became Poland, from the earliest times. During the pre-literate times, thousands of years ago, our evidence is the scantest. However, DNA studies dictate that migrations are the most salient human experiences. Poland has had its own share, of course, just like anyone else. The Slavic people were the penultimate before the Balts' arrivals in Europe during the Volkswanderung from the Eurasian steppes. Some of them settled between the Odra, Vistula, and Bug rivers, thus becoming the ancestors of contemporary Poles. In fact, preliminary DNA research suggests that the ancestors of the Poles either traveled first south through the Iranian plateau to India and then headed north to the future Poland, or some of the travelers, after initially settling between the Odra and the Bug, picked up again and headed to India, only to return sometime afterwards. Incidentally, it is truly uncanny how modern DNA science suggests that the 16th, 17th century Sarmatian myth of the origin of the Poles may have been true after all. Of course, these are just preliminary findings. Much more work is needed for this kind of interpretation to be conclusive, but I would like to throw it out there. At any rate, DNA research also suggests that the contemporary Poles are about 50% Slavic. What about the other half? Well, the other half really includes everyone else. And the factor most responsible for this state of things would be, besides love, migrations, and of course Polish hospitality. In the pre-DNA era, the father of Polish anthropology, Professor Jan Czekajewski, counted over 30 main anthropological types in Poland, classified by their morphology and their features, in congruence with what was sexy in the West at that time. Further, in pre-literate times, the archaeologists recognized a number of disparate cultures, either transient or domiciled on future Polish lands. These included, for example, the Goths or Croats. Most of them left to settle to the west and south naturally, but at least a few remained behind to mingle with the people who eventually became the Poles. In medieval times, successive waves of settlers appeared in Poland, a process that is better documented than previous migrations, whereas there continued to be an interaction and intermingling of the Poles with the Eastern Slavs, the Ruthenians. By the 13th century, Poland had also experienced several major waves of new arrivals from the north and the west. In the recorded times, first, there came the Vikings. Some of them settled on the Baltic Sea coast, for instance, Wolin, but some bands penetrated inland. Incidentally, the penetration was mutual. For example, Świętosława, the daughter of Prince Mieszko I in the 10th century and the sister of King Bolesław the Brave, brought as her dowry a regiment of Polish warriors when she married first the King of Sweden and then the King of Denmark. Her son, Canute the Great, conquered England and ruled also over Norway and Denmark, presumably with the help of his mother's migrating Polish warriors. Back in Poland, within the next couple of hundreds of years, following the nation's baptism in 966, which is a very important watershed, there began arriving German settlers in search of land. The rulers of Poland welcomed them and settled them in congruence usually with the Magdeburg Law. Although most German settlers put their roots down in rural areas, many nonetheless settled in towns where they became part of the burgher estate. Initially, of course, there were some problems with loyalty among some of the new arrivals, in particular in the royal capital of Krakow. In the early 14th century, the German burghers under Mayor Adalbert there rebelled against Prince later King Władysław I Elbow High. This was in the 14th century. The prince crushed the rebellion, and his supporters ferreted out the traitors by subjecting them to an ingenious counterintelligence measure. The suspects had to pronounce properly the phrase Soczewica koło miele młyn, Lentins a wheel grind mill. Assimilated migrants did just fine, others not so much. Good luck pronouncing it if you're not Polish. At any rate, the German migration into Poland continued incrementally for centuries. The last large influx of the Germans into the Polish lands occurred in the first half of the 18th century during so-called Saxon times. However, individual arrivals by the Germans and others were only halted and reversed with the Soviet occupation of Poland after 1945. Of course, by migrations, I don't mean invasions by German armies. Perhaps even earlier than the Germans, there came the Jewish people in the 11th and 12th centuries. Initially, first Jews arrived as merchants, the Radhanite, often to buy amber and Slavic slaves sold by the local elites. Incidentally, it was the same with the Vikings. They kidnapped people. So that was our first encounter with progressive Scandinavia. But the real mass influx of the Jewish people was triggered by the Crusades and their attendant pogroms in Germany and elsewhere in Western Europe. Polish rulers, however, issued edicts of toleration, including principally the famous Statute of Kalisz of 1264, which welcomed and protected Jews. Each wave of persecution in Western Europe sent Jewish refugees eastward to Poland. The new migrants began referring to Poland as Polin. Here God comes to rest. Later, from the mid-16th century, they applied the term Paradisus Judeorum, paradise for Jews, to the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. The Jewish were permitted to retain their language, Yiddish, customs, and most importantly, religion. They also enjoyed autonomous institutions, including the Council of Three, or later Four Lands, which was a Jewish parliament, a forerunner of the Knesset. There were other immigrants who were accorded similar privileges. Chronologically, the Armenians showed up as early as the 11th century. Via Kievan Ruthenia, they continued to resettle in Poland at least until the 18th century. The Armenians, both Orthodox and Catholic Christians, enjoyed their own autonomous institutions. In modern times, more of them arrived after 1945 and, in particular, following the implosion of the Soviet Union in 1991. Then there were the Tatars, who fled internal persecution and strife among their own people to the Grand Duchy of Lithuania and settled there in the 14th century, later spreading to the Polish crown lands in Podlasie. In addition to their autonomous institutions, they were free to practice their Muslim religion. The Scots likewise enjoyed their own community institutions in Poland. They came in successive waves starting in the 16th century. They were first driven by economic opportunities. They'd rather come to Poland, they'd be transported to America or Australia. Perhaps most of the early Scottish settlers were itinerant merchants, though there were also quite a few mercenaries, soldiers. Next waves came to escape religious and political persecution at home. Amazingly, most were not Catholics, though some of those who came as well, but rather they were Presbyterians. The last large wave arrived in the 18th century after the defeat of the legitimate Stuart monarchs. In the 19th century, it was mostly Scottish engineers, educated people, who arrived in Poland looking for jobs in her budding industries. The Dutch Mennonites, followers of priest Menon, arrived in the 16th century seeking refuge from religious persecution. They were mostly farmers who settled in Ducal and Royal Prussia and along the upper Vistula. Later, some of them migrated to the Ukrainian lands. Likewise, there were religious refugees from France, the Huguenots. Some of them settled in Poland in the late 16th century, others trickled in for the next 200 years. Of course, over time, most of the immigrants assimilated and became Polish by culture and language. Many of them eventually embraced Catholicism. A few of the new arrivals eventually became Polish nobility. A few had their foreign noble titles confirmed in the so-called indigenat by the Polish parliament. In the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, a Jew who converted to Catholicism was automatically ennobled. The nobility, szlachta, was extremely numerous in Poland, perhaps up to 10-15%, and its significance cannot be overstated. There was no property requirement to be noble. You just had to fight, defend the patria. A noble was a citizen with full rights. I should rattle off all sorts of rights and privileges that accrued to warriors since, I guess, the 13th century, 14th century, starting with the Act of Cienia, which mirrored the Magna Carta but was not a joke and a broken promise. The nobles, if they fought, in particular in foreign wars, were exempt from taxation. They enjoyed habeas corpus 150 years before the British. 150 years in 1436, Poland's Neminem Captivabimus law was enacted. In 1505, the Polish constitution of called the Nihil Novi, nothing new about us without us, was introduced. It was no joke. In American, it translates no taxation without representation, over 250 years before the United States was born and came up with the same solution. In 1573, upon hearing that Catholic fanatics massacred Protestants in Paris, again in Europe, in much of Western Europe, Christians murdered each other, mass murdered each other in the name of Christ. In Poland, there was, for the most part, peace of national solidarity, because the nobility, a huge group, considered itself a natio, a nation, and therefore they were tolerant towards one another in practice. This was the Commonwealth. Eventually, the privileges and laws and culture, noble culture, began trickling down. Here we should perhaps detour briefly to discuss the development of national consciousness in Poland. It spread through two main devices, corporate rights and war. I've mentioned corporate rights, but I should talk more about war. Most of those who fought for the king and country were nobles, and they developed eventually a corporate consciousness as warriors and citizens, and what can be termed as proto-national consciousness as the political nation. Eventually, some noble privileges accrued to others. Noble consciousness entered national culture and after the 18th century fertilized the burghers and other commoners. The rise of modern nationalism not only facilitated the Polonization of the common people, the peasants in particular, but it also expedited the assimilation of the migrants and their descendants. One only needs to look at the last names of various Polish patriots to see the evidence of successful migration, mingling, and assimilation. Kościuszko was a Ruthenian, so today he'd be Polish, but by origin he'd be Belarusian. Witwicki, Ruthenian, Ukrainian. Fabiani, Italian. Ponce de la Rivière, French. Totleben, Baltic German. Mushinsky, Tatar, as in Mustafa. Naimsky, Jewish, Naim meaning pretty in Hebrew. Butler, English, of course. MacDonald, Scottish. Which McDonald's? The Vilno McDonald's was the joke. Teroganian, Armenian, and so forth. All of them, Polish patriots, all descending from migrants. It's important to stress that such patriots usually proved in blood the loyalty to their new homeland. They participated in Poland's every war and insurrection from 1772 to 1944. War, foreign invasions, and occupations in particular forged new Poles. Incidentally, this did not just concern the newcomers, but also the common people of Poland. Most of them were peasants and began developing a sense of national consciousness on any significant scale only from the second half of the 19th century. Arguably, middle and upper class migrant foreigners were often more Polish and patriotic than the commoners who, after the disappearance of the last Polish monarch, simply lacked a frame of reference powerful enough to stimulate their Polishness. However, those chosen few farmers who fought as early as the 16th century, for example, in the ranks of the picked infantry, so-called piechota wybraniecka, markedly showed a much higher level of national consciousness than their run-of-the-mill peasant neighbors. The same applies to the Kościuszko scythemen of 1794, a few legionaries of common origin in the Napoleonic Wars, and even fewer peasant insurgents in 1830-1831 and the 1863 insurrection. The waxing of national consciousness proceeded with the First World War and the Polish Bolshevik War. One should perhaps mention here an eccentric case of Poles in America who, at the beginning of the 20th century, acquired both Polish and American consciousness simultaneously and, after 1914, volunteered for the Polish armed forces of a non-existing yet Polish state in comparable numbers as their counterparts in Galicia to the Polish legions. The Second World War was an important watershed for it uniformized Poland through slaughter and deportations. Predictably, terror and persecution of everyone Polish stimulated the growth of national consciousness, in particular among the common people. After all, nothing could spur you to appreciate your cultural background more than when the occupiers when the occupiers persecuted you for it. If a Polish farmer was sent to Siberia as a Polish lord, he would certainly strive to live up to the charge. If a German gendarme slapped a Polish peasant on the face and called him a Polish pig, the attendant hatred and resentment usually translated into the victim embracing the identity he was tormented for. There was yet another element facilitating the ascendancy of the Polish national identity in Poland. Hardly any ethnic minorities remained after the depredations of Hitler and Stalin. The German dictator mass murdered Jews during the Holocaust and the Christian Poles in the Ordinary Terror. He also deported millions of pre-war Polish citizens within and without Poland. The Soviet strongman, meanwhile, exterminated the Polish elites of various backgrounds and deported millions of them, of others as well, including hundreds of thousands to the Gulag between 1939 and 1941, and the rest after 1944, when cultural and ethnic Poles were expelled to central Poland from her eastern lands that accrued to the USSR as a result of the Yalta and Potsdam agreements. Meanwhile, from 1945, millions of Germans fled eastern Germany, which became now Western Poland, or subsequently suffered resettlement in the West. The Ukrainians and Belarusians were removed to what used to be Eastern Polish lands, now under Soviet rule. At any rate, before that mid-20th century calamity, many minorities simply disappeared, and the remnants were put into deep hibernation under communism. The communists actually attempted socially to engineer Poland to achieve its mythical pure status as a Polish-only state. In 1947, a prominent Christian nationalist ideologue and activist, Adam Doboszyński, unequivocally rejected such an approach. I quote, "Poland had to wait for 1,000 years for the appearance of the slogan that the Commonwealth should be inhabited solely by the Poles. It was only the Soviet Agentura that advanced and implemented the slogan here. We will not encounter it proposed by any Polish thinker." But even under the Soviet occupation in the second half of the 20th century, migrations failed to stop completely. In contemporary times, there have been more migrants before and after 1989, including from the so-called socialist world. Most notably, a few Greeks arrived in the late 40s as refugees from the Greek Civil War. North Korean students came, but almost all of them were returned home, though a couple managed to defect to Poland and then to the West. I am aware of such exceptions because my parents, back in the 60s, hid a Vietnamese defector. At any rate, a few Vietnamese came to study engineering in Poland, but most of Poland's current Vietnamese residents had been slave laborers in East Germany. After their expulsion from there following Germany's reunification, they moved to Poland instead of returning home in the early 1990s. So Poland has 50,000, maybe more, Vietnamese. There are also a number of Syrians, Iraqis, Libyans, and others left over from various Soviet and communist adventures in the Middle East and the Maghreb. For the same reasons, a few Africans, sometimes with Polish mothers, ended up in Poland. In time, they should all be integrated. The trick is to take only as many as is appropriate for assimilation. Otherwise, the hosts will be swamped and will disappear. Who is going to practice the famous Polish hospitality then? The outsiders cannot replace the natives, for it would be the end of any culture, Polish in this instance. All you have to do is look at France or Great Britain and see what's happening. Same in Scandinavia and the rest of Western Europe, Italy, Spain, etc. So nationality needs migrants to be strengthened, in particular when the dictatorship of pleasure, or liberalism as it is, as it has manifested itself now, discourages women from having children. The culture is hostile to propagation. That culture will die. The answer is migrations, but migrations must be proportional to what can be assimilated, not the great replacement of the natives by the newcomers. So that's the short and long of Polish nationalism and migrations. Thank you very much.
Now, thank you, Professor. I think it was quite interesting and inspiring, a plethora of knowledge, a cross-section of historical aspects from very early ages until the current crises, especially that happened after 24th of February. Thank you for this message about the role of Polish nationalism in embracing various challenges.
Thank you
Greetings
very
from
much.
Warsaw. Thank you, Professor.
joining us here. Good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to host another panel at this beautiful and worthy conference, Christianity, the Root of Polishness. I am fortunate enough not to have to introduce the participants who are well known, but starting with Jan Pospieszalski, the creator of Worth Talking, TV show Until Somebody Decided It's Not Worth, Krystian Kraciuk, yes, a round of applause. Krystian Kraciuk, Polonia a Krystiana, PH24. The author of I Catholic video blog. What is of special significance? The author of the book How Catholic Church has created Poland and Poles. Profesor Grzegorz Kucharczyk. Let me mention, without mentioning a plethora of his titles, the author of The University and the Cathedral book. We are commencing the panel. Grzegorz Górny. A week ago, in Collegium Intermarium, he was speaking about civilizational aspects mentioned and remembered by students. Hello and welcome, Grzegorz Górny. So the first thesis to start off, what's the significance of Poland's 1966 to be impacted by Christian culture, Christianity, in Western version of this? So let's start with those sitting. Jan Pospieszalski goes first. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for inviting me. This is an obvious question, kind of. We've been shaped as a state, as a community by Christianity. We were included in Civitas Christiana that didn't define the reality onto national states. Christian universalism covered the world that we could ignite, and the tribes that lived here between the Warta River, Łaba, and Bug River. Not only was it civilizational advancement, but an informed choice that resulted in us becoming history as a country, as a unified and organized community and kingdom a few dozen years ago as a kingdom, the sovereign state, in the wake of superpowers in the East and West. This played an important role. To be more precise, relation between kerygmat and the grace that we accepted and culture shaping, political institution shaping. Briefly, I don't know who was first to say it. Some people are supposed to have said this opinion, to have uttered this opinion. Civilization is a byproduct of gospel preaching of resurrected Christ, our survivor, and our life goes out cyclical and repeatability cycle, and it is not the death that is the ultimate end, but this is the kingdom, and every person has a task. This chance that people are given from God on the day of christening, this linearity and the objective and the awareness that all the norms that you take up on you joyfully, not only can you be the subject of salvation, but they also streamline our energy to be creative, useful for the nearest and dearest, for the community, and full of sense. This self development was important in ancient civilizations. Now it is sanctioned by metaphysics and religion. Therefore, Christianity gave us development dynamics and sense of existence. Mr. Christian Kratiuk. We are all accustomed to the fact that we live in Christian civilization, post-Christian civilization. Rarely do we realize what we owe to this civilization, what we owe to happened over 1,050 years ago in the vicinity of Gniezno, where Poland was Christian as a nation. Today's exchange of thoughts is marked with brevity, so let me utter some slogans. Frankly speaking, let us have another question. What would happen if we had not been Christians? Can we imagine that? I can bravely say that the cross saves you against becoming animals. If there was no Christian church, the foundation block for Christian civilization par excellence as such, nothing would have protected us against devouring one another. Christianity has brought respect to these lands and other lands. Respect means subjectivity of other person. We started today's conference with a panel on Felix Koneczny, safety in family, that was brought about Christian civilization, as he mentioned, subjectivization of women, although today's feminists don't like it, subjectivization of juveniles, children. You do realize that in ancient civilizations that we refer to because we have tapped into them, male population was 30% bigger than female population back then. Do you think there were so many boys and so few girls being born? No. Girls were... they got rid of girls at some point. There are many examples in the book. I can quote Koneczny and many other important thinkers. Respect to other people is the basic thing. Private ownership, respect. Respect two laws that are the institutions above your family level. You can imagine what that was like before the advent of church. There are many books by Professor Grzegorz Kucharski. One of them was mentioned, Universities and Cathedrals. University and cathedrals were needed for the notion of truth and true beauty. As we know, Christian cathedrals are the biggest, the most profound embodiment of this beauty. I am truly convinced that Western civilization is as it is today, and people start eating each other, devouring each other, put in inverted commas, because they have rejected Christianity, because they try to create a counterpoint to what happened in Europe in general and in the world. Thank you very much. Grzegorz Kucharczyk, professor. Ladies and gentlemen, regarding your question, briefly speaking, Poland and Polishness starts in 1966. There is no other Polishness but the Polishness that was brought about, the Christianing given to us by Rome. We have no alternative fate, we as Poland. Those to imagine, well, let's forget fairy tale stories about Grand Lechia, German stories before Christianity, the French that can refer to gods, Anglo-Saxons who can write about Picts and other tribes, Anglo-Saxon tribes. We don't have anything like this. We enter the history arena as those who are Christian, as you can see in the chronicles. There is no other Poland but Roman Christian Poland. And referring the second part of your question, there is Blessed Primate Wyszyński's words in 1957 upon visiting Rome. Pius XII gave him cardinal's insignia. He said, when speaking to Poles in St. Stanislav Church, Poles can be called a Roman nation because Christianitas made us accept all civilizational heritage embodied and symbolized by Rome. We can be called a Roman nation so much that Latin is the second mother tongue. The structure of our language, alphabet, writing is Latin in origin. It was intermediated by the Roman Catholic Church. It was Cyprian Kamil Norwid who said, churching of the nation. It is Norwidian. The church has brought the word and the letter, speaking the language of Norwid, the spirit and material and social civilization. This is it. This is the source that Poland taps into. As I'm saying, there's no other Poland. And this is a watershed in the history of Central and Eastern Europe's nations. This is the year of Romanticism. I often refer to my favorite prophet, forgotten very often, Krasicki. In one of his letters he would write, we diverge with Kiev, Ruthenia. They took after Byzantium, we after Rome. And there is filioque dogma significance. The dogma that the general church headed by Rome, the Holy Spirit comes from Father and Son. This dogma was not accepted by Eastern Church, and a prophet says this shows in civilizational domain. Father is despotic without sharing with his Son. The Holy Spirit comes from Father, not from Father and Son. These are not theological considerations, it only shows the context. There was this awareness amongst Poles long time ago that it was the tipping point. The history of many nations in Europe diverges, and the questions that seem to be religious or of ecclesiastic nature, they had political and civilizational essence. Kristen Kratiuk posed the question, what would have happened if we had not been Christians? We have the answer. Slavic tribes' hopes between the Oder and the river. They had 1963 uprising against German rulers. They did nothing for 200 consecutive years to make the most, to take from Rome, not through Magdeburg, Cologne, Köln, and they were devouring one another. And there came reconciliation, and Slavic traces are kind of lost. So this is the Central and Eastern Europe's story of Slavic nations. And Norwid is also quoted, David's lips and opening the room for us is the quotation about. Professor Grzegorz Kucharczyk righteously pointed out to lack of history of Poland before Christianity. So Catholicism gave the form of Polishness. It shaped Polishness. Catholicism became the most profound cornerstone of our national identity. 1972, 2nd of June, John Paul II said a meaningful sentence. Poland cannot understand itself without Christ. If we reject this interpretation key, we will not understand ourselves. In history of Poland, Church was the guardian and the watcher of national traditions. Not only do we speak about partition times in the 19th century, let's take the division period into specific counties. The Church was a unifying one that brought together, that unified Poles, brought them together. I cannot be with you in Warsaw. I'm here in Chicago. And Chicago, you can see this community creating factor of Catholicism. When you visit Polish churches that were built 100 plus 50 years ago by Polish immigrants, like St. Stanislaus Church, Holy Trinity, St. Abelard, you become familiar with the history of these places. When Poles were in exile, what did they do? The first thing, they brought forces, they raised money in order to build a church. And the church was the center of Polish life. Once there was a church, there were different organizations around it, some kind of charities, Sunday schools, organizations, banks, credit cooperatives, and similar, scouts, sports clubs. And the church was the community forger, something that created quality. Now we have the assimilation. Migration dissolves. And the parish life dies out. The development of one The development of the church develops Polish community, and a collapse of one results in collapse of the other. And I believe that the interpretation key suggested by John Paul II is the right one that we are left with. Thank you very much indeed.
We've just been reminded of the state and nation creative power of Christianity at a time where people from various courts forecast the downfall of Christianity. We see many crises, especially in social life around us, and that's true. So therefore, let me put forward the next question, which consists again of two parts. One, what has been left of Christianity in the Polish nation and in institutions and people? And two, let's try to tackle the question of what the legacy of Christianity will be for the current generation that is now growing up. Will they inherit anything? For the sake of time, please be very succinct in answering to those questions, and I will make use of the privilege of moderation, and I give you 3 minutes each times for members for handling the question that is very broad. I think that situation, contrary to all appearances, is not hopeless. The way forward for the prophecies not to fulfill themselves, wishful thinking of a liberal left who claim that Christianity is gone, it is dwindling. We see every year in Germany or in other countries several churches being dismantled because they actually merge together parishes. And I think that we're absolutely able to save the spirit, although the demography is not helpful. Today, the generation that has not known John Paul II is one that we cannot follow, that we cannot understand. People on TikTok scrolling all the time with permanent euphoria. So they depart from the church because for them the church is not interested anymore. People just committed apostasy because they just didn't know that. They just put their toys and went to the other sandbox. In the 19th century, since we have this era of romanticism the professor alluded to, when we recall our biggest poets, we cannot but mention what happened before Poland regained independence. Over the span of 3 generations, in all partition parts, also in Siberia, 30 or 40 excellent persons appeared with these very similar biographies. They fought with arms in their hands and or started in education. One Szczęsny Feliński was an uprising soldier in Wielkopolska. He belonged to the Hotel Lambert emigration. A well-educated Patryk who experienced, I think, some kind of a revelation, or he at least understood what Bogdan Jański, a friend of Mickiewicz, said. Jański said there will be no resurrection of Poland, there will be no restoration of Poland without independence of the spirit. And his friends were both January uprising warriors, fighters. So they reached the point in time where they conclude that only through Catholicism, radical Catholicism, and trust in God, you can restore Poland. And Szczęsny Feliński went a step further because he concluded that it's not Poland that's the goal. The ultimate goal is salvation of your soul, which Poland is just a stopover. It would be, of course, better if Poland assumed its nation-state institution, but the main objective is to make people Christian. I am going to use a hint, to quote Bogdan Jański. Jański, 1887, emissary of the government of the January uprising, Hieronim Kajsewicz, fighter, insurgent. Oh, sorry, the speaker is shooting off, rattling away the names at a terrible speed. So it's basically a list of names who all were insurgents. The list is not exhaustive. Most of them had similar biography. They started fighting for Poland, then they changed their minds, and they all established orders, Catholic orders. There was a new invention, not ununiformed churches or orders. So this is an unbelievable phenomenon of a resurrection over 80 years. New neighbors were established. There was a migration from the rural areas into the cities. And they bring gospel and they start homeless asylums. They evangelize. They set up schools. One of them invented the new model of school education, starting the children loving God, starting to think independently, and so on and so forth. So this civilization impetus of almost 50 orders, new Christian orders, changed the world. And if we, I think you use up your time, and if we think about what inspired personalities such as Archbishop Blount and others, I believe that it is only radical communities who are able to continue the fight and the mold of Polishness. I think that the thoughts that Mr. Pospieszalski spoke of, I wanted to broach at the very end as a source of hope, because all these other saints appeared in the very hopeless times for Poland. Mr. Patryk, what's going to be left after Christianity? Well, that depends on two factors at least. What's left of the Polish Christianity first, because this is how you put this question forward, and what to offered in next generations. As we saw the crisis in the church, which is comparable to the current one, although not as vast one, where the end of the world was prophesied. Poland put itself on a different side, on the opposite side, as it was true for the very influential part of the Western world. And I'm speaking about the Protestant Revolution of Martin Luther. You know what happened in Poland? A Protestant Revolution wave swept across Europe and most of the world switched to Protestantism. Poland remained Catholic thanks to two factors. I think this helped us remain Catholics in the following generations. One, thanks to very brave priests like Piotr Skarga, who was also the headmaster of the Jagiellonian University, and in his sermons showed the very fundamentals of the Polish society, as well as Bishop Hosiusz, who was the leader of the so-called Kant Revolution, as well as the monarchs who wanted to stick to Catholicism. So 50 years after the outbreak of Luther's revolution, which was of great civilizational significance, and the mere fact that we differ so much from Western civilization, we owe to us remaining Catholics. And if today the Polish institutions and the Polish clergy refuses to remain true to Catholicism in the personal and also social realms, the Catholicism would not survive. And radicalism is, of course, the way forward because it is very future-oriented. Ladies and gentlemen, we differ from the Western world only because our adherence to civilizational principles of the Christianity, which had been abolished in the West. And I think that the overarching objective of retaining sovereignty is to remain Catholics, Catholic society. It's not that everybody needs to be Catholic, but the Christian ethics. I'm harking back on Konieczny and the first panel here. The primacy of Catholicism over the public life has remained in Poland. Ladies and gentlemen, Polish politicians must ask themselves question, and the mothers and fathers alike, what is the use for Poland to exist? What is the aim, objective? Because airports, when you come to another country, you see pretty much the same. You see the same shops, you listen to the same music, but the society here is a little bit different. Certain inventions of social engineering failed to set a foothold in Poland, which were quite successful in other countries. So what is the reason for Poland to exist, as Konieczny asked? Maybe in order to allow the Christian values to thrive and survive. There is no other reason. All right. 3-minute answer to the question of what is left of Christianity in Poland. despite all the dark sides and statistics about the crisis in the church, about destruction of families and laicization of the young generations, it seems that the last period after the outbreak of the next phases in Ukraine after the 24th of February showed two things that instill hope in one. One is the response of the Polish people to the apparent disaster to the poor and unhappy people of Ukraine, and accepting them at Polish homes rather than building immigrant camps. This is thanks to the deeply rooted Catholicism and Christianity at large. So there is a reflexive movement. If there is, if people suffer, if there is suffering of people, the regular reflex is to help them without waiting for an ordinance of a high commissioner or whatever. So this inspires me to thinking that quite a lot of the inborn Christianity is still left in the Poles and the Polish people. The second thing is, since I arrived from Poznan, I should mention two letters of our bishop, one directed to the east and the other one to the east. One is to the German brothers who following the heretic path, and to the east to the Patryk Kirill, who is on the same path of supporting cruel imperialism. Both letters are quite strong in expression, and probably the bishop will never become a cardinal because of the letter to the Germans, but I think his conscience will be pure and he will look at the mirror without a shame after this. Even though the church is making through very difficult and turbulent times, I think that such a gesture of the Polish bishop shows that the well is still full, so there is still power in the church, and that Christian democracy is an oxymoron in Western Europe is a result of dwindling church, of the church dwindling in Western Europe. And thanks to Cardinal Wyszyński, this has not happened in Poland, despite various attempts. So these are the signs of hope that Christianity is all about that in Poland, and I think this is a good foundation to build on going forward. Thank you. Mr. Górny was just will speak now. I do agree with the previous speakers that the news on the death of the Catholic Church in Poland is premature, and that the spiritual capital and religious potential is much higher than in the Western Europe. If we take, however, Ireland and Spain into consideration, who used to be the fortresses of Catholicism in Western Europe, I think it should serve as a warning for us that faith is something brittle and can be eroded very quickly. Being richer with the experience of the West, I hope that we will not commit certain errors that the West committed. And I see the letter of our archbishops when it comes to embracing morality and faith of the church. There is no heresy like we see in the West. However, the battle is for the Polish souls, especially the souls of the youngest generation, who cannot anymore recall the reign of John Paul II in the Holy See. So I think that there is a problem in pinching the media bulbs and driving the victory of the real life over the virtual things. And I think Mr. Pospieszalski was right in saying that media communities can be the silver bullet.
So that faith becomes existential and personal for young people, more than just part of tradition they've been rubbed down on. Even when talking to activists, left-wing activists, young ones, my question is, what soothes your spirit? What's the source of your happiness? Inside of you, where do you feel safety and tranquility? And they discover that there is nothing of this kind. The youngest generation finds it the most difficult. This is the place to start with. In order to offer young people this kind of existential experience that should be a prompt to personal experience of God in their lives. It's important to experience this in a community when you are not all alone, because this is the problem of young people. Loneliness, fear, media speak about fuel the fear against of the end of the planet. There are communities of fear, and Christianity gives you this kind of supernatural hope. In our pastoral services should focus this spiritual path. Thank you very much. I must admit that it's been constructive for me. It's been constructive to all of us to show hope in the times of hopelessness, that Christianity and the gospel is the reviving power to what seems to have suffered from necrosis. It's been reverberated by all of you. Now I want to ask about it in the last part of the panel, so that it is highlighted, it's more conspicuous and easy to understand. The conditions that we have to meet when living here and now in the places we're in. What kind of conditions should we meet, we as believers, as the church, as the state, so that Christianity prevails and this reviving power of the gospel acts here and now. Jan Pospieszalski, against all odds, after the series of interventions, it might seem that there is hope and optimism. Hope. Let's think. 2 letters of Archbishop Gondecki do not change the reality. Professor, please be reminded. After the first letter to brethren from bishops in Germany, there was the Gość Niedzielny intervention, what he retrieved from less radical tone. A synod is a discussion, is exchange of your opinions, as if, well, we commented this strange interview as if there was a strange telephone putting the hierarchy into order from the nuncius, but the letter was not retrieved. Yeah, it remains a fact. Speaking about pastoral tools, what is happening in the general church, as we call it. I don't want to use big quantifiers. There is a problem. There is a total vocational crisis in seminaries, the decline in ordained priests. Some priests give up on the walk of life. I won't be calling the names of the orders which have departed being liberal or progressive. It surprises us, the faithful born in the 60s or 70s. We open our eyes saying, what are they talking about? What do they put on Instagrams or Twitters? So much is happening in the church domain, and these do not bring hope. Some of these are pretty radical, which results in the fact that some priests, and I've known the instances, resolved to leave their communities and go to exile, fulfill their vocation when alone, in conjunction with the church. They choose another bishop. They are unable to operate in structures which are malmanaged or rotten with pathologies, deviating from faith. To their understanding, what is happening in the church in specific places cannot be healed, and they choose these desperate, radical, yet rational actions. They go to the desert in order to safeguard true Catholic teaching. There are radical communities of people who support them and pray together. This phenomenon is worth noting, I believe. It shows that you may pay a dear price for being faithful, and being faithful is worth paying this price. We are lucky enough, me and my wife, my brothers, we live in the families where we are able to transfer this faith treasure. We care and nurture the relation. And around us, in the business sector that I belong to, musicians and journalists, there's a huge problem. No simple answers. Let me return to this. Well-defined radicalism. Well, we can see what is happening. Well, limitations to Catholic communities through trident masses, despite putting screws on them, or conditions that do not favor develop this kind of spirituality. Well, lots of people find their way there, their walk of life. They fulfill they find self-fulfillment. They nurture Catholic traditions. We're nearing the end. Be brief. Christian Kraciuk. The host asked a question about keeping faith. What should be the church, the state, and the believers, how they should behave. There are three ingredients of social life. The church is facing the challenge to remain Catholic, what Professor Kucharczyk was speaking about. It demonstrates the fact that Polish church is the front runner in Europe. They try to remain Catholic. It's bad, it's a huge crisis, we know this. PCH24, we've got the chronicles of the crisis that we run on daily basis. But I want to give you some hope. The church needs to remember that it needs to be Catholic, not any other. The state cannot be an obstacle in this. Politicians and state creators need to think what Poland is. I'm following Koneczny, the objective of Poland's existence. And to answer the question, for Christian civilization, what do we find threats and what is good for it to flourish? If we answer these questions, us, the state, the nation, if we choose the right path, not the one that bring threats, but the ones that bring chances, we increase our chances. Look what the state has done, aided by the state when it comes to abortion. There is no better test bed than the ban on murdering children in mothers' wombs. Poland sent the spark that set fire to pro-life movements and Catholics movement. They want to reverse the state, although the Marxist paradigm seemed to be the necessity of the day. It is not. Particular states in the United States put a ban on this barbarian law because Poles have given a good example. And the nation, this is associated with the church, it's inseparable. We have also witnessed to the fact that we differ faith-wise from people from our culture milieus. I'm speaking about what was happening during pandemics in churches. In Poland, we still believe that what is happening inside the church during the Holy Mass is Jesus Christ's sacrifice repeated on the altar. What a priest brings up into the air. This is not a symbol, it's Jesus Christ. It's not anything you can treat like cookies or cups that you have here. This is real and substantial presence of Christ, not a symbol. If we stick to this, we will stick to the faith. So there is hope for Christian civilization too. Thanks God. The shortest possible answer. You need to be faithful to yourself, to the divine founder of the church and his faith, without yielding to any fabs of empty heads and full bellies, as Krasiński wrote. This is the essence of the thing, as the great leader of the church, Primate Wyszyński, said, you shouldn't yield to the whims of your body, emptying your head. What is a pain point is limiting faith to emotions. You exclude something that Primate called a wise heart. We are going to celebrate 25 years of Fides and Ratio of Saint John Paul II, who said about two wings, the reason and the heart, that lift you. There is no truth, no heart, no contemplation for many people now, which is a problem. So I repeat it often, Polish seminaries, if there is less Karl Rahner, more of St. Thomas of Aquinas, there is a greater chance for priest formation. We're speaking much about young generations. Young generations hate copycats. If they see genuine faith, showing that a priest lives by the faith, they do what they believe. There is no ultra-humanitarian charity program, the universal hospital, and when there is a pandemic we close it for a moment, but this faith is essence, fides and ratio. So if they moan and grow at the beginning, they will return to these priests, not to these that create fraternity, which burn faith inside out. I'm returning to this basic thought. You need to be faithful to yourself. In church, this is untainted, dissolved faith, not a copycat faith, because young people hate copycats. This is this horrible privilege of me being the time guardian. Grzegorz Górny, briefly, please. Please be brief. You were asking about the church, the state, and the faithful behavior. It is the state and the church that are created by us. So it's a question to all of us. If the fight we are taking in is the spiritual one, the weapons we should be reaching out for are also of spiritual nature. And the Catholic Church gives us the whole and end-to-end arsenal, starting with sacraments that are the most certain way leading to salvation. And there is a plethora of other sermons like the Rosary, God's grace called. Too rarely do we reach out to the treasure of the church that is at our fingertips. We try to create strategies of behavior when in fact the treasure is close. It's inside the church. You need to reach out for that. And I think this is our call. Your question is a call to all of us to first and foremost to be personal in our conversion, to give witness to what we believe. And the third thing, the connection got we got disconnected. What is the third? And the third, the mission of the church. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your contributions. We are short of time. The time is too limited to labor the point, though it is pretty interesting. There's lots of potential for a separate discussion, separate delving into the problem. What makes me happy is the hope. We can see the power of Christianity and we should realize it anew. And special place of Poland in the European Union against what is happening there, specific acts showing that Poland's got the power, that we have something to offer to the world, that the fact that we are Christianity rooted in this heritage that shows subjectivity of man, and therefore it shapes the law in relation to human subjectivity. This cannot be overestimated. Thank you very much. Jan Pospieszalski, Krystian Kratiuk, Professor Grzegorz Kucharczyk, and Grzegorz Górny. My name is Arkadiusz Robaczewski. Intermarium College is what I represent. Thank you very much.
Dzień dobry.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Kolejny panel.
We have another panel in front of us.
Sformułowane zagadnienie
Its
znakiem zapytania.
title is or ends with a question mark. Transcendency
Przyjęliśmy takie słowo
embedded in Polishness? Question mark. Transcendency is a very rich notion and is harks back to ancient philosophy, but
i wskazywanie na celowość, która
we understand it, we construe it as going beyond limitations, worldly limitations.
do naszego spotkania przyjęliśmy, a moimi gośćmi
And my guests,
osoby, których nie muszę
my
przedstawić.
guests are persons who I don't really need to introduce to you. Professor Wojciech Raszkowski, author of the great textbook for the new class that our ruling politicians introduced to the Polish schools. Then we have Professor Gierich, who is expert in the relations between Poland and the EU and understanding the position of man in this and those relations, as well as priest Professor Paweł Bortkiewicz, expert in ethics at the Poznań Adam Mickiewicz University, who collaborates with the Toruń University and with the media represented in Toruń, with from television, Radio Maria as well. The Poznań University is the leading academy in debates, namely what the university excelled at over the centuries.
Chciałbym, żebyśmy zaczęli od próby wskazania na elementy.
So I'd like to start with pointing to certain moments in time throughout the Polish history that would actually contain an element of transcendence. Can we identify such points in time? I think that our panel refers to two notions which are very complex and complicated. One notion is about Polishness and transcendence. We should therefore start by agreeing on the level at which we should tackle that notion. When it comes to Polishness, we have a problem with that. Let me be blunt. Most of the Polish people have a problem with their Polishness. I think to the people who are really serious about being Polish, it is important to ponder on the roots of Polishness, which is religion, land, and first and foremost history. I think that in all of the three you feel transcendency. It depends, however, on how we understand that latter notion, because sometimes people dodge those questions. If we ask, for example, about the sources of law and morality, people avoid being relativistic completely. So they use a tool instead to dodge the question by referring to the general human values. to me, those are not any point of reference at all, because you could as well ask the question of the general human values, which means which humans are you referring to? Because there are values and anti-values who are working quite okay throughout the history. So is it Mother Teresa or Charles Manson? So if not the general human values, then the will of the people. But who is people? Who is the people? Is it the ruling class or the downtrodden? Well, these are the notions that close the discussion rather than opening them, because they compromise themselves. Will of the people. Who was the emanation of the will of the people? Robespierre or the others? And Robespierre, did he survive? Well, I think there were members of intelligentsia who were just creating visions of the world during the revolution before that. So I'm not convinced either by the will of the people and as well as by the general human values. Are we at a certain plane where we are looking for the purpose? And if we're looking for the purpose, we won't find transcendency. So to me, transcendency is the creator. Well, let me be blunt. Not only am I a Christian, but I have a lot of common sense with which I look at the world. You should look at the world not as an entity itself, which creates itself and perpetuates itself, but it's something that was created. You can refer back to Abraham, Moses, and Jesus Christ and other personalities who experienced a kind of illumination. But I believe that law and morality should stem from the ultimate ratio, as Saint Thomas called as the first reason, first cause. I am not a philosopher, I'm an amateur, but my construct of the world is based just on that. Now, coming back on your question about Polishness, to me the fundamentals of Polishness are a series of events. 966, the year 966, where the Polish statehood originated. And I think that our statehood is deeply rooted in Christianity. Maybe Christianity would have come later, but without that move, the state wouldn't have emerged. Before that, only tribal organizations existed, and we don't know what they did, what they were. And the deed by the Prince Mieszko was something fundamental that was referred back to by his successors, and they carried forward the values understood in that transcendental way, which never contested understanding or construing the Ten Commandments as the natural laws. If you take the Ten Commandments, they are not in contradiction. The next such a person or moment in time, or a person in this case, was Saint Hedwig. Not only was she, as a 10-year-old girl, a politician, but also she was a very faithful person. And bringing Christianity to Lithuania marked the next very important step in the Polish history. Paweł Włodkowicz was another person who provided that foundation, because at the Constant Congress he argued that a faith without conviction is worth nothing. The next point in time were the commitments by John Casimir, and then the victory at Vienna by John III Sobieski. So I think we cannot follow and understand the Polish history. We can add Saint Adalbert, Saint Stanislas to that, and many other personalities to whom we refer when we try to understand the strength of Polish tradition. And eventually we reach John Paul II. The message by the Pope to Poles from the Castle Square about the spirit that may come down to earth, this earth, was so penetrating. No, people do not respond to that anymore and try to remove that John Paul II's legacy. These people act counter to Polishness. Pointing at the moments or the elements which are part of transcendency is very important. Well, the same question to the next speaker. Even if two people speak the same, they don't usually say the same. So, thank you. I'd like to join the effort of deconstructing transcendency. I thought to me, when I heard the title of this panel, that we think about God in this. So what's the relationship between the faith in God and our identity? I think that this is a kind of reflection that many people in Poland follow. Mr. Górny in the previous panel invoked the thoughts of John Paul II. This is very important for us to understand ourselves. But if we cast a different light, or shed a different light on that, I would refer to Rymkiewicz, who claimed that Polishness is the absolute. It's like baptism. And the discourse about transcendency in Poland, we can have two approaches which are not the same. One, we depart from God and see and follow the culture that is created based on the faith, which goes beyond the worldly things. And that other thing makes faith an instrument of thinking about Poland as the ultimate value. Well, it's difficult for me to quote historical fact better than the professor who did that before me. But I thought this to myself. We speak about adoption of Christianity by Poland by baptism in the 10th century. And if we look at Europe, all nations somehow start with baptism, with adopting Christianity. Of course, you can reach back to the Gallic times, but if you think about Franks, about Hungarians and Ruthenians, then you conclude that inevitably. And how it was possible in Poland that this transcendency survived So my working hypothesis is this. As soon as the Western countries started flourishing and became certain of their power and historic identity, which was seen in the 18th century, Poland, in turn, has been dwindling. It has been immersing in the deeper crisis. We have various uprisings, Cossacks, then we have partition, then we have dissolution of the Polish state for over 100 years. And then abruptly we find ourselves in the 20th century where which saw German occupation and then the communist rule. So it all led us to an attempt of looking deeper into our roots, what makes us up. In most of the countries, the monarchs are the binding force. That's not the case in Poland, though. We don't know who the first Polish monarch was, because his rule was sort of semi-legal. So it's quite an interesting experience. Polishness does not equal politics. So politics is a very important constituent, but it's not defined Polishness. So transcendency is about the experience of the people. I'm almost finished. I was deeply moved by the readings of John Paul II and Pope Benedict, who claimed that contemporary world, and in particular Europe, represents a person of a well-fed person. Maybe those thin years, the rainy years, helped us very much. And transcendency in Poland. And the question is how to carry it forward. Thank you, Professor. Thank you for inviting me here. And harking back on the previous speakers who are very versed theologists, and both of you are too modest and not admitting to your deep theological knowledge. I believe that transcendency can be construed in various possible ways, but makes you disappointed. Otherwise, we can treat or deal with transcendency as a logos, which means God, incorporated God, who starts shaping the course of the history. So I think that this transcendency in Poland starts in April 966 with adoption of Christianity and the baptism of Poland by Mieszko, Prince Mieszko. And I think we should accept two notions from what we said before. There is no Poland in the pre-Christian times, and that decision by Mieszko was a very sensible decision, as described by John Paul II, who said that despite of storytelling that it was a let's say opportunistic move by Mieszko, it was a religious decision through and through. And I think that a confirmation of this hypothesis was the fact that the first churches in Poland were built of stone rather than of wood. So this shows that the decision to adopt Christianity was permanent, as opposed to Lithuania, where wooden churches were erected first, and when they went up in flames, the faith disappeared as well.
It was the fulfillment of Christianing, as it has got this kind of mission impulse, mission impact. So the fulfillment was demonstrated by Lithuanians Christianing. This transcendence, being a living God entering human fate, demonstrates 1966 events and whatever came before and whatever came after. 1966 incidents can be seen as continuation. The millennium celebrations and the first pilgrimage of John Paul II in 1979. So, from the point of view of June 79, which was preceded by what had been happening before, the Pope comes to the People's Republic of Poland to show us that he lives in Poland. This is the socialist society reminding us that we are a nation, not a society just. And Homo Sovieticus, mutated human, is visited by Pope. Though the primate used to speak, beloved children of God, reminding us that we are not Homo Sovieticus, but we are the children of God. We're children of God dignity. John Paul II says in Piłsudski Square, you cannot understand man without God. This is the power of transcendency through Christianing 1966 and through fulfillment of different incidents in 1966 and consecutive years. There is nothing impossible for God if we want to use the language of theology. Thank you. Father Professor. Complementary question to accentuate, highlight, and bring certain things to the fore. Transcendence is presented by you. Can you demonstrate culture works, science, morality, art, religion for transcendence demonstration in Poland, in a Poland-specific way? Yes, indeed. We need to remind history of Polish literature and music and visual arts until the 18th century. Polish visual arts, sculpture and painting were Christian. Holy Mother was Christian. Then, 19th century, there is some kind of music that is no longer religious, because music originates in church and around church. Mikołaj Gomułka, for example. We should remember literature. Is still, when written in Latin, literature was very tightly associated with religion, Christianity. In Polish, Kochanowski is a Christian poet, indeed. Great Poland's literature, but Dziady and Korean, for example, this dispute with God. We cannot involve in a dispute with somebody who does not exist. This is the stupidity of today's atheists who squabble with somebody they believe non-existent. One thing is worth reminding. We kind of underestimate huge wave of immigration after 1939. I return to these topics. In 1980, in National Library, I browsed through immigration poetry. Religious themes are pretty strong there. almost all immigration poets, when facing dramatic situation, it was Yalta and 1939. Some of them shed blood because they are very often veterans of the Second Corps. They immigrate suffering a great loss of faith and hope and state. Hardly could you believe back in 1946 in Poland, resurrection. There is myriads of wonderful poetry. Hamar, Wierzyński. Let me not mention names because I might be unjust to others. What is characteristic? There is no state, or the state has been appropriated. What remains is hope in the faith, not in the mighty ones of this world. Wierzyński is pretty symptomatic. He does not believe in politics, he believes in God. Thank you very much, Professor. I'm just a political scientist, so let me refer to this sphere that I am an expert on, kind of. An interesting thing. Christianity, this is the difference between Christian thinking and other religious thinking, divided or checks and balances. We were speaking about checks and balances and rule of law. Checks and balances in Christian thinking is more basic rather than institutional. Three-party, triple division of powers. Mark's Gospel, Jesus talking about paying taxes to Caesar. There's dialogue. There is a question, should we pay or not? So Jesus requested to see a coin. Whose image is this? And what kind of wording is that? Caesar. So give Caesar what you owe to him and give God what you owe to God. It's clear for Jews because the creation of the world is clear. They've been raised upon the Bible. So the image indicates who's the owner. So they know whose image is on the coin. They know whose image is imprinted in man, because man has been created to the liking of God. So the relations between the powers is a subject of lengthy discussion, but there is this duality. Protestas and auctoritas are different powers. And their competences and the very fact of dual power existence means that there is no possibility for totalitarian power. It is not a competitor to protesters, it's just a different type of power. The church's power exercises the care for truth, moral, religious, that defines the sense of community, and political powers are reminded when the political powers try to infringe the image of God in man. And look and see, I've got a feeling that in Europe, we were speaking about this a bit, we kind of forget this division. It disappears, like woman's right to kill a baby before it is born. The most barbarian one was created in New York, as far as I remember. Jacek Sai, secularization of law. You turn a blind eye on fact that there are limits to power, and this awareness is very much in Polish tradition when we have this duality of power. This can be a contrary. We'll be speaking the Republic of Polish Church. But, on the other hand, this is the awareness that the authorities cannot do whatever they like. So this is a special contribution of Polishness towards European discussion, namely to remind of it, because it saves us, it spares us from total authoritarian power. Thank you very much. Before the floor goes to Father Professor, I just have one reflection. We are speaking about presence of Poland in the European Union. There is this kind of Protestant power exercise is religio. And on the contrary, the Polish ruler, I am not a king of human conscience. This has been reverberated today on numerous occasions, pretty apparent in the discussion. It clearly shows what Poles' tasks are, what we are supposed to refer to, just like Paweł Włodkowicz, who is very much up to date when we speak about sovereignty. What is the sovereignty of the nation, the state, human, freedom? Father Professor, on the one hand, we can see it in a holistic manner, as is the case of the conference. The specificity of Polishness is the Polish Catholicism that impermeates Poland as a DNA code that is nation-specific. There were some notions that were unprecedented. I'm not an expert on history, so I reached out to what I have in my memory, Norwid's poem in quotation. Zygmunt Krasiński was quoted, so let me return to Norwid. And the poem goes, and Mahambe lands on cobblestones in Warsaw. And so the poem goes.
Lecz z których się błyszczy. Cóż, przeniósł on przecie bezbronny jak Dawid wyciągnąć ramiona.
End of quotation from Norwid. This is a poetic description of a famous tragedy in Warsaw on the 8th of December 1861, when there is a patriotic demonstration of high school students. Cossack Sotnia charged upon them, and the one that was wielding a cross, it was Nowakowski, the Fine Arts Academy student that was killed, and Michał Lander, who was a Jew, took the cross over, but the cross was the symbol of Polishness for the people of those times. One was defending the symbol of faith, the other was defending the symbol of Polishness. This merging of the two is still a mystery. It's incomplete. What is social and religious, it is impossible to express. But this is the symbol of our faith and ethos. Some more details. Mr. Andrzej Duda's speech in 2016, 1050th anniversary of Poland's christening, the address in Poznań in front of the two chambers of Polish Parliament, the Sejm and the Senate, when Polish Christianitas elements were referred to. I dare say that it was the best text on 1050th anniversary, because this text described the consequences. I was speaking in front of bishops, at least some of them, so I'm frankly speaking in front of you. He was speaking about geography of Polish Christianitas, Gniezno, Saint Stanislas city, where you disseminate faith by word, not sword. Saint Stanislav was Stepan of Krakow, Paweł Włodkowicz was called upon on numerous occasions, and his great opus that pertained to right and justified wars and religious freedoms and nation rights concept, which was well ahead of Bartłomiej Laskaza's work and other thinkers' works. Paweł Włodkowicz, Konstanza Assembly, the one from Skalpmierz, the delegation that united when pressed by Europe. Poznań was mentioned. Wawrzyniec Gosicki, who was not known back then, a Polish bishop. Political ideas were taught to American politicians. Częstochowa, but for which it is impossible to understand Paul's attitude towards women's dignity. And geography goes on. Frombork, many other cities. Warsaw, sorry, forgot about this. And Warsaw Confederation question. The victorious Battle of Warsaw in 1920, the Vistula miracle that stopped communist invasion upon Europe. The city of tolerance and Polish outskirts that taught this coexistence of different denominations, cultures, groups. These elements are owed to the transcendence that is a part of Polish identity. Thank you, Father Professor. And now, the most difficult task or question for you. We've got 10 minutes or so. Quite some time, I believe. Yes. It's not so good. A difficult question. We spoke a little bit about transcendence, its presence in different moments of life, Polishness demonstrations. We are living at the times when transcendence is completely removed from life of individuals and societies. We experience secularization, that is, removal of transcendence. Seculare means to remove. Is there any chance to transfer these elements that transcend today's reality, which are important for the nation's existence? If so, how can we do it? Let me start with the reference to what the four speakers were saying. Polish tradition, Polish awareness. Have faith as the last resort in reaction to different phenomena, political phenomena. This differentiation works well here. It can be illustrated with a tragic example. Nobody ran statistics. The people deported to work camps, they behaved properly until the very end. They were not animalized. This might illustrate the theme in memories that at the end of the day the world is as it is, and there is another one that we have at our disposal. This kind of resistance has been in line with other resistance type. Our tradition to go upstream, this kind of secular upstream, we react to what we hear at our own discretion. You decide on your own. We need to decide that Polishness includes anarchy as tradition and going upstream for the sake of going upstream.
Wydaje mi się, że tutaj jest pewien klucz do zrozumienia dzisiejszego.
So this is the key to understanding today's situation, where a majority, or if not a large part of the Polish people are not convinced about the fundamentals. They treat them as something non-modern, something obsolete, and so on. So we see that on a daily basis in the media, and we hear the comments. Especially in relation to the church. The church is obsolete. So bringing the whole debate down to being mischievous to vis-a-vis the national sacrosanct elements. And speaking about our national sense is very important to have a critical view of yourself, but it depends on your perspective. If we do it from the point of view of our values, we need to be vigilant and need to look at Polishness. We need to be very meticulous. But today, people look at Polishness from the negationist perspective, attempting to destroy what positive there is in the fundamentals of Polishness. The question is why? And I think that the best way forward is to demonstrate the outcome of it, of destroying foundations, fundamentals. I recall a certain event. There used to be a Senegalese by the name of Simon Moll, who was the hero of the media as a political refugee. He escaped a totalitarian regime and he became the victim of the Polish attitudes. And it turned out that this guy has infected lots of Polish women with HIV who wanted to celebrate this free hero. I don't know where these ladies are. Maybe they're still alive. Nobody followed up this story, but this is what you end up with if you pursue relativism to the hilt, so to speak. So this is worth remembering and reminding to the Polish people, young generation, do what you please. You can binge drug yourself and so on. This negativity, nihilism, is what breeds disaster. All right. Thank you very much. Listening to the statements by the professor, I stumble upon the following question. Will anybody like to listen to the consequences? Because 2 years ago, there was this vulgar command given to those who try to point to some good in creating laws. What may be the reaction after that vulgar command that resounded in the Polish cities? So what is the language that we should use encouraging people to embrace this concept? I think that's the topic for the next meeting. Can we transfer transcendency over time? When it comes to transcendence, it will help itself, it will survive. But the question is how we can save Polishness with that. I think the problem here is more deeply rooted, and secularianism is but one of the problems. We live in times of late modernity. It is not a new era. But it is only now that we started to grasp the idea that modernity came up with. In which way did Rousseau formulated his ideas of this happy wildling who would roam woods and copulate when he or she wanted? So we see now why it emerged, because it was all set in the Christian context. When this context became compromised, we started perceiving the radicalism of those statements. What is this radicalism about? It is about the dignity of the man. We resemble the God and we participate in God's thinking. We've been created for this. He incorporated himself and redeemed us. But in the Enlightenment thought, the dignity is rooted in the belief that it's not subject to anything else. It is the absolute center of everything. So this way of thinking can be very easily falsified. For example, the fact that everybody was born, I think that at the age of one day, it is not possible to shape your life. Saint Augustine argues that there is a longing for God unless we satisfy that need. So there is a trick of modernity that we should appreciate from the conceptual point of view, namely that today putting the man on top of the whole pyramid of the world touches upon transcendency. And it transforms into transgression. Transcendence is the nature of us. Or we discover the God from the center of our conscience. But in transgression, by transgression we say that there is no transcendency. And transgression incorporates all the cultural challenges, from the sexual minorities to transgender to post-humanism and transhumanism. All of that follows pretty much the same logic. So this is what I perceive as a challenge, because it gives you the apparent notion of transcendence, of going beyond yourself towards the unity of God. It used to be the mind and conscience. Now this tool is imagination. So we imagine various words that could have been conceived, appeared, and we start to engage ourselves in that thinking. So this is the challenge of bringing reason back to the former glory. and our contemporary education, critical thinking. And also, the previous panel spoke about this with the person of Mr. Górny. What is the response of the church to it? It should be formulating good patterns for imagination so that we are no more attacked with those transgressive thinking, but which should actually bring back our desires to the right place. So the man longs for absolute and transcendence, but this longing is wrongly directed. Therefore, our role here is to give it the right direction by restoring the role of reason and faith. I'm a deep believer in the strength of the human reason and faith, and I agree with everybody who plead to restore in the world of burning church and library, bringing those values back. But I'd like to point out to one thing that I cannot resolve and I have no recipe for. I mean the attack against John Paul II. That is not against the person, but against his teachings, which you cannot really contradict because it's so cohesive and so distinct. There used to be voices, counter arguments that nobody can recall, but certain emotions were evoked by obscenities against John Paul II. So for us Catholics who know that Catholicism is rational and it guards reason, and it is guarded by reason as well, we realize that there is a huge deficit of logical thinking. Life is guided by emotions, and what we saw in October 2020 didn't have any features of intellectual debate. It made it impossible to exchange thoughts. It was only pure emotion at work. So how should we respond to that? By applying positive emotions. This is what we expressed so magnificently toward John Paul II, and we lived those emotions without looking at his or understanding his teachings properly. There is answer to the two questions: why do I love the church and why do I love Poland? So this is how we could make Poland and the church not a theoretical value, but beloved values. I cannot give an answer to that. Well, I think that we should go in this direction to find answers to those questions. Thank you very much.
Dziękuję naszym prelegentom.
Many thanks to our speakers
Bardzo takie skondensowane, ale
for that very concise and succinct opinions. I think that the last speaker invoked John Paul II not only as the father of the church, but also as a theologist, as a scientist. He said that going beyond you is to transcend, and if we want to keep, to maintain Polishness and the identity of the nation, we should never cease to remember that you need to transcend, to go towards what is so demanding. Thank you very much. Professor Wojciech Roszkowski, Professor Michał Gierycz, and Father Professor Paweł Borkiewicz. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Dobrze, witam Państwa.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the last panel of today. Before the individual presentations and the performance we're looking forward to. And this panel will be about the first Polish Commonwealth. The first Polish Commonwealth, the world power of freedom and principles. And I'd like to welcome my great guests. Professor Senator Włodzimierz Bernacki, Secretary of State and Government's Commissioner for the Reform of the University and University Education and Science. He started at the Jagiellonian University, where he became a teaching professor and he assumed the position of the director of the Institute of International Relations. He became, after that, a regular professor of Jagiellonian University. He taught at the Przemysl High School and other academies. He authored several dozens of books and many hundreds of articles. On the further right of mine is Professor Patryk, who is a teacher in the history of political systems at the Jagiellonian University and the Warsaw Academy. He is professors of the Harvard University in Hampshire and many other universities. Sorry for that. He is also professor of international relations. And the final panel members, Professor Jaki, a political scientist, academic teacher at the Jagiellonian University and also head of the Foreign Service at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I'm proud of that composition of the panel. Now let's talk about the first Polish Commonwealth. The first Polish Commonwealth was criticized, I might put it this way, for allegedly being a political system that is composed of the composition of the liberal veto, the part of history that is not worth recalling, worth mentioning, if so, then only in negative terms. And even amongst the prominent writers like Henryk Sienkiewicz, the first Commonwealth was actually showcased as a great construct, and therefore the appeals not to affirm Sienkiewicz because he destroyed the image. But if we want to start speaking about Polishness in an affirmative way, we should perhaps refer to the first Commonwealth. So, since we are quite knowledgeable about the drawbacks of the first Commonwealth, how about the biggest, the greatest, exceptional achievements of the first Polish Commonwealth, Polish Republic? Professor, the floor is yours.
Do you ask Professor a question? Means that you'll have to keep on listening ad nauseam. This question is pretty easy on the one hand. On the other hand, I need to give you a brief response. So without any further ado, let's treat the Commonwealth, the Republic of Poland, in extended meaning. The Union of Lublin, 1569. This institutional and state and cultural and civilizational entity that has continued since Casimir the Great reign and Holy Saint Hedwiga and collapse 1795. and broader until the end of the Commonwealth. This is the time, few centuries, 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th century, 400 years. Western Europe historians speak about civilizations, if continuity of culture, and system of values, institutional forms. They describe this entity as civilization. I dare say that Republic of Poland, the Commonwealth, was this kind of organism that transferred a model of thinking about freedom from ancient time to present time. How Republica was described. A republic was described. What guarantees what is most crucial? Freedom, what is important and significant, common good in a specific model. Yes, I'm from Krakow University, but I'm a huge opponent of this Stańczyk type Krakow school. Many historians have treated previous times as bad times for Poland and Poles, quite contrary, in my opinion. When we speak about this period, let's remember that we speak about culture continuity. That is important. One fundamental example will be speaking about freedom and freedom comprehension in the light of the First Republic of Poland, First Commonwealth. Respublika notion used by Poland kings or queen subjects were comprehended in three senses: the institution of the state, and the state was defined as Saint Augustine and Saint Thomas. Community, and community that realizes common good, Respublika. Public thing as a state, Respublika, as this defined by Romans, a mixed order of state, which makes it possible to deliver this model. Common good will never be in opposition to natural, the initial laws of eternity, as Thomas and others were describing, St. Augustine too, as a state, as a mixed form: democracy, aristocracy, and monarchy. What was the principle? There should be a balance between the MP's chamber, aristocracy, the Senate, and monarchy, the king. We didn't have democracy, we had a Republic of Poland, so the state, Respublika, the state for everybody. And third of all, it was spelled with a capital letter as the best organized, the most magnificent state of that time. Let us remember that it was not Poles to blame for the collapse. It was the state organization for freedom. The neighboring states were despotic, and Roman Empire, they were absolute. It was clear to understand that in the context of ongoing French Revolution, there was the aim to liquidate the state that might pose a danger for monarchs in this part of Europe. So let's not believe that Poland collapsed because of Poles and Poles are to blame. we celebrate the 3rd of May, when Poland wanted to reform. It was another argument for monarchs who couldn't keep on waiting. Thank you, Professor. And the same question goes to Professor Brick. The achievements of the first Commonwealth. You need to talk to a microphone. Before I answer this question, I need to tell you one thing. We are all Jagiellonian University representatives, and Ziemkiewicz didn't know when Jagiellonian University name was created. It was Free City of Krakow, 19th century, to celebrate the reforms of Hedwiga and Jogaila after the decline of the university at the end of the 14th century. It was a word of introduction. A few years ago, when browsing books in Harvard Library, there was a book with inscription of 1642, De Optimo Senatore by Koźlicki, one of the most outstanding philosophers of politics in Europe. It went to United States, well, America, the first American university, 1653, 6 years when it was founded. It was quite risky and expensive to transport things over the ocean. And this book was the center of European culture, landed at that university. So it showed what Poland of that time was, how much it radiated to all areas. This conference is an apology, but an apology is not bad. Henry V, it is where Shakespeare said that in a turmoil time, the solemn song is the most important. And the solemn song we have in Poland requires clear definition, what we defend. Returning to the First Republic, the first Commonwealth that grew out of a subgrade, there was a tragic end, not because of foreign powers only, because this Poles earned quite a lot to produce this collapse. What is important in Polish history, and this unusual period, almost 200 years of proper operation, radiation, Poland was able to find answer to borderline situations, and whatever Europe has experienced for 1,000 years, this is how long we've been in Europe, one of the most ancient. Christianity brought some fundamental things. What Professor Roszkowski mentioned, that the authorities cannot do just anything. They've got an ethical code, the borderline not to cross. Then, if it does, we should no longer obey. It was the consequence for investiture between the papal power and states. It was the structure of freedom. Freedom needs to have structures that are not susceptible to one monopolistic center of power. Christianity was this. The last cemetery of the First Republic of Poland is the place to go, in Monte Cassino. When you move around soldiers' graves, you can see Catholic, Orthodox crosses, the Stars of David, and Christian cross is the symbol of freedom, not oppression, as they try to say. What was there in Polishness that people wanted to die for it, even if harmed by this, when they were fighting a losing battle? The First Republic of Poland was the answer, the response to the second crisis created in Europe that separated two spheres economy-wise, with different interpretations. 15th century, something happened there. It was a deadly danger. Once the the Teutonic Knights were defeated, they created imagination about the East. The Constantine Assembly, 1414, 1416, it was imposed that there is a lower race in the East. Not only should it be educated, but also destroyed. It was the first racist idea for Eastern Europe. So it was counteracted by Jagiellonian University professors, Paweł Włodkowicz. They broke the code. And these idiots from Western Europe were shown what Polishness is. The elite created then didn't have any compasses against Europe. We were the Europe. And Krakow Academy person or representative of the gentry had little idea that they might not have been a part of this wonderful Europe. And we have the Enlightenment breakthrough that started much earlier. Europe's rationale, Europe's culture is defined, well, as rational projects of reality transformation. Absolutists arose, sprang from that. German universalism is the example. Germans have this fixation until now. Rousseau is yet another example, who said, civilization is corrupted. There was an ideal state. We are going to destroy it to restore this ideal state. When you look at the European Union discussions, or US, this culture of awakening, this is the same line of thinking. Let's destroy whatever exists because this civilization is not just. Let's build something new. This is an illusion that Satan had in biblical stories, because you cannot go out to the world beyond culture mediation. We leave our homes entering the world, whatever the home is, but this is the only way to enter it. This Enlightenment tipping point was a fantastic challenge for Poland. What did Poland do? They created it the Polish way. Polish Enlightenment was instilled by the Polish Church. They had this reform project in order to compose culture code into this new Enlightenment. Edmund Burke, when he saw the Constitution the 3rd of May, he was going crazy, delighted with this wonderful achievement for befitting Europe of the time. There are some other breakthroughs, like communist ones, European Union breakthrough, which is a challenge too. Returning to the first Commonwealth, the idea of freedom, in a Roman sense, character towards certain virtue that is against senses, but the whole education in Poland was focused on the fact that we derived from ancient Romans, Sarmats being on this northeast and north-south axis. It was the idea to exercise virtue and leaving the possibility to create their own world. Therefore, all those persecuted in Europe escaped to the Republic of Poland, not for a moment, but for always, for keeps. The Yiddish civilization was set up here. Demon Nazism destroyed it. Not against civilization, but because this civilization made it possible to create the autonomy between Sanhedrin and Knesset. Everybody could find a place. They could have been left to their own device. When we speak about freedom, this is the republic that we speak about. The republic that was the rule and law setter, not the king, not the ruler, but the republic. Jan Kochanowski, one or two or three greatest poets of Renaissance of Europe, he spoke to his king, master, the sweetest name a free man can say. This was the idea that secured home in the Commonwealth, in the Republic. Sigmund August said, Cuius regio, eius religio. I'm not the master of the souls of my subjects. So state religion imposed to subject, it was never practiced. Everybody could exercise their faith, not because we were angel-likes, but sovereignty was dispersed in different networks. This a very important element. And let me refer to Christianity. There is a book, a kind of canon for Polish intelligentsia, or previous Polish intelligentsia that no longer exists. Brzozowski's Flames, Płomienie, where they tried to face Polishness originating to the partition times, the horrible partition times, when he tried to describe how to modernize, what to do with this Commonwealth Republic, combating this idea of backwardness, not only economy-wise, but also culture-wise. Two communist intellectuals speak about national states being destroyed, Polish culture destroyed. They drink vodka, and at some point, Polish revolutionist says, I remember me and my grandma used to go to the church, my childhood. This is what I remember. The Russian one says, you Poles, Holy Mother and Holy Mother, and the hero stands up and smashes the chair. I am not a believer, but stay away from Holy Mother. This is a quintessence of Polishness. So there are limits of universalism. This universalism that is called European Union, these can be crossed when violating freedoms, because freedoms of the European Union, though it's hard to say what that European Union is. The most dominant freedom is moral autocracy in a materialistic way. I am what I am created, therefore I have the right to exercise it against other, so I need a state to impose it in any way. This is contrary line of thinking to what was in the First Republic of Poland, where everybody could create their own world. The legend of the First Republic of Poland transfers us to these times, when the Constitution of the 3rd May made it impossible for landless gentry from voting, and it was a vast majority of those that enjoyed political rights. They were left to nothing. Well, so did they become? The intelligentsia of the 19th century. These were the crazy ones involved in uprising, this ethos of outraging Polish freedom onto Polish peasants who protected freedom in 1920. What did they defend? Sorry for flying over the tangent. Did they defend Poland. Little did they know what Poland is. They knew what they were fighting against was a barbarian world that would deprive them of the feeling of freedom, identity, what is important, most important for them. And this freedom has always been a kind of respect for the worlds that were not fully comprehensible, but they could find home, including today. This is, I hope, it will continue.
The same question goes to the other professor about the achievement of the First Republic. Thank you for inviting me and for putting this panel on the program of this conference. When I had the honor to be the ambassador of Poland in London, I've met a young priest who spoke excellent Polish, and we had a small talk, and he said that he was from Venice, and I said Serenissima Republica, and he said that only 2 countries had the right to this title, Poland and Venice, and I acknowledged this, and he said, but you have regained your freedom and we haven't yet. So this is why we behaved during the times of the Third Republic as persons who were not aware of their great legacy. They would refer to the Warsaw Confederation and Paweł Włodkowicz as a person, but they do not treat it as an instrument that is indispensable in creating modern, efficient state. Professor Bernacki, whom I was fascinated with as a student, he recalled the definition of the Polish Commonwealth, the Respublika Republic, which is very divergent from what we teach our students, our pupils in the grammar school. It is not about territory, power, and people. It is about the community of the free citizens, about Respublika. So this is the legacy that we have in us, and all other things are secondary in importance. Everything needs to guide us into thinking about the commonality of things, about community. Without that, we won't be able to repair and reform the institutions of the state, bearing in mind that they need repairs at all times, and our ancestors knew it very well. 1795, the year of partitions. The First Republic was partitioned by 3 absolutistic monarchies, which did not know the notion of constitution. They had constitutions only later. They tried to reign the Polish territories by offering them quasi-constitutions. One of them was the constitution written by Prince Czartoryski and offered by Tsar Alexander III. So it seems that constitutional traditions are much bigger in the Polish territories and the Polish lands than they are in the Western Europe. How this tradition of the Polish Republic was sidelined very often in Poland and elsewhere, also in the Western literature. So this is so important. This is why it is so important to remind people of this. Why shouldn't we tap into this great resource, this vastness of democratic tradition and heritage that were created in Poland or the Polish territory? We see that even more clearly after the 24th of February. Their systemic achievements are indeed magnificent, extraordinary, and we should look at them from the perspective of their times. We might be in disagreement with our ancestors about certain decisions they undertook, but if we look at it from today's perspective, it is like if we looked at the USA from today's perspectives. The USA have some inconsistencies. It won't remain the world empire for endlessly. But some people, some thinkers, saw in the US the continuation of what Poland was so famous for in terms of freedom and citizen rights. So I think that there's one more thing I should add to what the previous speaker said, namely that up until the World War II, the Polish elites were quite aware of there being continuators of not only of the First Polish Republic, but also of the Roman Republic. This is where the freedom component is stored, is retained so much away from the absolutistic way of thinking. As Edmund Burke and others, other Europeans alluded to, some others did not grasp the freedom-based system where there is no such an order as it used to be in Prussia. And the final thought. I think it is our task to better understand the First Republic, to showcase its 400 years of existence, because our country would have been much better off if we had this principle as a guiding one of free for the free and freedom above all. So I think Europe would have been better off if it appreciated and recognized the achievements of Eastern Europe more explicitly. In many cases, throughout the course of the history, we had to make more difficult choice than the countries of Western Europe. So this is our Commonwealth, and one grain of optimism. In the past years, we have made a huge leap forward when it comes to the knowledge about our history. We have unveiled the monument to Kochanowski at Stratford, who has been compared with William Shakespeare, and many Britons recognized Polish traces in the Hamlet. In Aberdeen, there is a Polish-Lithuanian Studies Institute, and Professor Robert Frost has become an author of a great work on the Polish-Lithuanian Union, attracting more and more people to research into that topic. And the real final thing, many Scots and English, Britons or Englishmen, examine that long-lasting Polish-Lithuanian Union and get inspired, because indeed the Union allowed 40 Scotsmen to participate in the English Parliament, but without the voting right at the House of Commons. So this is what makes us very proud of our identity. Thank you very much. We've been pondering the whole day together with our guests on the ingredients of Polishness, what sets us apart, especially in the light of the ongoing discussion about Polish statehood vis-à-vis the European identity, which is supposed to blur the national identities. And looking for the ingredients of Polishness, our participants listed Christianity and freedom and also Republican tradition. But are there any other components? I would like to leave that question in the room. Are there any other components that set the First Republic apart from the world at the time that are the source of pride for us now? Because if we want to publicize the achievements of the Polish First Republic across Europe, we should first become convinced of those achievements to be proud of them worldwide. So could you please elaborate on that, Professor? Well, I think that by way of supplementing what was said before, when we speak about three pillars of the Western civilization, we list the Greek philosophy, the Roman law, and Christianity. Let's revert to Christianity as the most predominant topic of our previous discussions. Our ancestors, when they wrote about religion, when they wrote about church and Christianity, from the perspectives of them being connected with the system of power and executing the power, they emphasized the importance of the connection with Rome, or with Vatican rather, or Rome. We can find that in the writings of various prominent authors. And that's a very simple statement. If the bond with the Rome is severed, then the Republic will cease to exist, or would cease to exist. So, connection with Rome, recognized as a fundamental bond, played a major role back then. Stanisław Hoziusz blocked Sigismund Augustus' attempts to establish a national church. We were very close to moving towards Europe, where the king was or became the head of the church, thus receiving absolute powers. So this intolerance, as my colleague said, was not only the inviting Hussites and extending or granting them care, and Moravian brothers who were persecuted throughout Europe, and here in Poland they could live in peace. Or the Lutheran churches or Calvin churches, their representatives could not only have the schools in Poland, but also publish their books, which was absolutely exceptional. So the Roman Catholicism, a very open one at the same time. Also, the writers gave us the warning. Poland is the bulwark of civilization. It is the forefront of Christianity. This is because the Turks will never cease to try to subjugate Europe and conquer it. They wrote also about the schismatics, those who listen to the voice of the Tsar more than that of God, or those who murder and kill in the name of faith. Please check how many people were burned or hung. There was one of the prominent personalities who could travel freely but was eventually burned at stake by Calvinists. So whatever is connected with the law, what is connected with the Roman law is the adoption of the notion of natural law. And thirdly, there is also human law, the part of which is jus gentium, that was what Kovitz wrote about. Standard is tantamount to a norm, to a law when it is in agreement with the human and natural laws. A regulation, I mean. So if you look at the model, positivistic and enlightenment model of law, where the will of the monarch, of the sovereign, is sufficient to exercise law. So one person can formulate law and impose them on everybody else. And in the First Republic, the law was the law, or regulation was a regulation if it was in line with natural and God's laws. Mixed political system, republic, encompassing three social groups: the king, the senate, and the House of Commons. This tradition stems not only from the 16th century, because if you look at the writings of Vincente Cadrubec, you will find out a statement that power can be exercised only upon the consent of the subjects, not against them. So when we speak about the First Republic and its foundation, the Roman law is that foundation. And finally, the Greek philosophy, which is also very important. The politics of the First Republic in the previous times, there were writers, Jan of Skaldmierz and Paweł Włodkowicz, have emphasized the following, that the politics is the execution of what we call common good. The writers refer to virtue. So in a line with the Greek philosopher, we have assumed the First Republic that every entity contains certain virtues. If you say father, then there is a paternalistic element to it, and if you say mother, there is a component of life in it. It is in opposition to Rousseau, who said civilization is bad and should be removed. I think that this concept of common good is very important here, which, if executed for the good of the entire community, should not be reduced to extreme individualism. So virtue as fulfilling the obligations that are yours if you are father, mother, daughter, politician, accountant, or whatever. These obligations are included in the definition of every existence. So there's a kind of philosophic realism, speaking of community as something real existing. Only modernity will call a family a community under regulatory bonds. Yeah, this is guided by the Greek philosophy. Family is a real being. This is what we are going to call the nation state. This is something that exists in reality and has a destiny. In the 19th century, in the partition times, we had textbooks called History of Poland, because for our ancestors, Poland continued to exist and its material prominence. From the perspective of the First Republic and its citizens, we looked at those who were busy destroying our country as barbarians. And Barbaria is a system where despot rules, who rules over slaves. So why I'm saying this? This is because we were convinced that despotisms for the free people are just transient, because it's not possible for the free people to live and function in the system proposed by the Russian despotic monarchy or Roman Emperor, for that matter. We were convinced that we're going to regain that freedom. And also, if you understand it, if you construe it in the Greek fashion, you can be free also if you are formerly a slave.
So Poles were free, even, as Piotr Roskowski was speaking, even when in labor camps or in prisons they remained free. And here comes the example of Dostoevsky, who detested Poles and Polishness. But in his memoirs, or one of the books, he was envious about Poles because there were Russians and Poles in prison. Poles were in prison but still free, because freedom means being rational, following natural laws. If so, you are not the subject to all norms or standards, but the ones that follow eternal laws. This is the thinking in partition times. Father Kolbe, you can be free from the very beginning to the very end. When we speak about the heritage of the first Commonwealth, Roman legal order, philosophy of Greece, all Europe chose Machiavelli, believing that politics is the art of alluring, staying in power. We realized politics or policy as common good. All Europe went towards absolute monarchy. We retained a republic. This is the example that can be commented with reference to Mickiewicz, as this is the year of Romanticism. Freedom was the reason of communal collapse. Polish nation was put into the grave, but it will resurrect. Not only will it be free, but it will offer freedom to other nations. These words by Mickiewicz became reality. Mickiewicz, romantic traditions mean convictions, that traditions for Polish Republic going down to inhabitants of cities and villages were the guarantee of the most perfect state system, glorified since the Roman time until the 18th century, the First Republic of Poland. Thank you. And final contributions from professors. Would you please be brief? Many themes were discussed here. We are talking about this to combine it, to refer, to make a bridge to today's world. Dostoevsky. He is a special person. I've never met a person who detests Poland and does not praise slavery. I'm not defending Christianity or Christian code as a concept. I'm defending it as a kind of measure of living in freedom. Christianity puts a stop to power, therefore attacking Christianity. This is quite apparent and well thought. It is the attempt to eliminate the only competitor in ideological monism based on topology. It's a topic for a lengthy discussion. We don't have time to labor the point, but Christianity is this kind of obstacle. Attack on John Paul II is the attack on heroism that supports Christianity. Reduction like this is just oppression that we need to leave behind. And the second thing associated with the First Republic of Poland, I have a more realistic perception. I don't have a high opinion of this Polish gentry. It was a group of people. Just a second. They were convinced that they were living in the best possible state system. They celebrated their backwardness. Live and let live others, because we live in this system. It was the institution created for Professor Żegocki. Free nations reach a consensus through discussion, and all parties had the right to stop discussion until a consensus of any kind was reached. It degenerated later on, but it was the important element. The Polishness and freedom element was anti-imperial threat that started with Kadłubek. It was nicely said. It's a myth. When Alexander the Great messengers require money from Polish state, and they say, you'll get this, and their stomachs are filled with gold, and they are sent back. If you're after our money, come here and get it. This is the one freedom border living. And the last element, I was speaking about the 15th century. Polish elites broke the code, the attempt to create Central and Eastern Europe, the task to fulfill, following the Western pattern. The same model is used by the European Union towards Central and Eastern Europe, and Poland too, which is associated with Enlightenment model, north-south vector switched to west-east vector. The West, civilizational avant-garde, and the East, that is waiting to be elevated to the same reason. If you break the code, well, this is the greatest task for Polish elites. In a dramatic situation, because these elites are so very much divided, that it's difficult to say what can be done with this. Let me finish with an anecdote. A few years ago, King Charles, Prince Charles, today's king. I don't know whether you know this story. Really? Yeah, this is what I was told. He was visiting Sokółka Base Tatars Museum, and among the troops of John Sobieski III, there were Tatars, horse riders. So you Muslims supported a Christian ruler against your brethren in faith. And I answered, it was not the banner of Catholicism against brethren in faith. It was the Republic of Poland. Cross was the symbol of union, which offered freedom of religion against despotism. This is quintessence of Polishness, and how Western elites understand freedom, religion, the model of state arrangement. Europe is different from what we thought it would be upon leaving the era of communism. We've always been a part of Europe. We wanted to recreate it, but this communist destruction was a brutal but still the same mentality to do away with the past. And European Union starting 1968 and the culture of emancipation that the European Union has created this too. So it's difficult to understand communism as anti-civilization amongst the elites. So the model of modernization through destruction is clearly visible here. Thank you. Professor, it's an outstanding question, but this question relates to the task in front of us to reach out to history 400 years when we think the first Krawa Union before the collapse. The Republic, the Commonwealth survived longer. We cannot understand today's reality without this heritage. Foreigners most often notice that in Polish society at Solidarity time. British historians show that Polish solidarity was workers' behavior during process, discussion, transparency, combination of religion, ethics and politics. These elements have survived. They refer to the first Commonwealth. We need these inspirations derived from this outstanding project, civilizational project, and the uprising times of the 20th century when a state, the efficient state, was being created. Learning the first Commonwealth history, we find fascinating things. Husaria, the wonderful army. We wondered why they wanted to increase the army. Why should they have a bigger one when they had wonderful soldiers, not a conscript army, but the ones that self-armored themselves and nobody could be at par for dozens of years. This is not important for us. We are building a strong army, even stronger army today. But there is a whole array of symbols that we no longer can read. I show it to students and foreign students. King's Castle in Warsaw and in Krakow. This is the seat of the kings. Warsaw, less often, but these are the parliament seats. And most often you cannot comprehend Poland's history without the history of parliamentarism and participation in civic life. No microphones, no interpretation. Speakers are kindly requested to use microphones in order for us to provide interpretation. We do apologize for any inconveniences. How does it work? There were Protestants, Catholics, and Eastern Church representatives sitting on the parliament. When I speak to people in France or wherever else, hardly do they understand how possible that is. They elected the king too. Lots of elements. Returning to the military, it was fascinating to discover that Lancer, the spears, Poles and Britons practice today, and the spears were taken over from Poles after Napoleonic Wars, and then they went to India. And the tank brigade that is in Poland, that was in Poland, from United Kingdom, there is a mermaid as a symbol. There are lots of elements that bring together the history of the nations. I was visiting Vienna yesterday. This is why I caught a cold, but you cannot think about constitution and influence of Poles from Galicia, reforms of constitutions in 1960, when Austria-Hungary slightly resembled the country with self-government and parliamentary traditions of the highest possible nature. It's important to learn history, to get inspiration, to share it. I would hypothesize that without solemn funeral of January uprising, Kalinowski and Sierakowski that were buried in Vilnius, Polish and Lithuanian flags were important, and two presidents were important, but the flags disappeared in Belarus flags sea because we can see Belarus rejuvenation here. What is outstanding in the Republic of Poland, we want to share it. It's not disturbing that Tadeusz Kościuszko will be believed the hero of Belarus. He is believed to be the hero of US, just like Pulaski. On the contrary, we are very happy that others refer to tradition, others comprehend that this is freedom and mutual respect that is included in the tradition. This is of utmost importance. When we compare it with disputes in the European Union, Macedonia, poor Macedonia, Balkans that we support, and disputes about the names dating back 2000 years. I do not want to quote more examples because being myself a diplomat I cannot do it. But let's look at Bulgaria. Macedonian language question is discussed. It's of secondary nature. Free with the free, equal with the equal, that Europe will be free and equal too. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Bernacki, Professor Brick, Professor Szewacki. A round of applause. And seamlessly we can have a transition to another lecture. Professor Engels is with us, I believe. Polishness, can it be competitive in Europe, is the topic Professor will be speaking on.
Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the kind invitation to today's conference, and please excuse me for not being able to be
Professor.
Dear colleagues, dear ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the kind invitation to today's conference, and please excuse me for not being able to be physically present today as I would have liked very much so. As a foreigner to this country who is still wrestling with its magnificent language, I'm perhaps not ideally suited to participate in a debate on Polishness. All I can do is to give an outsider's impression that risks to perhaps grossly offend or misrepresent how Poles themselves understand their history and their identity. Still, I will take my chances. Let me start with the obvious facts. Historically speaking, Poland belongs to the great European nations such as Spain, France, Italy, Germany, or Great Britain, and has an enormously rich and complicated history, culture, and identity. For centuries, Poland was synonymous with religious freedom, unheard of republican liberty, heroic nobility, aristocratic refinement, and a highly original and beautiful musical tradition. Unfortunately, history was to change it all. For many centuries, the Polish partitions and the ensuing years of communist dictatorship drove not only the Polish state, but also Polishness itself underground. At first, the other European nations developed a strong sentiment of sympathy for the Polish martyrdom, as it was unheard of in European history that one of its largest nations simply disappeared from the political landscape. Poland, as well as Greece, Scotland, or Italy, became the object of many romantic reveries, and in the salons of Paris and London, everyone felt Polish and supported the national rebirth of the lost European nation. But together with the mazurka, the krakowiak, or the polonaise, Poland went slowly out of fashion, while its place in the Western European imagination was increasingly occupied by Russia, its music, its religiosity, and its literature. Also, the attempts at Russification and Prussification slowly took their toll on Poland, with many historical traditions broken, historical continuities interrupted, and old families deported or ruined. Unfortunately, the restoration of the Second Polish Republic was too short-lived to settle the question to what degree the traditions of the old Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth could be successfully integrated into the new, extremely heterogeneous state, and to rekindle broader cultural memories in the neighboring states. The dark years of German and then Soviet occupation, with its terrible genocides and its shifts in territories and populations, then almost broke Poland and nearly eradicated its cultural identity and variety, trampled down and leveled by 2 generations of communist dystopia. Thanks to its unbroken faith in God and its destiny, and the miracle of the Polish papacy, Poland resisted and emerged in the end victorious, but at a terrible price. Everything had to be reconstructed from scratch. Since then, more than 30 years have passed, a long time, and yet from a historical perspective a mere eye blink. Much has been accomplished. Poland has seen its cities magnificently rebuilt and expanded, is once again a strong economic power, has a highly educated and qualified workforce, represents a serious military power, and is one of the last hopes of European conservatism. And yet, Poland has concentrated a lot on the inner material reconstruction, but has failed to develop a strong soft power outside of its national borders. As a Belgian, sometimes spending more time in France, Germany, or the UK than in Poland, I'm afraid to say that Poland is still largely terra incognita for many of their inhabitants. The long disappearance from the political landscape and its imprisonment behind the Iron Curtain have nearly totally eradicated all knowledge about Poland's history and identity in the West. This may sound harsh to Polish ears, as Poland so desperately wants to be again a part of the West it has never really left in its own heart. But for most people in the West, Poland is situated very far east and evokes associations not fundamentally different from those with Belarus, Ukraine, or even Russia. For most French people, already Germany is an Eastern European country, while Poland is considered a post-Sovietic wasteland. And if asked what spontaneous association they have with this country, there would not be much more than Warsaw, Chopin, and Auschwitz. The consequences of this neglect are terrible, and we see them literally every day. Poland has become, in the imagination of the West, a cultural vacuum, and this is why the incessant propaganda of left liberal media is slowly succeeding in filling this void with the lies we all know so well. It is high time to stop this process if Poland does not want to lose the culture wars. But how? One thing is sure. It will not be only by fancy exhibitions on modern Polish paintings that such a large-scale problem can be resolved. What is needed is a massive cultural offensive. Poland needs to create its distinctive brand, and therefore it needs to simplify its complex identity into a short series of easily understandable terms that can be a common denominator for its entire culture. This is not an easy undertaking, and as a foreigner, I'm probably not the best one to give advices. However, in order to start at least the debate, I would propose to focus essentially on the ideas of liberty and of nobility. Liberty because the wish to resist all forms of political, religious, or social oppression is a constant feature of Polish history from its beginning until today, and insisting on the long tradition of the liberum veto may also help to explain to other people the unique combination of anti-imperialism, patriotism, and, let's face it, a healthy mistrust in politics that is so typical for Poles. Nobility, because Polish civilization has never been a mass culture, but has always been characterized by a certain aristocratic refinement and a search for beauty and excellence, an image which is still somehow subconsciously present in many people and could be reactivated with good chances of success. Of course, what would be needed in order to instill these notions, not only outside of Europe, but also in Poland itself, would be a large-scale media and culture offensive. Poland must create its own media outlets in Europe, multiply its cultural institutes, boost its movie and music economy and industry, redevelop the richness of its regional diversity, establish links and connections outside of the traumatic focus on Germany and Russia, launch easily accessible translations of its literature, refine its culinary heritage, invest in massive restorations of its local heritage, which outside of the large cities is still largely in ruins, and first and foremost, develop a political elite that is neither focused only on economics nor on merely national issues, but which represents in itself a deep and positive love for the great creations of the Polish culture. And there's still a long way before we get there. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Engels, for this. He's a very prominent personality. Professor moved from Belgium to Poland because, as he stated, he feels more free here. There's more freedom. Soon we're going to get connected with Mr. Bronisław Wilstein, who was with us during our first 2 editions, but he couldn't be here, and we are glad to hear from him. What is Poland or Polishness for me? It is the broadest common community that I identify myself with. There may be some broader communities such as humanity, Western culture, but they are somewhat abstract. I'm aware that I am a human being, which imposes certain obligations to me. I need to treat people in a certain way, but it does not translate to my way of living. The same goes for the broader cultural community. It is a conscious constatation about whether my country and my nation belongs to that community and what is Polishness and national community about. Max Weber synthesized that in the best possible way. He said that this is the commonality of fate. So the feeling that our existence is absolutely combined with the way how a nation exists. In the east of Poland, there is a war raging. The Ukrainians defend their national identity that the Russians attempt to take away from them, and thereby taking the gravest risk, namely the risk of that. This shows how important this commonality for them is. From the economic state of the country, the well-being of individual depends, and also there is a dimension of individual freedom to it. The national community should also have a political dimension. The emanation of that is a state that is our state and that we can shape as we please. So this is the broadest possible dimension of freedom, of liberty. Namely, we can shape the environment according to our desires. You can also list other elements, components of this identity, like combination of identity, individual fates with that common fate. A human being is a social being. This trivial statement breeds non-trivial results. We are part of the culture that is a multi-generational effort. Culture operates in embodiments. One of them, closest to us, is the national dimension. It is about language. It is about various systems of communication, how we understand the environment, the reality, how we respond to the world, what relationships there are amongst the people, that I can recognize my fellow citizens, my fellow nationals, and I can predict how they would behave in various circumstances. And I share with them my experience. The notion of nation spans over time. Thanks to this, I am being shaped as a human being. What would we have been without language and cultural codes? We couldn't unfold our potential. So the fact that a certain culture has shaped me is my heritage that I am obliged to uphold. And I am also obliged to pass it down to the next generation in the best possible condition. The heritage is, of course, not homogeneous. It entails very many threads that are sometimes antagonistic. But we are always able to discern and also point to the basic outlines of the heritage, which makes us particular. If we look at our neighbors, we do differ from Germans, even though we neighbor on Germany. We differ from the Czechs, Slovaks, Russians. So this identity is very strong, and it also defines us. Emigration is a very interesting experience, as it shows that a human individual belongs to a certain community, and when he leaves or she leaves this community, you don't feel at home. You can negate that, but you pay a horrible price for it. So, community that imposes an obligation on me. A national community is expressed by statehood in contemporary times, which is the broadest political form that gives us the possibility to shape our environment by imposing certain obligations. It is only in a nation state that real democracy is possible. This is because we need to feel an elementary sense of identity with other people living in the same state. Despite various differences between us, we need to feel the same identity to be able to continue to build the common achievement or work that the state is, referring to common interest. And the states composed of various nationalities or tribes, those countries cannot run a democratic system. So all our experiences to which we refer in terms of the political systems refer to a nation state. Poland is a peculiar example because we have this experience of our country non-existence, and despite that fact, we have survived this and rebuilt our country. So this shows how strong this national identity really is. Despite the fact that in the 19th century, for the great majority, vast majority of Poles, it was quite clear that Poland will never resurrect. It will never be. It would never be rebuilt, but it does. It has been rebuilt. It does exist. So we have an experience of longevity and the strength of national identity. Well, there is also another specificity of this. Professor Andrzej Nowak points in his books to our historical experience founded on the principle of liberty. The chronicle of Master Vincent, called Kadłubek, shows the mystic experience that has been unfortunately ridiculed, because all other stories from that time were constructed in the same way. So the Master Vincent shows that the fundamental experience of Poland is the feeling of republicanism, of political liberty. We have the feeling that the state is a common thing, and the king is not an owner of the state, but our co-citizen. So that's a very interesting experience. We can also list up other experiences, but we don't have the time for it. But this experience is very huge and vast by referring to the traditions that we emphasize so much, the tradition of political liberty and republican tradition that we identify, we make tantamount with democracy. So we have a lot of points of reference, and we have a lot to defend. We should defend our community that allows us to exist fully as individuals who belong to a certain culture and who form and shape the state according to their expectations.
Na zakończenie dzisiejszego dnia konferencji Zderzenie Kulturowe mamy coś dla duszy. Rok 2022 rokiem polskiego romantyzmu, w 200. rocznicę wydania ballad i romansów Adama Mickiewicza. Spektakl muzyczny w reżyserii Jerzego Zelnika i Marii Skuriat-Silva. Zapraszamy.
Witamy Państwa. Litwo, ojczyzno moja, Ty jesteś jak zdrowie. Ile Cię trzeba cenić, ten tylko się dowie, kto Cię stracił. Dziś piękność Twą w całej ozdobie widzę i opisuję, bo tęsknię po Tobie. Panno Święta, co jasnej bronisz Częstochowej i w ostrej świecisz bramie. Ty, co gród zamkowy nowogródzki ochraniasz, z jego wiernym ludem, jak mnie, dziecko, do zdrowia przywróciłaś cudem. Gdy od płaczącej matki pod Twoją opiekę ofiarowany, martwą podniosłem powiekę. I zaraz mogłem pieszo do Twych świątyń progu iść, zawrócone życie podziękować Bogu. Tak nas powrócisz cudem na ojczyznę łoną. Tymczasem przenoś moje duszę utęsknioną do tych pagórków leśnych, do tych łąk zielonych, szeroko nad błękitnym niemnem rozciągniętych. Słuchaj, dzieweczku. Ona nie słucha. To dzień biały, to miasteczko, przy tobie nie ma żywego ducha. Co tam wkoło siebie chwytasz? Kogo wołasz? Z kim się witasz? Ona nie słucha. To jak martwa opoka, nie zwróci w stronę oka, to strzela wkoło oczyma, to się łzami zaleje, coś niby chwyta, coś niby trzyma, rozpłacze się i zaśmieje. Ty, żeś to w nocy, to ty, Jasieńku, i po śmierci kocha tutaj pomaleńku czasem usłyszy macocha. Ach, jak tam zimno musi być w grobie. Umarłeś tak 2 lata. Weź mnie, ja umrę przy tobie, nie lubię świata. Źle mnie w złych ludzi tłumie. Płacze, a oni szydzą. Mówię, nikt nie rozumie. Widzę, oni nie widzą. Wśród dnia przyjdź, kiedy to może we śnie? Nie, trzymam ciebie w ręku. Gdzie znikasz? Gdzie, mój Jasieńku, jeszcze wcześnie? Jeszcze wcześnie. Tak się dziewczyna z kochankiem pieści. Bierze za nim, krzyczy, pada. Na ten upadek, na znak boleści skupia się ludzi gromada. Mówcie, pacierze, krzyczy prostota, tu jego dusza być musi, Jasio być musi u swej Karusi. On kochał ją za żywota. I ja to słyszę. Ja tak wierzę, płaczę. I mówię, pacierze, słuchaj, dzieweczko, krzyknie śród zgiełku starzec i na lud zawoła, ufajcie memu oku i szkiełku, nic tu nie widzę dokoła. Duchy karczemnej tworem gawiedzi, w głupstwa wyważone kuźni. Dziewczyna duby smalone bredzi, a gmin rozumowi bluźni. Dziewczyna czuje, odpowiadam skromnie, a gawieć wierzy głęboko. Czucie i wiara silniej mówi do mnie niż mędrca szkiełko i oko. Martwe znasz prawdy nieznane dla ludu. Widzisz świat w proszku, w każdej gwiazd iskierce. Nie znasz prawd żywych, nie zobaczysz cudu. Miej serce i patrzaj w serce. Byłem u ciebie w te dni przedostatnie, niedocieczonego wątku, pełne jak mit, blade jak świt. Gdy życia koniec szepce do początku, nie zdargam cię ja, nie, ja uwydatniam. Byłem u ciebie w te dni przedostatnie, gdy podobniałeś co chwila do upuszczonej przez Orfeja liry, w której się rzutu moc z pieśnią przesila i rozmawiają z sobą struny cztery, trącając się po dwie i szemrząc cicha, zaczął, że on uderzać w ton? Czy taki mistrz, że gra, choć odpycha? Byłem u ciebie w te dni, Fryderyku, którego ręka dla swojej białości alabastrowej i wzięcia, i szyku, i chwiejnych dotknięć, jak strusiowe pióro, mięszała mi się w oczach z klawiaturą z słoniowej kości. A w tym coś grał. Taka była prostota, doskonałości peryklejskiej, jakby starożytna, która cnota w dom modrzewiowy, wiejski wchodząc, rzekła do siebie: odrodziłam się w niebie. I stały mi się harfą wrota, wstęgą ścieżka. Hostie przez blade widzę zboże, Emanuel już mieszka na taborze. I była w tym Polska, od zenitu wszechdoskonałości dziejów, wzięta tęczą zachwytu. Polska przemienionych kołodziejów, taż sama zgoła, złoto pszczoła. Poznał cię, żeby miał na krańcach bytu. I oto pieśń skończyłeś i już więcej nie oglądam cię. Jedno słyszę coś jakby spór dziecięcy, a to jeszcze kłócą się klawisze o niedośpiewaną chęć. I trącając się z cicha po 8, po 5 szemrzą. Począłże grać? Czy nas odpycha? Oto patrz, Fryderyku, to Warszawa pod rozpłomienioną gwiazdą dziwnie jaskrawa. Patrz, organy u fary, patrz, twoje gniazdo. Owdzie patrycjalne domy, stare, jak pospolita rzecz. Bruki placów, głuche i szare i zygmuntowy w chmurze miecz. Patrz, z zaułków w zaułki kałukaskie się konie rwą. Jak przed burzą jaskółki, wyśmigając przed półki. Posto, posto! Gmach zajął się płomieniem, przygasł znów, zapłonął znów i znów pod ścianę widzę czoła ożałobionych wdów, kolbami pchane i znów widzę, acz dymem oślepian, jak przez ganku kolumny sprzęt podobny do trumny wydźwigają, runął twój fortepian. Ten sam, co Polskę głosi, od zenitu wszech doskonałości dziejów, wziętą tęczą zachwytu, Polskę przemienionych kołodziejów, ten sam runął na bruki z granitu. I oto jak zacna myśl człowieka poterrany jest gniewami ludzi, lub jak od wieka wieku wszystko, co zbudzi. I oto jak ciało Orfeja 1000 pasji rozdziera go w części, a każda wyje, nie ja, zębami chrzęści. Lecz ja, uderzmy w sądne pienie, nawołując. Ciesz się, późny wnuku. Jękły głuche kamienie, ideał sięgnął bruku. Niechaj mnie Zośka o wiersze nie prosi. Bo kiedy Zośka do ojczyzny wróci, to każdy kwiatek powie wiersze Zosi, każda jej gwiazdka piosenkę zanuci. Nim kwiat przekwitnie, nim gwiazdeczka zleci, słuchaj, bo to są najlepsi poeci. Gwiazdy błękitne, kwiateczki czerwone będą ci całe poemata składać. Ja bym to samo powiedział, co one, bo ja się od nich nauczyłem gadać. Bo tam, gdzie ikwy, srebrne fale płyną, byłem ja niegdyś jak Zośka, dzieciną. Teraz daleko pojechałem w gości i dalej mnie los nieszczęśliwy goni. Przywieź mi, Zośko, od tych gwiazd jasności. Przywieź mi, Zośko, od tych kwiatów woni, bo mi zaprawdę odmłodnieć potrzeba. Wróć mi więc z kraju taką, jakby z nieba. ojców mych ziemi, przez wroga wygnany, deptać musiałem obcych ludów łany i z dala słyszeć tych szatanów wycia, co ziemię moją okuli w kajdany. Jak Dant przez piekło przeszedłem za życia. Zrazu ja myślał, że za dni niewiele zlecą zesłane anioły, mściciele i grób ten pęknie, co stoi śród świata przyparty ręką olbrzymiego kata. Lecz dni płynęły, upłynęły lata, darmo brzask walczył z ślepą nocy siłą. Nie weszło słońce nad świętych mogiłą i coraz podlej na tej ziemi było. Więc duch mój upadł w tę próżnią zwątpienia, gdzie światło wszelkie w noc wieczną się zmienia i z dni tych wszelkich wybranej kolei wyrasta napis: tu nie ma nadziei. Ach, żyłem w tej przepaści długo, miotan rozpaczą bezbrzeżną i wściekłą, i śmierć mi będzie tylko śmiercią drugą. Jak Dant, za życia przeszedłem przez piekło, lecz i mnie także zeszła w pomoc Pani, której się oczu czarne duchy boją. I mnie też anioł wybawił z otchłani. I ja też miałem Beatryczę moją. Pieśń tę więc zacznę, siostro, Twym imieniem. O, bądź na wieki ze mną połączona, jednych pamiątek i uczuć pierścieniem. My tu skonamy, lecz pieśń, co nie kona, powróci kiedyś. Wierna mnie i Tobie, by jak stróż anioł strzec nas śpiących w grobie. Żyłem z wami, cierpiałem i płakałem z wami. Nigdy mi kto szlachetny nie był obojętny. Dziś was rzucam i dalej idę w cień z duchami. A jak gdyby tu szczęście było, idę smętny. Nie zostawiłem tutaj żadnego dziedzica, ani dla mojej lutni, ani dla imienia. Imię moje tak przeszło jako błyskawica i będzie jak dźwięk pusty trwać przez pokolenia, ale wy, coście mnie znali, w podaniach przekażcie, żem dla ojczyzny strawił lata moje młode, a kiedy okręt walczył, siedziałem na maszcie, a gdy tonął, z okrętem poszedłem pod wodę. Ale kiedyś, o dawnych losach zadumane mojej biednej ojczyzny przyzna, kto szlachetny, że płaszcz na moim duchu był nie wie, że brany, lecz świetnościami dawnych moich przodków świetny. Niech przyjaciele moi w nocy się zgromadzą i serce moje biedne spalą w aloesie i tej, która mi dała to serce, oddadzą. Tak się matkom wypłaca świat, gdy proch odniesie. Niech przyjaciele moi siądą przy pucharze i zapiją mój pogrzeb oraz własną biedę. Jeżeli będę duchem, to się im pokaże. Jeśli Bóg mnie uwolni od męki, nie przyjdę. Lecz zaklinam, niech żywi nie tracą nadziei i przed narodem niosą oświaty kaganiec, a kiedy trzeba, na śmierć idą po kolei, jak kamienie przez Boga rzucane na szaniec. Co do mnie, ja zostawiam maleńką tu drużbę tych, co mogli pokochać serce moje dumne, znać, że srogą spełniłem twardą Bożą służbę i zgodziłem się tu mieć niepłakaną trumnę. Kto drugi tak bez świata oklasków zgodzi się iść? Taką obojętność jak ja mieć dla świata? Być sternikiem duchami napełnionej łodzi i tak cicho odlecieć, jak duch, gdy odlata. Jednak zostanie po mnie ta siła fatalna, co mnie żywemu na nic, tylko czoło zdobi. Lecz po śmierci was będzie gniotła niewidzialna, aż was, zjadacze chleba, aniołów przerobi. Spytam się tedy wiecznego człowieka, spytam się dziejów o spowiedź piękności. Wiecznego człowieka, bo ten nie zazdrości. Wiecznego człowieka, bo bez żądzy czeka. Spytam się tego bez namiętności. Cóż wiesz o pięknem? Kształtem jest miłości. Kształtem miłości piękno jest. I tyle, ile ją człowiek oglądał na świecie w ogromnym Bogu, albo sobie, byle na tego Boga wystrojonym dziecię, tyle o pięknem człowiek wie i głosi. Choć każdy w sobie cień pięknego nosi. I każdy z nas tym piękna byłem. Bo nie jest światło, by pod korcem stało, ani sól ziemi do przypraw kuchennych. Bo piękno na to jest, by zachwycało do pracy. Praca, by się z martwych wstało. To w tem o pięknem przypowieść ma leży. Ja tak widzę przyszłą w Polsce sztukę. Jako chorągiew na prac ludzkich wieży. Nie jak zabawkę, ani jak naukę, lecz jak najwyższe z rzemiosł apostoła. I jak najniższą modlitwę anioła. Dziękujemy serdecznie. Ludzie, dziękujemy. I zaiste, proszę Państwa, zaiste sztuka, kultura to jest dowód osobisty każdego narodu. Bez tego dowodu osobistego jesteśmy tylko właśnie tacy wtopieni. Te 8 miliardów niczym się prawie nie różnimy, może troszeczkę odmiennością potraw, ale właśnie to dziedzictwo powoduje, że my się właśnie, nawiązując do tego, co Bronek Wilstein mówił, że my się czujemy tacy inni troszeczkę i tą innością się szczycimy, jesteśmy z niej dumni, a czasem może ubolewamy nad naszymi wadami. Tak nawiązuję troszeczkę do Państwa tutaj panelu. Także, no ale ja tak widzę, może to skrzywienie zawodowe, że nad tych wszystkich prac ludzkich wieży ta chorągiew kultury powiewa dumnie. Dziękujemy serdecznie.
Raz, dwa. Proszę Państwa, bardzo serdecznie dziękuję za ten pierwszy wspaniały dzień rozmów o polskości i zapraszam jutro. Jutro od godziny 10 również rozpoczynamy serię. Jestem przekonany, że również wyjątkowych dyskusji. Bądźcie proszę z nami, zaproście znajomych. Warto wiedzieć, czym się odróżniamy od innych, dlaczego jesteśmy Polakami i dlaczego polskość jest wyjątkowa. I tym akcentem zamykam pierwszy dzień konferencji. Dziękuję bardzo.